Welcome to that time of the year again, convention season. We'll be examining the 3 days of the 2023 convention exercise patience that Jehovah's Witnesses will be studying all around the world. And they literally open with some homophobia, dramatized in the little songs they put while everyone is finding their seat and enjoying the last few moments of not boredom. We see that this kid isn't just expected to publicly defend his homophobic beliefs in class, but he's expected to teach the teacher and everyone else what the Bible says about it, because just like David was vegetarian, this kid needs to be homophobic. We then see a sister remember some cringy drama so she can keep standing next to a cart, and an old man remembering that horrible fake angel beard as he's in a hospital. And after another song with stock footage of nice looking places, and a song where you can see Jehovah's Witnesses having fun by not being at the meetings, we finally get to our first speech that obviously opens by saying how amazing this convention is going to be, and by defining common words.
How long has it been? For me, it has been 3 years, 9 months, 1 week, and 3 days since I had the opportunity to attend a regional convention in person. So with great love, with great pleasure, I would like to welcome you to this Exercise Patience Regional Convention of Jehovah's Witnesses. You see, patience is the ability to do this, to stay calm while waiting for an outcome that we need or want. And notice this definition. It is the capacity to accept or tolerate delay, trouble, or suffering without getting upset. It keeps us from becoming provoked, no matter what may be happening around us.
And after talking about some examples in the Bible that are tangentially related to patience, we get to see it in video.
During the dry summer months in Israel, the sun baked and hardened the soil. The farmer had to wait for the early autumn rain to soften the soil. Then he could begin plowing and sowing. While his crop grew, he waited patiently until the late rain caused the grain to develop fully. Finally, harvest time came, and the farmer's patience was rewarded.
Aren't we thankful to Jehovah that we got that little PowerPoint presentation about an illustration that's very easy to follow? And of course, the conversation quickly turns about what Jehovah's Witnesses should be the most patient about: the end of the world.
You see, can you identify with this statement? She endured many challenges throughout several decades, and she humbly asked this question: will I see the end before I die? Have you spent longer in this wicked system of things than you expected? Yet, we want to have confident expectation. We want to be patient. We want to exercise patience because we know that Jehovah God is going to correct matters. Any woes, any problems, Jehovah will undo those problems, those issues, and they will no longer be an issue with any one of us. Meanwhile, it is important for us to understand and to appreciate this fact. It is not going to be easy for us to do so because we live in this wicked world.
Most Jehovah's Witnesses are born-ins whose parents told them when they were kids that they lived in the time of the end. Now, decades later, it's more important than ever to try and convince Jehovah's Witnesses that the end is coming right when it's always coming. Soon, but not quite now. So they can too grow old and pass away falsely believing they lived in the time of the end.
Have you ever had to stand in a long line? For me, the most patient point is when I'm next. You have that anticipation that they're going to call your name. What is the reality, friends? We're next. Very soon, Jesus Christ will take over this world. We want to be in eager expectation, which means that there's a need for us to be patient even more so today than our faithful brothers in the first century.
This is what Christians, and more concretely Jehovah's Witnesses, have been preaching since their inception. They all thought they were all next, and they all died without realizing they were wrong. And this generation of Jehovah's Witnesses is, of course, perpetuating the cycle with talks and conventions just like these.
Right now, we're in a waiting period. We can enlarge upon what we're doing right now in the waiting room of the doctor's office. There's a need for us to pour ourselves into this beautiful work that Jehovah God has given to us, to talk to others about the kingdom message. But in addition to preaching to others about the kingdom message, we have the opportunity to improve our relationships with others. When we do so, we improve our approval rating before Jehovah God. This convention will help us to see the value of the purpose of our endurance as we wait patiently with joy.
That is how Jehovah's Witnesses see the world, as a transitory world where they need to preach and they need to get along with their fellow brothers and sisters in order to make it through. And since they hadn't mentioned the governing body in a while, Mark Sanderson is here in a pre-recorded video to reintroduce the convention half an hour into the convention.
Speaking for the governing body, I can say that this will be an excellent program for all of us to enjoy. We'll benefit from over 40 talks, as well as videos, a dramatic Bible reading, and a 2-part feature-length drama. And all of this is designed to build us up and to help us endure the remaining days of this old world.
And Mark is here not just to reintroduce the convention, but to make a big deal about their new translation, translated by no actual translator, and how it changed one word for another that's more common. All to pretend changing one word means they have Jehovah's hand on their side.
It's one of the 9 aspects of the fruitage of his Spirit that are listed at Galatians chapter 5, verses 22 and 23. If you had memorized that list of qualities some years ago, when reciting it, you would have said that the first 4 aspects are love, joy, peace, and long-suffering. However, in the 2013 revision of the New World Translation, the governing body decided to change the expression long-suffering to patience. Long-suffering does not mean merely suffering long, or just putting up with a trying situation. It involves deliberate restraint or calm endurance, which is better expressed by the word patience. When a patient person is wronged or provoked, he remains calm as he awaits the outcome of the situation.
I should point out that the Jehovah's Witnesses aren't the only ones to render this as patience. Mark is mostly right in what he said, which is why Bibles like the Living Translation, the New Century Version, the New Revisited Standard Version, and most other modern translations will render this word as patience. Mark here is trying to convince you that Jehovah is on their side because they were the last ones in a giant list to update this verse. And now he'll try to convince Jehovah's Witnesses that they're unique and that everyone who's not a Jehovah's Witness is a godless, impatient, worldly person.
We live in an impatient world. More and more people are not willing to wait for anyone or anything. When they want something, they want it now. That attitude can rub off on us if we're not on guard. That is why for 3 days, we're going to delve into the Bible to see some beautiful examples of patience that we can imitate. Jehovah God, Jesus Christ, faithful men and women of old, including God's ancient prophets, and modern-day examples. We'll learn why we need patience, how we can exercise it, and what blessings await those who are patient. Now, please give your full attention to the entire program. Follow along in the Bible. Take note of the points that especially touch your heart, and know that we on the governing body love you all and continue to pray that you will keep on patiently enduring to the end.
And after giving you a preview of the videos you're literally about to watch, the speaker lets you know how you're supposed to act once the convention is over.
We encourage all of you to take the time to enjoy the entire convention, from the beginning to the end, when we're going to stand and sing the stirring original song and then conclude with prayer. Now, let's see. I need to look at my watch here. It is my confidence that in 54 hours, you will say, this was the best one yet.
This is the first quarter of the morning session, and the only things we've learned so far are that patience was badly translated in a previous version of the Bible, and that the speakers want you to think that this is going to be an amazing convention. This is followed by a very boring speech that tells you that when the Bible says there's a time for everything, that means that you should try to be more patient about the Armageddon they kept saying would be here by now.
Have you ever found yourself wanting the new world to be here already because this old one is so horrible? It's true. Or wishing that the resurrection could happen today. It's understandable. But from Ecclesiastes, we learn that worthwhile things take time and require patience. So our goal is to be there, and when it's Jehovah's time, it will be beautiful.
And since this is a symposium, we have a bit of propaganda to regurgitate that same information.
I wish I was a grown-up already.
Do you? There's so much to learn in becoming a grown-up.
I hate waiting. Can't Jehovah just make me grow up faster?
Good things take time to grow. Jehovah made us to live forever. He put eternity in our hearts. August. Take a look at these trees. They were already big when your mom and I were your age. But the stream is watering them, making them grow stronger and taller. I know you want to grow up, and you'll get there. Just walk with Jehovah and enjoy the journey.
You can tell that no one writing this has ever even interacted with children, nor knows how humans interact around them. This interaction is so corny and unrealistic, it could only come from a cult. And obviously, since this is propaganda and the boy grows up to do the right thing, he grows up to be extremely conventionally attractive.
Growing up, August felt like he didn't have any friends in the congregation. But recently, he's been using his time to cultivate a friendship with Ben. Good kid, new to the congregation. I can't shake the feeling things have been tough for him at home for a long time. They've got a great group of friends. Harlan, Chantel, and Mallory. She's applied for SKE a number of times, but hasn't been invited yet.
This is just to let you know that they are all Jehovah's Witnesses, because if they weren't, then Jehovah's Witnesses would not be allowed to associate this closely with them, which basically comes down to an association of a casual relationship where you play basketball without keeping score.
Funny. It can be so easy to size up everybody else's life, except your own. It's been years since I've lost my privileges. Brothers, I completely understand the decision. And I fully support it.
Savior, we know that you can serve again someday.
Will I ever be useful again?
And that's how this segment of the drama ends, by him admitting he's not useful if he's not high up in the hierarchy. Later on, we'll learn that if he can't be high up in the hierarchy, the next best thing is to help indoctrinate someone who can. Next in the symposium is a very boring speech about how what you need for friendship is the same things you need for a tree or something.
Well, to grow strong, a tree needs the right environment. It needs nourishment from the soil, warm sunlight, and refreshing water. Well, strong friendships also need this environment. It needs a soil of mutual understanding and shared experiences to be able to talk about personal things with someone we know can understand. It needs the warmth of heart-to-heart communication. Yes, even we men need to be able to open our hearts up to friends.
And after that a bit of toxic masculinity, we get some toxic friendship. According to Jehovah's Witnesses, if you isolate yourself, you're being selfish and need to stop. There's no excuse for taking some alone time, and they have propaganda to prove it.
Hey, Ben.
Everything okay?
It's Ben. He's been ignoring me. What did I do?
Maybe you didn't do anything. Ever think he may be dealing with something? You know, he may need a friend more than ever, even if it doesn't seem like it. Take a look at Proverbs 17:17.
A true friend shows love at all times.
Here, the Jehovah's Witnesses show their inherent narcissism by assuming that if someone needs some time off, then it can only be because they need you more than ever. And the solution is to double down on your efforts of pursuing them. This is nowhere in the Bible, but it's a huge part of Jehovah's Witness culture. If someone is saying they need time off, this should be ignored because what they need is the opposite. And since this is propaganda, it works out perfectly.
At all times. A true friend is a brother born for times of distress and shows patience when it's hard to understand a friend's actions. It can be easier to make a friend than to keep a friend. That takes patience and time.
Hey.
Hey, great to see you.
Hey, listen. I really wanted to say Thank you.
Don't even worry about it. Ready to play?
Ready?
This is what Jehovah's Witnesses promise you, that if you keep insisting on someone, then they'll have no choice but to be friends with you. If Ben had insisted on taking time off and started missing meetings too, he'd be soft-shunned by the entire congregation just in case.
Help your student to examine his motives. If not careful, a student could be studying the Bible with a little bit of a selfish motive. Maybe just to simply gain more and more knowledge, or to gain the approval of others.
If you ask about the free Bible study they offer, they will always tell you that they offer Bible studies just so you know what the Bible says, and that what you do with that knowledge is completely up to you. But when they talk among themselves, they can literally come out to say the opposite.
Number 2, teach your student not to just love the wisdom in the Bible, but to love its author, Jehovah. Love for Jehovah is the best fertilizer for spiritual growth. Number 3, teach your student how to meditate and do deep research. This will help him to better understand and imitate Jehovah's way of thinking. And finally, number 4, let your student make his own decisions.
He literally just said that someone who studies with the Jehovah's Witnesses just to learn more is a selfish person, and then proceeded to tell you exactly how to indoctrinate them by telling them they should meditate on what they've learned instead of thinking about it critically, and by making sure the person is in a good headspace to being indoctrinated. And just because the Jehovah's Witnesses love to talk out of both sides, we hear at the end that they need to give the students freedom, as if he didn't just spend the first few minutes telling you the opposite. This helps Jehovah's Witnesses feel like they're not being manipulative because they're being told they're not being manipulative after being taught how to manipulate people. And then we hear all about how the mature thing for a Jehovah's Witness to do is to obey the governing body, even if it doesn't make sense.
Patiently wait on Jehovah to provide clarification when we struggle to accept a certain Bible teaching. Now, why is that the mature thing to do? Well, Matthew 24, verse 45 says that Jehovah appointed a channel to provide spiritual food at the proper time. Now, I'm sure we would all agree that babies don't care that there's a proper time for food. Babies demand food on their timetable. In contrast, we show our spiritual maturity when we take in spiritual food from Jehovah's channel on Jehovah's timetable.
Matthew chapter 34 verse 45 doesn't say that Jesus would appoint a handful of guys in New York to lead your lives. It merely asks who is like the faithful and discreet servant. But the Jehovah's Witnesses leadership says, yes, we are that faithful, discreet servant, trust us, which I've also debunked in a previous video. And the nonsense just keeps going. This Bethelite just says, hey, so you know how the Bible says something about dispensing food at the proper time? Well, babies want food all the time. So if you don't wait on Jehovah to correct some obvious mistake, you're like a baby. The illustration is so insulting and infantilizing and makes so little sense that we might as well just move on to the propaganda clip.
We all face obstacles to spiritual growth.
Foul. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Foul. Oh man, that was clean. That was a foul. That was a foul!
My dad's angry. I'm angry. I want to change. I just feel stuck. I'm just like him.
I'm really sorry, Ben. But You don't have to be like him. You can choose who you're going to be.
It just feels like I'm losing a battle.
You know, my dad always says, you're not losing as long as you're trying. Be patient with yourself. It will take time, but you can do it. You already have an idea of what's at the root of your struggle.
Each time you lose your temper, write down what happened, how you could have reacted better, and why.
Come on!
Wait before reacting. Take a deep breath. Colossians 3:8. Put away wrath. Proverbs 16:32. The one slow to anger is better than a mighty man. Slow to anger. Don't worry about it, man. Sorry about that.
You really kept your cool out there. Good job.
So instead of getting the therapy he desperately needs, he just reads a Bible verse that says don't be angry and another one that says be slow about it, and since this is propaganda, the advice not only works immediately, but it's such a good advice that now Ben is sharing that with his father. Next up is a boring talk that tells you that it takes time to climb up the Jehovah's Witness ranks, so what you should always be doing is working extra hard all the time to hope you qualify sooner.
What can help us to not give up in our efforts to reach our goals? First, accept the fact that reaching goals takes time. Second, remember, nothing is gained by doing nothing. But if we keep working at it, we can reap the benefits that come from pursuing the goal and the joy that comes from actually reaching it.
Again, this is a very boring talk made to remind Jehovah's Witnesses that what matters is that they should get on that hamster wheel and never stop, regardless on whether they're successful or not. And obviously, we have the conclusion of the drama between Ben and Shad Bethelite to say the same thing.
I'm moving. That's great. Thank you. You know, SK might happen someday, but I'm really excited to be serving where the need is great now.
It's amazing how you can knock on one door for so long and Jehovah opens another.
We have one last announcement. We're happy to announce that Brother Ben Leal has been appointed as a ministerial servant.
See you tonight, Mom.
Dad.
Enjoy Kingdom Ministry School. What is important is not our time, but Jehovah's time. What I want may not be what Jehovah knows I need. The assembly had a lot of great parts today.
Thank you for your part.
I didn't have a part.
I'm not talking about up there. I mean your example. Your concern for others, how you contribute in any way you can, and how you always make time for Jehovah, for me, and for Mom. Yeah, you had a part. Today, when they talked about helping others, the whole time, you know the one person I was thinking about? It's you. You helped me grow spiritually. You never stopped helping me.
If we're in too big a rush to get somewhere, we can miss what Jehovah is giving us right now. There's beauty in the journey along the way. And while we're waiting to reach our goals, let's be grateful for the opportunity, the time, to grow spiritually. Hello?
Hi, Xavier. After the circuit overseer's visit this week, the elder body has some good news for you. Good to see you when I meet with you before the meeting.
That's right. Instead of keeping the message as do your best indoctrinating children because that's enough, they decided to make it into do your best indoctrinating your children because then you'll rise up the ranks eventually. And after the usual please volunteer to work for free at our called compound video, we get to one of the most condescending governing body members, David's Plain, who's going to twist the scriptures to make King David seem like it's not like he was against killing Saul when he was running away because he respected his God-given position. David was waiting on Jehovah to make things right. Just like you may have to wait in Jehovah for those pesky CSA cases in your congregation to get magically fixed.
Some scholars believe that David was 15 years old when he was anointed as king. If so, then he had to wait 22 years before he became king over all Israel. During several of those years, King Saul chased after David, seeking to kill him. As a result, David had to live as a fugitive, at times in caves in the wilderness, and at other times in a foreign country among the enemies of Israel. David learned patience, the need to wait on Jehovah. Let's consider 3 events that occurred during that period in his life. The first happened in the wilderness of En-Gedi, a place of rough mountains, honeycombed with roomy caves. King Saul, consumed with envy and hatred, chased after David, intent on killing him. David and his men hid from him in an immense cave. They couldn't have been comfortable. They had no luxuries. They had to gather food, firewood, and water, and they had to evade those who wanted them dead.
Notice just how much Splain has to add onto a story that's basically a made-up story about the importance of not killing kings because they're protected by their religion, which they just so happen to lead to.
Imagine the astonishment of David and his men when Saul himself, alone and unprotected, strolled into the very cave where they were hiding. Saul's vision was adjusted to the light outside, so when he peered into the gloom of the cave, he didn't see that there were men inside. The men's eyes, however, were already accustomed to the dark, so they could see Saul clearly against the light of the entrance. Now, Saul was vulnerable, completely in David's power. Should David do away with him? His men whispered for him to do just that. Surely Jehovah was giving Saul into his hand. After all, It was God's will that David replace Saul as king. And didn't David have good reason to kill him? Saul was out of control. He had killed priests at Nob and wiped out the city, men, women, children, animals. All because the high priest, Ahimelech, had given David bread for his men to eat. If David killed Saul, what would be the result? Deliverance? An end to his running as a fugitive? No more hiding in caves. Immediate kingship. Surely all this passed through David's mind. What would he do? What would you have done?
But obviously, since the theme of the convention is all about patience, and since Jehovah's Witnesses love to tell each other to wait on Jehovah to magically right wrongs, Splain pretends this was all about trust in God rather than respect towards his anointed ones.
It is unthinkable from Jehovah's standpoint that I should do such a thing to my Lord, the anointed of Jehovah, by lifting my hand against him, for he is the anointed of Jehovah.
So David restrained his men with these words, and he did not allow them to attack Saul. As for Saul, he rose up from the cave and went on his way.
David didn't kill Saul because he recognized that God had placed him as king. That's the point of the story. But Splain is trying to make it seem as if David didn't kill Saul because he knew that God would kill Saul for him later. And that's not the only story he's twisting.
Sheep shearing was a time of joy and festivities, and Nabal had reason to rejoice. He had many sheep, and they had been protected from bands of robbers by David's men. Customarily, it would be expected for Nabal to show appreciation and generosity. But when David's men politely requested food, not only did he refuse, he screamed insults.
This story kind of jumps out when you're no longer a believer. We're supposed to believe that David's men were so ultra nice to this guy, but he wasn't an Israelite, so he was super rude for no reason. And just so we know that David was being reasonable, he immediately decides to eliminate him and all the males. Now it goes unsaid here, but men were the owners of everything, and women were seen as their property. What David was planning was to kill every property owner and steal their properties once they were dead, which most likely included the women. Abigail, Nabal's wife, was most likely acting out of self-preservation, since she didn't want to be left at the mercy of an army that had just killed everyone around her. But Splain twists this story into the Jehovah's Witness narrative that Abigail was probably hated by her husband too, and what she was trying to do was keep David from making a mistake instead of protecting herself.
When David learned what Nabal had said, he was furious. Immediately, and without consulting Jehovah, David told his men to strap on their swords. Then they set out to wipe out every male in Nabal's household. This was wrong. Nabal was a despicable man, but while David deserved compensation for the protection he'd given to Nabal, he had no legal right to Nabal's property. And there was absolutely no reason to murder an Israelite brother and his entire household. Meanwhile, one of Nabal's servants discerned the imminent disaster and had the courage to report what had happened to Abigail, Nabal's wife. He didn't warn Nabal, who wouldn't have listened, but he found a hearing ear with Abigail, who was a woman of discernment, who loved Jehovah. We know little of her background, but life with Nabal must have been difficult. He was harsh, unthankful, and arrogant. Perhaps she was trapped in an arranged marriage. Senselessness is with him, Abigail later said to David. This spiritual woman would not likely have said that unless her husband had caused her to lose the last vestige of love and respect for him. Abigail listened to the servant and realized that something had to be done immediately. But what? Should she speak with Nabal? No, she couldn't reason with him. Should she run away? If David was anything like Nabal, that might have been the smart thing to do. But Abigail knew that David was a reasonable man who loved Jehovah. Quickly, she gathered food and set out to meet him.
Splain tries to pretend that Abigail had options after crafting a narrative that's simply not in the Bible, and then twists it again into David deciding to wait in Jehovah.
Abigail's words to David were those of a wise and spiritual woman. Her approach was humble and deeply respectful, but her message was clear. She said that Jehovah had sent her to David to prevent him from incurring blood guilt, from shedding blood without cause, from taking revenge, and from doing something that would cause David regret and remorse, casting a shadow on the rest of his life. Abigail reminded David of these important truths. Jehovah would correct the wrong, and David should not avenge himself. Her appeal mirrored David's reason for not going against Saul at En-Gedi. Perhaps she'd learned about how David had spared Saul's life in the cave. Abigail's message? Be patient. Let Jehovah sort things out in his own time and way.
It is insane to realize just how much Jehovah's Witnesses add onto this simple story, making Nabal a wife-beater and Abigail a wise person who begged David to wait on Jehovah rather than a woman afraid of her life that was trying to give David what he had asked for when she realized he was willing to kill for it. And Splain has one last Bible story to twist.
In the cave, Saul had come to David. This time, David came to Saul. With him was his nephew, Abishai, a courageous warrior. They moved stealthily by moonlight through the ranks of Saul's sleeping men to the place where Saul was sleeping. Now, for a second time, Saul was in David's power. Abishai offered to pin Saul to the ground. To him, it seemed logical to do away with the one who had so relentlessly been seeking to kill them.
This story is basically the first story repeated. David has a chance to kill Saul, but he's too afraid of killing God's anointed one, and Splain wants to convince you that David was actually waiting on Jehovah to kill Saul instead.
David didn't fool himself into thinking it would be acceptable for Abishai to act against Saul. He recognized that Jehovah would deal with Saul. Once again, he waited on Jehovah to correct the situation. David considered how Jehovah might act in his behalf in the future, whispering to Abishai that Saul might die in battle. Over a year later, that's what happened.
And after Splain is done twisting the Bible, we're left with the final talk of the Friday morning program, where we learn all about how patient God is by not nipping the sovereignty issue in the bud when it came out, and instead patiently waited for thousands of years as millions of people died in agony just to prove a point. So patient.
Just how patient is Jehovah? Well, God's patience is seen in his response to problems. For example, early in man's history, Satan boldly accused God of being a liar. The devil also challenged God's right to rule and also his way of ruling. God's response? Well, rather than becoming provoked, Jehovah exercised some 6,000 years of extraordinary patience so that the moral issues that were raised by Satan the devil could be resolved once and for all.
This is a very long and boring talk that basically says that you should be thankful for Jehovah to not have brought Armageddon yet, because then you wouldn't be alive. He pretends that you having an issue with Jehovah not bringing Armageddon is a you problem, not a problem raised because Jehovah's Witnesses have been preaching that Armageddon would definitely be here by now.
What might cause us to view God's patience as inconvenient, even detrimental? Well, when we or those who we know are experiencing intense suffering, we may wish for Jehovah God to flip a switch, to press a button, as it were, and bring the new world, and bring it now, Lord. In fact, that is why we're talking about this matter. When we find ourselves thinking that way, it may be that we have allowed an important fact to escape our notice. Well, what fact is that? Well, the Apostle Peter explains in the preceding verse. Do you note there at 2 Peter chapter 3 and verse number 8? Note what he tells us. However, do not let this escape your notice, beloved ones, that one day is with Jehovah as 1,000 years, and 1,000 years as one day. Did you note that? This verse shows that Jehovah views 1,000 years as if it were a single day. Well, according to that way of figuring time, an 80-year-old person has only lived about 2 hours from Jehovah's standpoint. If you're 40, you've lived an hour. 20, 30 minutes, and you 10-year-olds, 15 minutes for you. Why is that? Well, the Bible says at Psalm 90 and verse 2 that Jehovah is from everlasting to everlasting. His life extends everlastingly into the past and into the future. Therefore, Jehovah has a truly unique view of time.
And that's how Jehovah's Witnesses stay indoctrinated. They have to believe both that Armageddon is right around the corner and that it may take forever to get here. It's an issue I don't see often discussed, but this dual and contradictory belief is how Jehovah's Witnesses can conciliate them living in the last days with Armageddon not coming. And this is the rhetoric that has been pushing Armageddon lately. However, I believe this is unsustainable, and as long as they keep pushing this rhetoric instead of announcing Armageddon is coming, they'll keep bleeding members. And like always, they have a video with stock footage to tell you the same thing.
To us, some features of creation appear motionless. But over time, they change. Astronomers believe that the first stars formed billions of years ago. It is difficult for us to conceive of such an enormous length of time. But Jehovah, who created the stars, is from everlasting to everlasting. He is not restrained or pressured by time, but neither is he slow to act. He always acts at exactly the right time. Appreciating Jehovah's view of time helps us to be patient while we await his new world.
Just announce Armageddon is coming already, Watchtower. Stop being so boring. But instead, we get the experience of a woman who found a way to suppress her very valid doubts by doing the equivalent of covering her ears, saying, "La la la, I can't hear you."
I enjoyed learning about Jehovah and the paradise, so at an early age I came to love Jehovah. Yet later on, doubts just started nagging away at me. I was deeply troubled by all the horrible pain and suffering I saw on the news. Even though I knew and understood the sovereignty issue, I kept asking myself, why is it taking so long? I even started feeling a distance growing between me and Jehovah. I did a lot of praying and studying during that time. Mark and I also had many deep and meaningful conversations. Then I saw a picture in the publications of a father carrying his little son on his shoulders. That really resonated with me. I wanted that same kind of trust that a child has in his father. To feel that I could trust Jehovah without asking questions. It became a real struggle between what I mentally understood and what I was feeling emotionally in my heart. I remember earnestly praying to Jehovah so that I could feel things as Jehovah feels them. At a certain point, an elder came to visit us. He specifically asked me, "Edith, how are you doing?" His interest and concern just made me open up and tell him what I was struggling with. I remember he quoted a scripture. It was at 2 Corinthians 10, verse 5, where it says we must bring wrong thoughts into captivity.
And that's the way you're taught to handle doubts as a Jehovah's Witness. Identify the doubt and repress it as you wait on Jehovah, instead of actually checking if your doubts hold up to scrutiny, because that's the most important thing in a high control group: compliance. And after a plea for you to please keep looking for converts offering a Bible study that will never go anywhere, the Friday morning convention program comes to a close. The Friday afternoon session starts with a song about going to the convention for some reason, then jumps to the Jehovah's Witness pretending to be persecuted, which somehow turns into how people with disabilities spend their time indoctrinating themselves and others. And finally, we end with a self-congratulatory video made by Bethelites about being a Bethelite. And after that perfect collection of what it's like being a Jehovah's Witness, we can finally start the convention with a boring speech about how you can't really read it in the Bible, but if you play pretend, Jesus was pretty patient.
Jesus himself was moved to become patient. But after the rebellion in Eden, Jesus would learn to show patience in new ways. How so? Well, can you imagine how Jesus must have felt as he heard the devil slander his Father in the Garden of Eden? Or when he saw the earth filled with violence in the days of Noah? Or when he watched what Satan did to the righteous man Job and his innocent children? Now keep in mind, Jesus was not a powerless creature. The Bible speaks of him as Michael, the archangel, one of the foremost princes. And not only that, but at some point, Jesus knew that he had received the assignment to come to the earth to break up the works of the devil. So imagine, Jesus has the desire, the power, and the assignment to break up the works of the devil. But it wasn't Jehovah's time. So what would Jesus do? In imitation of his Father, Jesus decided to wait.
None of what this guy said is in the Bible. This train of thought that leads to Jesus deciding to wait is nowhere in the biblical narrative, and neither is Michael the Archangel being Jesus. The Jehovah's Witnesses are among the very few people who believe that Michael was Jesus because their theology comes from the other only people who believe the same, the Seventh-day Adventist. Pastor Russell followed the Seventh-day Adventist theology, and some of their beliefs can still be seen in their interpretation of prophecy. Russell started the religion saying that Michael and Jesus were the same person, and this has worked out wonderfully for Jehovah's Witnesses, who believe there are basically only two kinds of divine creatures, God and the angels. Although the Bible describes Jesus either as God or at least a God, Jehovah's Witnesses diminish that divinity by saying he was only an archangel, an angel with extra responsibilities, which both diminishes the divinity of Jesus and lets them pretend that Jesus is in the Old Testament. And it's also why most Christian religions don't consider the Jehovah's Witnesses an actual Christian religion, because they consider him an angel instead of a divine creature. Unfortunately, just like the rest of their doctrine, this too falls apart as soon as you start researching or even reading the Bible with an open mind.
What's interesting, however, is he did not decide to stop working. In fact, whenever we see Michael in the Scriptures, we find him actively supporting Jehovah's sovereignty. The lesson? Waiting does not mean doing nothing. Instead, showing patience means doing everything we can to support Jehovah's sovereignty while waiting on Jehovah's time.
Again, this is nowhere in the biblical narrative. This notion that Jesus or Michael were patiently waiting for Jehovah to make things right is absolutely absent from the Bible, but it works very well to remind Jehovah's Witnesses to get on that hamster wheel. After all, what's most important for a Jehovah's Witness is to be busy in religious work because that keeps them from wondering why the end hasn't come yet. And now the speaker is going to twist the Bible yet again to try and make it seem like that time that the devil tempted Jesus 3 times was also about patience.
How did Jesus respond? In each of these 3 cases, Jesus responded with patience. Why? Because Jesus trusts his Father. Jesus didn't turn stones into loaves of bread because he knew his Father can sustain life with just a word. And Jesus trusted his Father wasn't going to let him starve in the wilderness. Jesus didn't hurl himself down from the temple because he knew his Father had already prophesied through the prophet Isaiah that the Messiah would draw to himself people through humble teachings, not miraculous or spectacular events. And Jesus trusted that his Father's way was best. And Jesus refused to worship Satan because he knew that his Father is the rightful sovereign of the universe, and Jesus trusts his Father's sovereignty is best.
Did you catch that part where he says the reason why Jesus didn't hurl himself into the abyss wasn't about Jesus not wanting to test the prophecies, but about Jesus being patient and not wanting to put up a show to get followers? And now we have a dramatization to remind us how we should repair our kingdom halls for free, but only according to the schedule of the governing body.
Thomas, my brother.
Winston, you alright?
Fine. What's going on here?
Just a minute, Winston. It is dusty up there, Winston. And this unit is ancient. But I think I've got it sorted.
Oh.
Yeah, I've measured up so I can price the parts. Should have it working properly in no time.
I see. What was it again? Did the LDC say they were going to provide us with some more direction?
Yeah, they said they would address these needs in the best way possible, but that may take some time. We can solve this now.
You know, we just did this. You look away for a minute, and they spring up again.
Gardening, you know, is hard work. It takes time and patience.
Seems like I have little of either lately.
Let me ask you something. When you picture Jesus, what do you see?
A mighty king in heaven.
Yes. On the white horse with his bow in hand. Jesus has a power and the desire to do so much. But he waits until his Father gives the word. He had to wait a long time to become king of God's kingdom. And he still waits to rescue us.
Yeah, you're right.
Jehovah's way is always the best way. It's okay to wait if you're waiting on him. But in the meantime, we always have weeds to pull. The temperature felt good today.
Yes, Winston. This was definitely better than my quick fix.
True, Thomas. The project was a success. But we needed to be patient.
I guess it was worth the wait.
You know, Winston, ever since I've known you, you've always been so patient.
So come on then, what's your secret?
A lot of practice.
Really? I imagined you were always this way.
I can assure you, that is not the case.
Tell me more.
Well, here's the thing about
Let's just recap what we just saw. We saw a guy wanting to fix the AC for free at his Kingdom Hall, and an older guy using soft pressure to wait until the organization intervenes, whenever that may be, because that's Jehovah's way. Because remember, this organization isn't about obeying Jehovah. It's about obeying the governing body, even if that means suffering injustice.
How do we endure injustice? By imitating the patience of Jesus. We don't lie. No deception. We don't insult. We don't threaten. Instead, we trust. We trust that our Heavenly Father, the God of justice, will judge matters righteously in His due time. We're patient.
And this is the narrative that gets used to keep Jehovah's Witnesses from exposing the many, many injustices inside the religion, especially when it comes to CSA cases. Elders are told to not report child abuse to the authorities if they can help it, and to not do anything unless there are any witnesses to the abuse. The only thing they're told to do, and tell parents to do too, is to wait on Jehovah, which basically means do nothing and expect the problem to magically resolve itself. After all, even if there's no justice made in this system of things, the abuser will probably not survive Armageddon, and Armageddon is so close, so all you need to survive is to stay quiet and wait for God to do something. Next up, we have a symposium that starts with a speaker twisting the Bible to make it sound like Abraham and Sarah were patient Jehovah's Witnesses.
But what did Jehovah ask Abraham and Sarah to do? He told them to pack everything up, to leave their home, leave their relatives, and go to a new assignment, and he didn't even tell them where. Now think about it. Jehovah told this to Abraham in a special way. Sarah had to learn it from Abraham. Have you ever wondered how that conversation went? I imagine it went something like this. Abraham comes home excited and he says, Jehovah appeared to me today and gave us a new assignment. We're going to pack up and leave Ur and go to the land. And then Sarah says, well, that's exciting. What land? And he says, well, I don't know yet, but Jehovah's going to show it to us.
Harold Worley just made a video about how Jehovah's Witnesses get indoctrinated in conventions where he touches on what this guy is doing, calling any mission or quest that God gave to a human assignment. Just like Jehovah's Witnesses get an assignment from the religion to work for free preaching, supervising, or cleaning toilets. It's all an assignment from Jehovah, just like Abraham got an assignment too. This, of course, is only cult talk made to make Jehovah's Witnesses feel like they are the direct continuation of what they're reading in the Bible, making them believe that everyone, from Moses to Paul, were pretty much Jehovah's Witnesses who didn't behave the same as modern witnesses. And just like Abraham abandoned everything after God gave him an assignment, Jehovah's Witnesses are taught to leave everything and work for free full-time for the religion.
So Christine, one day back in 2007, you and Kurt were both working full-time. You owned a home, you owned a business, you had cars and financial security. And what did Kurt come home one day and say?
That he wanted to get rid of everything and pioneer.
And what did you say?
Honestly, I laughed, and I asked him if he was serious, but he was very serious.
I'm sure that was a shock. So Kurt, what was going on? What did you do after this response?
Well, once that initial shock wore off, we talked about it, we prayed about it, and we decided to act quickly. Because we knew that if we waited for the perfect circumstances, things would likely never change. So we immediately started simplifying and auxiliary pioneering, and shortly after that, we began regular pioneering. Now our family was focused on spiritual goals.
So what blessings have you experienced as a result of making these changes?
Well, pioneering together has been more enjoyable than we could have ever imagined, and that led to additional blessings. For example, in all of our travels, we've met amazing people throughout the whole branch territory, and they have become part of our spiritual family.
Yeah, and another cherished blessing was that in 2015 we were able to attend SKE, and the school really helped us with our trust and our reliance on Jehovah so that we would be able to have patience for the challenges that would be in our assignments ahead.
That's right, this couple left everything to live a frugal lifestyle dedicated to go and preach. And the best two things they can come up with to say it was all worth it aren't the results of their preaching work, but the fact that they've met people and that they got the chance to go to a Jehovah's Witness school to get more indoctrination. Doesn't it sound worth it?
What's the lesson for us? Jehovah richly rewards his faithful servants so that those who endure patiently under trial will be happy. And that means us too. Trials may seem like they last forever, but trials do come to an end. And very soon, all trials will be coming to an end forever. If we imitate Job and refuse to give up when we're under trial, we too will inherit Jehovah's promises through our patience.
We skipped a very boring speech about Joseph to land on the conclusion for this guy's speech about Job, and he's conditioning Jehovah's Witnesses the same way we just discussed. It's all about waiting on Jehovah, because Armageddon is coming soon. So if your issues don't get resolved during this system of things, they will definitely get resolved after the apocalypse.
In May of 1921, Tulsa, Oklahoma became the site of one of the worst race massacres in United States history.
Hundreds of armed men invaded Greenwood. They beat and killed many black citizens. It was a massacre.
Arthur Klaus was another faithful brother there in Tulsa. When he heard about the violence, he became very concerned about his good friend, Richard Hill, who was living in Greenwood.
So Brother Klaus went to Brother Hill's home to check on him. But Brother Klaus found an armed neighbor protecting his home. He thought that Brother Klaus was another stranger coming there. Brother Klaus immediately identified himself.
He explained that he was a friend of Richard Hill's, and he was looking for him to try to help him. And that's when he was told that many of the black people in that area had been taken to the convention hall.
So Brother Klaus headed back into downtown Tulsa.
The National Guard had been called in and had placed General Barrett in charge, and he decided that no black person could leave the convention hall without a signed order. So Brother Klaus patiently waited to see the general and explained that he just wanted to help his friend. After Brother Klaus agreed to be responsible for the family, the general signed the order.
But then Brother Klaus had to walk through a mob of armed white men to get into the convention hall.
It happened to be the same location that just 2 nights before, Judge Rutherford had delivered the talk, "Millions now living will never die."
But Brother Klaus courageously walked up to the guard, handed him the signed order, and was let in. Now, the auditorium was filled with black people who must have been very puzzled to see a white man. But Brother Klaus calmly walked through the crowd, met Brother Hill and his family, and took them back to their home.
In the auditorium, Brother Klaus overheard people say, "Now look at that. They're the only religious group to go to the general and get a release for their people. You know, we're in the wrong religion, I'm thinking." Brother Klaus showed patience and discernment, and he was able to help a brother in danger.
And in his weekly newspaper column, Brother Hill continued to echo the message of Brother Rutherford's talk that God's kingdom is the solution to all of the world's problems, including mob violence.
This is a ridiculous attempt at rewriting history by not showing you what the doctrine was back then, but instead showing you the example of one individual acting like a friend to his friend. There's nothing extraordinary once you realize what was actually being preached by Jehovah's Witnesses. Just a year before these events, the Golden Age from 1920, the edition of January 7th, page 241, said, even in the case of the human family, if the father or mother are of different races, the children are sometimes unfit for brain work. Clearly and disgustingly suggesting against couples just having children if they were of mixed races. And just a few years later, they will go on to publish the Golden Age of July 24th, 1929, which in the page 702 says, question, is there anything in the Bible that reveals the origin of the Negro? Answer, it is generally believed that the curse which Noah pronounced upon Canaan was the origin of black race. Certain is that when Noah said, "Cursed be Canaan, a servant of servants shall he be unto his brethren," he pictured the future of the colored race. They have been and are a race of servants. There is no servant in the world as good as a good colored servant. And the joy that he gets from rendering faithful service is one of the purest joys there is in the world. This religion has always had outdated practices, and racism was definitely one of them. The fact that some guy was friends with a black man and got him out of a bad situation doesn't change the horrible and clearly undivine theology that Jehovah apparently was okay with up until less than 100 years ago.
What do we know about Zechariah and Elizabeth? Luke 1, 6 and 7 describes them in glowing terms. That's Luke chapter 1, verses 6 and 7. They were both righteous before God, walking blamelessly in accord with all the commandments and legal requirements of Jehovah. But they had no child, because Elizabeth was barren, and they both were well along in years. How must Elizabeth have felt, especially living in a society where having many children was very important?
This is one of the favorite things for Jehovah's Witnesses to do, pretending that anything negative about being an Israelite wasn't because of Jehovah, but because of the culture. You see, it's only because the culture back then was to have children that people felt bad when they couldn't have children. But the culture was obviously led by the Mosaic law, which was given to them by God. Either God made the culture into that, which shows how bad he is at making cultures, or his doctrine wasn't strong enough to go beyond what the culture said, meaning the culture should also be equally important in our days, regardless of what the Bible says. There's no way around it. The Bible clearly has some outdated ideas, and it's the Bible's fault, not the culture back then.
Renee and Irma, you raised two sons who are strong and zealous in the truth. So let me ask you, why and how did you encourage your children to pursue spiritual goals?
As Psalms 127, verse 3, it mentions how sons are blessings to Jehovah. We remember young Samuel and Timothy. We wanted our boys to experience the same blessings as they did. From the very beginning, we encouraged them to pick up full-time service. We helped them to appreciate they did. We would help them financially. We also knew that good association was vital. And so we invited family members of Bethel to our home every weekend. And we also took and were able to take them to Bethel. And they also came to appreciate meeting members of the governing body. And we never missed a meeting.
I personally wanted my sons to understand that serving Jehovah is the best way, and that putting any other pursuit ahead of Jehovah's service was in vain. So I started pioneering as soon as they went to school.
Congratulations. Well, how did training them require patience on your part?
We needed patience with them. Each boy was different, and they all had their own way of thinking. They thought they knew what they were doing, but they didn't. So family worship was a perfect time to explain to them that the world's thoughts were not Jehovah's thoughts. And they had to be careful because the world would take and chew them up like a bubble gum, take the sweetness out of them, make them hard and tasteless, and then just spit them out.
This is how parents are encouraged to indoctrinate their children, both by action and by example. They're taught that the world will only chew them up and spit them out to make them afraid of the world, and to make it so every bad thing that happens in the world reinforces that belief. In reality, it's the religion, the one that will chew you up and spit you out. I was a believing Jehovah's Witness for close to 30 years, and I have nothing to show for it. Go ask any other ex-Jehovah's Witness. They'll likely tell you the same thing.
When my father attended his first meeting as a Bible student, Brother Mankoka was conducting the Watchtower study. Suddenly, the meeting place was raided, and Brother Mankoka became concerned because a good number of those in attendance were Bible students, including my father. Brother Mankoka asked that they release the students, but that did not happen. They beat them up. They beat them up brutally, all the men that were there. In fact, my dad said he thought that he was going to die on that day because the beating was so brutal and he lost a lot of blood. In the face of this situation, Brother Mankoka was concerned. He said a sincere prayer for Jehovah to protect his sheep. And that was what happened. Jehovah protected them. My dad could see that Brother Mankoka was more concerned with them than he was with himself. Brother Mankoka also had the opportunity to help others to get to know the truth. And one of them is my uncle, Philip Cunha. He was in that jail as a political prisoner, and he learned the truth there. And as a result, 4 generations of our family today are Jehovah's Witnesses.
This clip clearly shows why persecuting religions doesn't work and, in fact, only reinforces the religion. persecuting fanatic religions like this one only validates their doctrine, because they're taught they'll be persecuted and they'll never be persecuted like in the end. So the more they get persecuted, the tighter they hold on to their beliefs. And we can see the result right here. 4 generations and counting of people who all thought they were the ones who were going to see the end.
To ask the animals and ask the earth means to consider what creation can teach us about Jehovah. And so in this symposium, we're going to consider what it can teach us about Jehovah's wonderful sense of timing.
This is the start of another symposium where they take random verses of the Bible talking about animals and do David Attenborough style videos thanking Jehovah for making animals just the way they are today. None of that evolution, it's all static. And here is where the convention gets quite culty, because this symposium is all about how animals teach you to stay isolated and indoctrinated inside the cult, even when you know something is wrong.
We can watch a tiny seed transform into a beautiful plant. But what part do timing and surrounding conditions play in plant growth? During the cold season, seeds and bulbs remain dormant. Later, as temperatures rise and days lengthen, they bloom. Some desert plants practically shut down during long dry periods. When it finally rains, it's their time to grow and flower. Sunflower plants need lots of light. Throughout the day, they turn to follow the sun. After their flowers open, they stop moving and face east all day.
All of this is fine and dandy, teaching you some first grade level biology along the way, but when I watch a documentary, it's not just to hear some random basic facts about botany, it's to see the scientific process in action. Seeing what the intrepid teams of scientists and filmmakers have discovered and discovering it along with them. They try to emulate that by using the same clip twice and by using stock footage that has no relation to each other, interlaced with what your little cousin is learning about animals at school, and then tie it all together with some cult indoctrination at the end.
Jehovah made plants to respond to their environment at the right time. We respond to evidence that these are the last days. And we focus on the source of spiritual light. Jesus said, "Likewise also you, when you see all these things, know that he is near at the doors."
Yes, Jehovah's Witnesses are taught that, just like the plants followed the light of the sun, they should also follow what the governing says, in an analogy that not only makes no sense, but it has no biblical backing. It's all based on a prophecy that Jesus gave to other people. The Jehovah's Witnesses see obeying the governing body as an implicit part of their worship, and something normal that everyone should always encourage others to do. So to them, it will come as no surprise to hear that they need to observe the direction of the governing body like a sunflower follows the sun through the sky. They don't need to prove it. They just need to accept it and move on. And of course, they have the perfect apocalyptical take to go along with it.
Some among God's people are getting sidetracked. This can be seen in the decisions they make about secular work, higher education, the acquisition of material possessions, as well as the amount of time spent in sports and entertainment. Well, these comments in the Watchtower are a timely warning, aren't they? And we all do well to examine ourselves. But it is heartwarming to see that the vast majority of Jehovah's people are focused, and they are using the limited amount of time remaining in this system of things to work hard and to help others come to know Jehovah and gain life.
Every single Christian has ever thought that they lived in the time of the end. And you can easily make a point that all the things prophesied as signs of the end, war, famines, and diseases, have all been prevalent in other times far more than in modern times. Although we definitely still have wars, especially in the Middle East, we live in an otherwise more peaceful world with less diseases and less famines than ever before. Those things still happen, of course, but never at this low rate. So today is when you can least claim that the prophecies are getting fulfilled. Jehovah's Witnesses only claim this because it's a recycled belief from all the way back to the First World War, when these prophecies sounded like they were making sense. Jehovah's Witnesses just never stopped preaching that everything was a sign of the end, even long after every single reason they could possibly list was gone. Instead, you should focus all of your energy on working for free for the religion. This not only encourages Jehovah's Witnesses to exclusively devote themselves into the futile work of trying to convert people, but invites them to examine the conduct of others, because they wouldn't want to be seen associated with spiritually weak people who aren't putting the religion as their priority. Armageddon, soft pressure, and unquestionable obedience towards the governing body? We have already hit cult bingo with the first speech, and we're just getting started. See why I told you this was extremely culty?
Sea creatures. Do they benefit by acting at the right time? These are young salmon. They start life in freshwater. Most species migrate downriver to the ocean to feed and grow. They time the trip around the currents and available food. Later, as adults, they're ready to head back and start the next generation. They wait until river conditions are suitable to migrate upriver. Then, they go. Dolphins, too, perform different activities at different times. There's time to play, to see what's for dinner, and to make friends. But there are times when a dolphin knows to act with urgency. When threatened, the dolphin pod closes ranks to protect everyone, especially the young.
Yet another Attenborough-style video with stock footage mixed with very basic facts about biology. And I bet they'll tie it all together into a cult little bow.
We stay close to one another for safety in a spiritually dangerous world. And no matter how busy we are, we make time to be taught by Jehovah. Look, now is the especially acceptable time. Look, now is the day of salvation.
Yup, just like animals protect each other, Jehovah's Witnesses protect each other by not hanging out with anyone who's not a Jehovah's Witness. Because someone wrote to the Corinthians 2,000 years ago that the time of salvation was back then.
Just like the dolphin in the video who adjusts quickly to their environment, we too learn to adjust quickly to our preaching methods and disciple-making work with changing circumstances in changing world situations. We have seen and experienced this during the pandemic. The question is, why are we so successful in adapting? Because of your faith, our faith. By faith, we fully cooperate with any changes as we serve loyally to the head of the Christian congregation, Jesus Christ, and the appointed faithful and discreet slave of Jehovah.
But Jehovah's Witnesses haven't seen that at all. The preaching method is a very antiquated method of door-to-door canvassing that's basically a vestigial practice from when they used to sell magazine subscriptions and books. Nowadays, with the hours needed to convert one person going up, it has never taken this long to find and convert one single person. Shifting to writing letters did absolutely squat to improve their conversion numbers either. In an era of online cults like QAnon, the Jehovah's Witnesses have proven their failures are attracting new people, and not for the lack of crazy people out there willing to believe, wait, did the speaker just say to serve the governing body?
As we serve loyally to the head of the Christian congregation, Jesus Christ, and the appointed faithful and discreet slave of Jehovah.
Well, I'll be damned. This is the very first time to my recollection that they have directly told you to follow the governing body. The faithful and discreet slave serves others, giving food at the proper time. He does not get served. This cult is being more and more overt in their shift towards a cult of personality, putting the governing body right at the center next to Jesus himself.
The faithful and discreet slave is the primary channel of Jehovah for dispensing increased light or understanding of Jehovah's time and seasons today. We understand that we need to keep pace with God's organization and keep up with new understanding of Bible truths, neither running ahead or falling behind from the one whom Jehovah entrusted that light, the faithful slave.
The notion that you can run ahead of Jehovah's spiritual carriage is ridiculous. Imagine Jehovah's car being so slow that puny humans can run ahead of it. This narrative of keeping up the pace is nowhere in the Bible, but it's needed for the progressive revelation belief. Jehovah's Witnesses take a random verse from the book of Proverbs, which obviously contains a proverb and not a prophecy. They read an out-of-context verse from chapter 4, a chapter where a father is giving his son advice. Verse 14 tells you to avoid the path of the people who do wrong, and verse 15 keeps telling you to avoid that road. Verses 16 and 17 tells you how evil people are, and verse 18 and 19 compares the path of the righteous, which is bright as day, with the path of wickedness, which is dark and easy to stumble. Jehovah's Witnesses read verse 18 exclusively and tell you that the verse is saying that the faithful and discreet slave will have progressive revelations, which is obviously not what the verse says.
Let's read together Proverbs chapter 4, verse 18. Proverbs chapter 4, verse 18. Here it says, "But the path of the righteous is like the bright morning light that grows brighter and brighter until full daylight." Proverbs 4:18 makes it clear that accurate knowledge increases with time. Jehovah reveals the truth gradually, and we must be willing to wait patiently, so that for the light of truth to get brighter and for us to fully understand Jehovah's thinking. When the faithful slave or the governing body realizes that our understanding of certain points of truths needs to be clarified, they do not hesitate to make the needed adjustment. While many denominations of Christendom today make changes to please their church's members and get closer to the world's points of view, the changes made by Jehovah's organization are designed to draw us closer to God and to the pattern of worship established by Jesus Christ. The adjustments we make are driven not by popular demands, not by modern trends, but by the clearer understanding of the Scriptures.
But it's not determined by our clearer understanding of Scriptures. It's determined by whatever 8 guys in New York, or however the number is nowadays, decide the Scriptures should mean. When I was a kid, I thought the governing body was filled with pious men who looked through the Bible constantly, researching and studying so we didn't have to. When you read Crisis of Conscience, you realize that's not the case. They barely consult the Scriptures, and their meetings are mostly about organizational stuff rather than about biblical topics. Of course, they benefit from people thinking they're doing extra Bible study, but their reality is vastly different and would shatter the illusion of truth to most believing Jehovah's Witnesses. But instead, the governing body is pushing the narrative that it's the obedience to them and not faith in Jesus or a strong relationship with God what will end up saving their lives in Armageddon.
At the end of this system of things, our survival may depend on taking timely action. May we always act in harmony with a great timekeeper, Jehovah God.
This kind of blind following is completely absent in the Bible, but fits well with the narrative that the governing body has been pushing, saying that right before Armageddon, Jehovah's Witnesses may receive illogical instructions that they will have to follow without question, giving themselves authority that even Jesus didn't claim for himself, as he accepted doubts from his apostles constantly. But Jehovah's Witnesses don't have time to think logically. Instead, they're already busy with their next David Attenborough-style propaganda video.
Jehovah gave birds inherent abilities that enable them to survive in challenging environments. Consider emperor penguins. How do these birds deal with their unique challenges? And what can we learn from their sense of timing? For many birds, the end of the Antarctic summer marks the start of a migration north to milder conditions. But emperor penguins instinctively do the opposite. They head south, moving deeper into the cold to breed. Each female then lays a single egg, which is soon entrusted to the male for safekeeping. These sites are very inhospitable, but the emperors are prepared. Jehovah has given them instinctive wisdom. Before migrating south, these males had feasted and built up their fat reserves. Because for 2 long months, the coldest and darkest of the year, they won't eat and will lose half their body weight while they incubate the eggs. During this time, the females have trekked about 50 miles to the sea and are now ready to return with food, just in time for when the chicks hatch. Preparing ahead for the difficult times helps these penguins to survive along with their young.
That last sentence is telling. Doing what's right prepares penguins to survive along with their youngs. Want to guess how the video ends?
Now is the time for us to learn from the emperor penguin and build up our spiritual reserves before this world's dark days become even darker. Even the stork in the sky knows its seasons.
And because there's a Bible verse about a stork, you need to make sure that you and your children are indoctrinated so you can survive the end of the world. This really is the most manipulative program I have ever seen. And the made-up lessons just keep coming.
Just as the penguins huddled together for protection from the intense winds, we need to huddle together with our brothers and sisters for protection from Satan's system around us. That means we need to be where our brothers and sisters gather, at the meetings, attending in person if at all possible. Then we can strengthen them by means of our comments and our conversations. When Jehovah's Day comes, we don't want to lose any one of our dear brothers or sisters because they got discouraged and gave up along the way. So right now is the time to encourage them.
More isolationist talk encouraging people to strengthen indoctrination in between cult members, meaning you should also avoid speaking negatively about their religion, because you wouldn't want to be the reason why that person fell out of the truth and didn't make it through Armageddon, would you?
Proverbs chapter 6, beginning with verse 6, we read, "Go to the ant, you lazy one. Observe its ways and become wise. Although it has no commander, officer, or ruler, it prepares its food in the summer, and it gathers its food supplies in the harvest." So what can we learn about the ways of an ant?
Well, given that the verse is talking to a lazy person, we can learn that it's better to be industrious when we prepare for the future rather than lazy. It's a pretty clear verse, but I'm sure they'll find a way to twist it.
Well, it prepares its food, it gathers its food supplies, the verse tells us. But did you notice the interesting aspect with reference to timing? When? Verse 8 says, in the harvest, or at the right time. How does the ant know the right time? Because the Creator knows the right time. And the Creator has endowed the ant with instinctive wisdom so that it carries out all of these tasks, and it does so at the right time. What insight that gives us into Jehovah's timing? What's the lesson that we can learn? Be industrious and act at the right time.
Do you see how they add meanings into the Bible? The Bible is clearly telling you to prepare for the future, but Jehovah's Witnesses twist the verse to make it seem like it's about doing things at the right time. And how would you know if it's the right time? Well, by the governing body telling you so, of course.
Bees work hard, and they have a lot to do. How do bees and other insects get their work done on time? Honeybees are adaptable. They organize their foraging to save time and energy, and to visit flowers when they have plenty of nectar and pollen. The bees' timing works out for all involved. Plants get pollinated, and the bees make honey. This is the sound of cicadas in eastern North America. This variety develops underground for 17 years. Right on time, they emerge by the billions. They'll have just a few weeks to shed their skin and finish the most important work of their life, to find a mate and lay their eggs.
And like always, after giving you very basic facts about biology, they're about to let you know how these bugs teach you to work for free for the cult.
Whether with an adaptable routine like the honeybee, or a fixed one like the cicada, insects instinctively accomplish their work on time. We have an important work to do, and a limited time to do it. With a regular schedule, and by adapting it as needed, we can make wise use of our time. Therefore, the way I'm running is not aimlessly. The way I am aiming my blows is so as not to be striking the air.
And because that verse says that, you need to be as industrious as a bee when it comes to work for free for the organization. See how this is both manipulative and nonsensical? And after the speaker recaps what we just saw in the video, point by point, but in a more boring way, we can finally move on to the last speech and the pretend documentary in this manipulative symposium that's all about mammals and how they too can teach you to follow the governing body.
Land mammals can stay active for long periods. From the large to the not so large. But all of them need some time each day to sleep. African elephants get about 2 hours of sleep per day. Horses sleep for close to 3 hours. A wild sloth might doze for up to 14. And a little brown bat can snooze for nearly 19. But how does sleep help them? Sleep allows the body to recuperate from the day's activities. And some scientists believe that sleep allows their brains to reset and remove toxins, as if giving the brain a good scrub. It may also help to move the day's memories into long-term storage. We humans need sleep too. The younger we are, the more we need.
So, what's the hand-fisted lesson about staying indoctrinated? Well, you can pretend sleep and rest is important if by sleep and rest you mean doing spiritual things that don't go towards your monthly hourly quota.
We're not made to work constantly without sufficient rest and balanced recreation. And unlike animals, we need time to refresh our faith and confidence in Jehovah. Our friendship with Him must always be the most important thing in our life. Make sure of the more important things so that you may be flawless up to the day of Christ.
The verse didn't even have to do anything with the rest. Jesus Christ, this is lazy, but thankfully, that's how this ends. Not with a bang, but with a whimper. And now all we have left is a speech from Gage Flegel, member of the governing body and real name, who has a speech about remaining alert during the end of the world.
Well, what about the end of this system of things? How long have you been waiting? How long have you been waiting? Do you want to know when the end is coming? Me too. But that puts us in good company with Jesus' apostles, Peter, James, John, and Andrew. They asked the same question. When will these things be? What will be the sign of your presence and of the conclusion of the system of things?
This is a pretty self-defeating argument. Ever since Jesus was here, they've been asking about when he would come back. And ever since, people have been thinking they're the ones who will see him return and bring the end, and every single one of them have been wrong. But since Gage brought it up, let's see if his doomsday prophecy holds up to scrutiny.
Concerning that day and hour, nobody knows, neither the angels of the heavens nor the Son, but only the Father. Yes, Jehovah has set the day on his calendar. And as much as we would like to, we can't calculate when the end is going to come, the specific day and hour. Now, you can imagine what was going on in Peter's brain at that moment. Wait, the Son does not know the day or the hour? Wait, Jesus, you're the Son. You don't know the day or the hour? Well, we know that Jesus knows the day and the hour at this time. He is the king of God's kingdom. He knows when he's going to execute Jehovah's judgment on this system of things.
Everything he said was pulled out of his butt, not the Bible.
So what's the first parable? Matthew chapter 25. It's found in verses 1 through 13. Now, 10 virgins were awaiting the bridegroom. We could compare it to a wedding party in current terms. 5 were foolish, 5 were discreet or wise, as the footnote says. The foolish virgins didn't take any extra oil to keep their lamps burning throughout the night, so they had to go out and buy more. Well, what happened while they were out trying to obtain more oil? The bridegroom arrived, and they lost out completely. Well, by contrast, the discreet virgins brought along extra oil and were prepared when the bridegroom arrived. Well, what does the parable teach us?
Well, the meaning is pretty obvious. Stay on the watch or you may miss out. But since that's the obvious meaning, that's clearly not how the Jehovah's Witnesses want you to interpret it. And they have a short little video to make it sound official.
In the parable of the virgins, the bridegroom is Jesus, and the virgins are his anointed followers. Jesus gave this parable to admonish all his anointed followers in the last days to keep on the watch, lest they miss out on their precious reward.
That's right. According to the Jehovah's Witnesses, this parable is only about the 144,000 people who are going to heaven and are allowed to interpret the Bible. And isn't it narcissistic? And Flegel is about to let you know how he knows we live in the time of the end.
If I were to ask you what convinces you that we're close to the end, how would you respond? For instance, maybe you're thinking of 2 Timothy chapter 3, verses 1 through 5, the characteristics that would mark the last days. And that's true. People have no natural affection. They're without self-control. They're fierce, Road rage is angrier than ever. People have a short fuse and explode with very little provocation. Just recently, my wife Nadia and I were stopped at a red light and observed two drivers having a shouting match full of obscenities. We were happy that we weren't in the mix and that neither of them had a gun. But that is becoming commonplace in today's world. What about another evidence that we're living close to the end? We're living in the time period symbolized by the feat of Nebuchadnezzar's dream image, the Anglo-American world power. Other nations may challenge it, but it will not be replaced according to Bible prophecy. That's amazing when we think about it and we look at what's happening on the world scene today. Another evidence, Matthew 24:14. You know those words by heart. The global preaching work is being accomplished. Well, what comes after the good news of the kingdom is preached in all the inhabited earth for a witness to all the nations? And then the end will come. Never before has the preaching work taken such global dimensions, reached into the very corners of the earth.
I know sometimes the fear of Armageddon is hard for some people to let go. So I think it's important for me to let you know that the fact that you see road rage doesn't mean we live in the time of the end. I know, big surprise, right? But also the fact that the United States is a world power doesn't mean we live in the time of the end. And the United States has been arguably losing power since the Cold War. And finally, there have been Christians around the world all the time. But the Jehovah's Witnesses want you to think that it's only about their preaching work, which hasn't reached around the world since they're unheard of in the Middle East and in some parts of Africa.
Well, the master in Jesus' illustration goes away for a time and gives his slaves a fortune with which to do business. To one he gave 5 talents, to another he gave 2 talents, to another he gave just 1. But he was expecting them to work diligently with what they had been entrusted. And why did we say a fortune? Well, the study note indicates that 1 talent would be the equivalent of 20 years' wages for a common laborer. So the slave who received 5 talents essentially received 100 years of wages for a common laborer. A fortune. That illustrates how highly Jesus Christ values the head of the congregation values the preaching activity. Well, what does the master find when he returns? The slave with 5 talents, what did he do? He gained 5 talents more. He doubled the master's belongings. What about the slave with 2 talents who received 2 talents? He also received, he worked and he gained 2 talents more. He doubled the master's belongings. The slave with 1 talent, he buried it in the ground with no results whatsoever. So, what is the lesson of the parable for us?
Well, clearly, the meaning is that Jesus wanted people to use their God-given gifts in the service of God, even if that meant taking risks. But, of course, that's not what the Jehovah's Witnesses believe.
In the parable of the talents, the master is Jesus, and his slaves are his anointed followers. Before Jesus ascended to heaven, he entrusted them with talents, that is, the responsibility to preach and make disciples.
So, according to Jehovah's Witnesses, this parable is also only applicable to anointed people, and it's about preaching. Well, if that's so, then how come every Jehovah's Witnesses preaches seemingly except the governing body? Doesn't that mean that you should only preach if you are an anointed? This really makes absolutely zero sense, and it's just here to make the governing body feel more special. But Gage Flegel will try to explain it away.
So the second parable teaches anointed ones to be diligent in the preaching work. But again, does it apply only to the anointed? No. How do we know that? Well, what does Matthew chapter 28, verses 19 and 20 say? Jesus commanded, "Go and make disciples." Now, Jesus likely gave that commission when he appeared to more than 500 of his disciples, who at that time were not yet Spirit-anointed Christians.
But it still doesn't make sense. Jesus told very specific people to preach about very specific things, like him rising into the heavens. He never made a general invitation for everybody to preach, nor gave a general message to preach. It was more like, you guys go to these towns as my hype man with superpowers to heal the sick ahead of me, so peeps get hype when I arrive. According to their own doctrines, it's still only the anointed ones who should preach.
What is the third parable? Well, when the Son of Man comes in his glory, which is still future, he will separate people just as a shepherd separates sheep from the goats. Sheep on his right hand, goats on his left. Well, what would be the criteria for determining who are like sheep and who are like goats? Essentially, whether or not they support Christ's anointed brothers.
The teaching of the sheep and the goats, which is usually interpreted to be good and help those in need. The Jehovah's Witness interpretation, however, has flip-flopped over the years to mean multiple people, because that's apparently what happens when the light becomes brighter. Let's see what the light shows us today.
In the parable of the sheep and the goats, the shepherd is Jesus, and the sheep are Christians who have the hope of living forever on earth. Those Christians are judged to be sheep because they support the anointed.
That's right. According to the Jehovah's Witnesses, the parable is about whether or not you support the ones in charge of interpreting the Bible. And isn't that convenient? What, did you think the one parable the Jehovah's Witnesses interpret to involve other people besides the anointed wasn't going to be about the anointed? The narcissism of the governing body is extremely overt in this talk, and it's not over yet.
Now, how can we apply the lesson on remaining loyal? In one word, obedience. Obey the faithful slave and those appointed to represent that slave, including elders in the congregation. But why should we obey? Very interestingly, Revelation chapter 14, verse 4 says that the anointed keep following the Lamb, Christ Jesus, no matter where he goes. So if the faithful slave follows the Lamb, then the direction, the guidance that they provide is Bible-based.
That's right. According to Flegel, you should show loyalty to God by obeying men who tell you they follow God and guarantees that's because they can only follow the Bible, when this teaching is absolutely nowhere in the Bible. Nowhere in the Bible does it say that you should follow men rather than God or Jesus. And in fact, you're exhorted to do the opposite in multiple verses of the Bible. This is certainly the most culty talk we have had from a governing body member in a while.
Well, the small group of anointed ones can't possibly complete the preaching work on their own. That's where we need your support. We need your help in this preaching activity. Then there's also the constructing of kingdom halls, assembly halls, places of worship, branch facilities used in Jehovah's service, and also donating to the worldwide work. Here's an experience from Mexico. A little girl we'll call Laura, age 6, lives in Mexico. Sadly, she suffers from epilepsy. And after one particularly difficult hospital visit, her older sister gave her a piggy bank as a gift. During the COVID-19 pandemic, Laura received money from her family to use for school or to buy treats. And what did she do with the money? She decided to save the money in her piggy bank, depositing it there. Well, when in-person meetings resumed, Laura brought her piggy bank to the Kingdom Hall. What did she do with it? After the meeting, she broke it open, counted the money she saved, and it totaled 350 pesos, or about 17 United States dollars. She contributed the entire amount, giving half to support the local congregation and the other half to the worldwide work. Laura explained, "I wanted to donate my savings for our brothers to use and to send more brothers to preach in foreign lands." Think about it. All of this was going through the mind of a 6-year-old. She also asked for another piggy bank, of course, so that she could start saving once again. But that's not all. She's trying to learn to read and write so that she personally can share the good news with others. She can tell others about her loving God, Jehovah. By her actions, that little girl is essentially gathering at Jesus' right hand among the sheep. She's precious to Jehovah. She's precious to Jesus. She's precious to each one of us here in attendance.
This little girl is precious because she donated money to a cult. That's what Flegel is saying in this increasingly culty talk. These examples serve basically to say she donated all her money and she's just a little kid. What's your excuse? It's a form of soft pressure to get Jehovah's Witnesses to donate as much money as possible, using child indoctrination to do so. And now he's about to tell you directly that you should be a sheep.
Don't be a goat. Goats are independent. They're self-serving. At times, they'll even eat garbage. Well, if we want to please Jehovah God and Christ, we need to be sheep-like, humble, loyal, willing to be led by the shepherd. And how do we benefit by remaining loyal? Well, there are benefits now. Loyal obedience brings us joy. That means contentment, security. It brings joy to those taking the lead among us. And what about later? Those who remain loyal to Christ's brothers will gain something special. Notice what we find Matthew chapter 25, verse 46. There, to conclude the illustration, Jesus said, "These will depart into everlasting cutting off," referring to the goats, "but the righteous ones, the sheep, into everlasting life." What is everlasting life? It's hard to quantify it, what that means. To what might we compare it? It's like the sun rising every morning, constantly there. Everlasting life is just like that. Your life will never end, constant. It's like a mountain stream that never runs dry. It's like the waves lapping on the shore that never stop. Everlasting life goes on and on forever. So your life will prove to be if you demonstrate obedience and loyalty to Christ's brothers.
Flegel just told everyone that in order to gain God's approval and eternal life, they have to follow the governing body like sheep. You didn't mishear. This insulting and infantilizing rhetoric is constantly used to keep the followers docile because you wouldn't want to have independent thinking and worry about your well-being, would you? That's goat-like. The Saturday morning session kicks off with the usual music videos that show people being indoctrinated into the cult. We'll skip them to start with the laziest way to fill up a convention program, a symposium. And they begin by adding meaning to Bible verses.
You know, Jesus may have illustrated that need for persistence and patience in the conversation that he had with Peter. Do you remember it? It's found in Luke chapter 4. There, on that occasion, Jesus compared preaching to fishing. And notice what he said to Peter. Giving him a lesson, verse 4 says, "But Jesus said to Peter, 'Pull out to where it is deep, and let down your nets for a catch.'" Now, the Bible doesn't say how far Peter was going to have to pull out into the water. But the point was he wasn't going to be able to catch fish right off the shore. He was going to have to move out into the water some. What's the lesson for us? Our preaching, too, is going to require patience. The fish aren't necessarily going to be found in the places most convenient for us, are they? They're often going to be found only after we patiently analyze the best aspects of our territory to find them.
This is the pseudo-intellectual BS Jehovah's Witnesses love to do to the Bible. The story is a common story, the miraculous catch of fish, where Jesus helps Peter catch a miraculously large amount of fish after Peter hadn't been able to get any fish. Peter then recognizes Jesus' power and kneels in front of him, to which Jesus tells him that he'd make him good at catching men. Not the gay way, just proselytizing. That's the story. Jehovah's Witnesses take a random, out-of-context detail and give it the meaning that the religion wants in a pseudo-intellectual attempt at validating their views. So they can make a Bible verse say anything like, Did you notice how Peter was wearing sandals? Oh, that shows how Peter was ready to go preach instead of being barefoot at home watching TV. Or an even more ridiculous one.
Peter's response to Jesus also tells us something. If you look at what Peter responded to Jesus in verse 5, it says, in reply, Simon said, Instructor, we toiled all night, but at your bidding, I will lower the nets. Did you notice that Peter said we toiled all night? He didn't say we toiled all day. Why? Because as an experienced fisherman, Peter understood that the fish tended to be most active late at night and early in the morning, and so that's when the fishermen had to be most active. He had to patiently consider the needs and circumstances. What's the lesson for us? Again, we might not find it the most effective to preach when it's convenient for us, but when people are at home, when they're most likely to be receptive to the message of the good news. So again, patience is needed. See, in just these few adjustments, both where and when we preach, we can sometimes be more successful because of patience.
The verse said nothing about patience or about the appropriate time to fish. It's just a random detail that Jehovah's Witnesses have given meaning out of thin air. And why? Well, because it fits with the narrative of the religion. Jehovah's Witnesses do this all the time. They take a detail like this and add whatever meaning they need, in this case, patience, to inject their culty narrative into the Bible and pretend it's all Bible-based when it's not. That's why their theology falls apart as soon as you examine it with critical thinking. And once you start seeing that some of their doctrines aren't really based in the Bible, you realize that none of their doctrines are actually based on the Bible. They only pretend they are. Like this preacher is going to pretend canvassing door to door is also in the story of the miraculous catch of fish.
But you know, there's some other lesson that we can learn from what Peter said on that occasion when he said, we toiled all night and we caught nothing. What do you think Peter would have done if Jesus had not intervened on that occasion? Do you think Peter would have just gone home, hung up his fishing net, decided, this is not for me? No. Do you think Peter would have decided, there must not be any more fish in the sea? No. Peter would not have drawn that conclusion for one good reason. Because Peter didn't see himself as a man trying to fish. Peter was a fisherman. That was his vocation. So regardless of what happened on that night, Peter would be back out fishing again. What's the lesson for us? We don't see ourselves as people who are just taking a stab at preaching the good news, do we? We are preachers of the good news. That is our vocation. So, preaching just becomes one of the tools of the trade, an important tool of the trade. So we don't conclude because of bad experience that we are unsuccessful as preachers of the good news, nor do we conclude that there are no more fish in the figurative sea.
That is 90% of Jehovah's Witnesses' doctrine, by the way. And it's really annoying because it's so obvious when you're not a Jehovah's Witness, but flies completely unnoticed to Jehovah's Witnesses because to them, as long as it perpetuates the narrative of the cult, it's okay. But now we're going to revisit Olivia, Wet Blanket, and all the other characters of the previous convention in a series of dramatizations that shows just how culty and controlling family life is when you're part of the cult.
Hey, Gabe.
Oh, hey, Olivia. How's it going?
It's going good. Just doing another letter writing territory, so you know how that is.
Okay, well.
Hey, Gabe. Good to see you.
Hey, Sue. It's good to see you, too.
Is that Gabe? Oh, hey, baby. How's Bethel?
Hey, Mom. It's busy, but great. I'm learning a lot.
Oh, look who just got home from work.
Hey, Gabe.
Hey, Max. So, if it's possible, can you send me some more of my things? I can text you a list.
Absolutely. I'll get right on it.
Great. Thank you so much. Olivia, I'll let you get back to letter writing.
Great. Hey. All right, we'll let you go. Love you.
Okay. Love you too.
Bye.
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 So, Olivia, I thought that you enjoyed letter writing.
I don't know. It just feels like another letter another envelope, and another black hole.
Black hole?
Yeah, you know, stuff goes in, but nothing ever comes out of it.
It's not that bad.
What do you mean? You were just telling me that no one's responded to you.
Okay. Yeah, I get a little antsy for replies. Like I texted my old classmate, Sarah, but she just hasn't said anything back to me yet. I just hope I didn't overdo it. What do you think? Is it too much? Do you think it's too much? It's too much.
Sure she'll get back to you.
This is a totally normal interaction between Jehovah's Witnesses. Letter writing is a completely tedious and pointless activity, just like preaching door to door. But Jehovah's Witnesses are taught to do it despite not having even one single example of someone converting due to a letter in the 3 years that millions of Jehovah's Witnesses have been doing it. And Whit Blankett's problem isn't only that Olivia is finding this tedious task tedious. His problems are just starting.
All right. Is everything on Gabe's list?
Thank you.
At least we'll have a little more room for when your mom moves in.
Yeah. Anyway, Gabe will love this. He already told me how much he misses fishing.
What if we do something a little different for family worship this week?
Sure.
So, this is where you and Gabe would fish, right?
Yep. We learned a lot of lessons about fishing here. So lately, preaching's felt like a black hole, right? We have the right equipment, but what does a fisherman need more than anything? Second Corinthians 6:4. It says, but in every way we recommend ourselves as God's ministers by... Now what does verse 6 say, Olivia?
It says by purity, by knowledge, by patience.
Patience. It helps us to keep trying again and again, to not give up. And we're not casting into a black hole, but into a blue sea full of deserving ones. Now, maybe we can't see it, but Jehovah knows they're there. And it may take some time, but if we're patient together, we'll find them. Now, Irene's got some great ideas on how to make our letter writing more personal.
Whit Blanket reminds his daughters that the issue isn't the antiquated tools that the religion gives them. The issue has to be their attitude. If letter writing feels completely tedious and pointless, it's not because that's just reality. You just need to imagine an ocean filled of people that Jehovah knows they're there over something. If your reality is depressing, just use your imagination to pretend your reality is different.
Teaching Bible students requires patience. Why? In a word, limitations. First of all, the limitations of our students. They may be slow to understand what we're teaching them, and once they do understand it, they may be slow to apply it in their lives. Jesus faced the same challenges when he was teaching his apostles. Let's open our Bibles to John chapter 16, verse 12, and see one of the techniques that he used to deal with their limitations. John 16, verse 12, Jesus said, I still have many things to say to you, but you are not able to bear them now. Yes, Jesus discerned when the disciples, when the apostles were simply not able to deal with a certain teaching. What did he do? He simply skipped over it. In essence, he told them, it's fine, we'll deal with this later.
This is the main issue when Jehovah's Witnesses finally find someone receptive to their message. They will inevitably find something too culty for them. And the Jehovah's Witness way is to paper over it, hoping that when they think about it again, they're more indoctrinated and less dependent on their rational thinking. And to get there, they're outright told to take their students out of their environment to make sure their religion is the only refuge they have.
So it takes patience for us to help the student to get on our side and work with us in fighting against these false teachings, these false beliefs, false practices that they've been told all their lives. It takes patience and time for them to join us in this fight. But there's another key aspect of this illustration. Look again at verse 4, the latter phrase that we read there, that these weapons that we have, they're powerful by God for overturning strongly entrenched things. Now, the study note for 2 Corinthians 10, verse 4, shows that the word picture that Paul is using is the idea of overturning or toppling a mighty or powerful fortress. And the fortress, of course, representing these beliefs and practices that are opposed to God. How is patience involved? Remember, the student lives in the fortress. So if we are in a mad rush to try to tear that fortress down, we're just tearing it down right on top of their head. We have to help them to get out of the fortress, to run to Jehovah as their refuge, and then we can work with them to overturn these strongly entrenched things, all the beliefs and practices that they've been told all their lives.
Studying the Bible with a Jehovah's Witness isn't about studying the Bible. It's about convincing the students that the Jehovah's Witnesses' ways are the only right ways. And if it wasn't clear from the beginning, they have Olivia face the same issue.
All ready for section 2, right? Guess so. Okay, well first we'll see how false religion gets God totally wrong. Did you get a chance to study?
Yeah, I read ahead.
Okay, is everything okay?
I'm fine. Let's just get started.
Okay, so then we'll watch a video on churches during World War II and why Jehovah will have no choice but to... Something's up. What's wrong?
I don't know. I read that all religions are false.
Well, yeah, but you have to remember that, like...
I don't know. It's just...
What?
It's just all getting so serious.
Well, yeah, it's life and death. Why waste time on this study if she's not going to take it serious?
So you said all of that to her?
No, just the well, yeah part. But I wanted to. She used to be so excited for study. I don't know. Maybe she's just not getting it.
This is overtly culty already. Olivia is shown trying to indoctrinate one of her classmates at school, which is already inappropriate by itself. And then she gets annoyed when her student isn't getting that all religions are false besides Jehovah's Witnesses, because Jehovah's Witnesses don't show any evidence whatsoever to support their arguments. That's why they get annoyed, because questioning any teachings is seen as annoying and as not getting it, because otherwise they would have to acknowledge the possibility that the student is right in questioning those beliefs when they can't explain them. But luckily, this isn't real life. It's a dramatization made to make Jehovah's Witnesses feel inadequate, because this very real problem is going to get resolved in a very unrealistic way.
I think she is learning. Maybe it's just really sinking in.
If it's sinking in, then what's the problem? Maybe it's me.
You know what really helped me when I first started pioneering? I learned that Jesus had to be patient with his disciples. They weren't always ready to learn the things that he was teaching them. That means that we have to be patient with our Bible students too. Let it reach your heart. And be patient with yourself.
I was thinking a lot about our study, and I really wanted to know how you were feeling about it.
As I was reading ahead, it finally hit me. All the churches in the world are lying. My mom's included. And God's just going to destroy them all? You know, maybe I'm just not ready for some of this.
I understand where you're coming from. Give yourself some time to learn why Jehovah's ways are just. The better you get to know him, the more his teachings are gonna touch your heart. Trust me, I promise you it'll be worth the wait.
Okay.
Yeah? Okay. So let's get to know Jehovah better. Do you remember?
Olivia here does what Jehovah's Witnesses always do, equate indoctrinating with teaching. Jehovah's Witnesses cannot teach about their religion without trying to indoctrinate. And Olivia here persuades her student to keep the study and outright tells her that it will all make sense once she's had more time for the indoctrination to take effect. This is nonsensical and unrealistic. Despite how culty and manipulative this is, you should remember that Jehovah's Witnesses only convert people in dramatizations like these ones. They can't even keep their own children indoctrinated, much less indoctrinate others who can clearly see this religion for the cult it is.
He's just going to be working even more. I just don't know what to do about it because he's barely home as it is. Are you still listening to me?
Mm-hmm.
I'm so tired. I don't have the support I need, you know?
I know.
And it never seems to end. I don't know why this keeps happening to me.
I know it seems that way, but sometimes the decisions you make have consequences that don't go away.
Excuse me? Not everyone is perfect like you. In your perfect life, Irene.
I'm sorry. That's not what I meant.
I don't have time for this.
I'm sorry, that's not what I meant.
Everything okay?
Dora just hung up on me.
Well, maybe she was just having a bad day.
Every day is a bad day for Dora. It's not my fault that she married that guy from work. I just wish she would have listened.
Jehovah's Witnesses are extremely judgmental, and that can get in the way of their relationships. In the religion, it's frowned upon when wives complain about their elder husband to others. But when they're married to someone outside the religion, all the blame gets placed on their shoulders. Irene isn't wrong here because she misapplied doctrine. The only thing she did wrong is to say that out loud to her friend. She can think that her friend deserves anything wrong that goes on her marriage. She can even say it to her husband. She just has to hide it better from her friend. That's the hidden lesson here. Blame others, but only when their backs are turned.
She has made some bad decisions, but that was years ago. Don't give up on her.
I'm not giving up on her. I just need a break from her.
I know this isn't easy, but try and imagine what it must be like for her.
And yet, when we reflect on statements like that, we can agree that hope is so important. Why? Because we all deal with suffering and tragic events in one form or another. We can take comfort in learning and knowing that our Heavenly Father Jehovah is not insensitive or uncaring. As we examine the Bible record we see, the voice of failure, our Heavenly Father Jehovah put into motion.
Makes me think about 1 Thessalonians 5:11. Keep encouraging one another and building one another up, just as you are in fact doing. We can do so much good when we're patient just like Jehovah is with us.
Hi, Irene.
Hi, Dora.
I was calling because I wanted to apologize for what I said.
I'm sorry, too.
I know that you're dealing with a lot right now.
And I really do see how much you love Jehovah.
I just want you to know I'm always here for you.
Thanks, Irene. That really means a lot to me. You know, I was thinking about going out to service tomorrow.
Would you like to go with me?
I'd love to go.
Great. I have this really cool new return visit. Her name is Katie.
There is literally nothing wrong with Irene's friend. The only thing wrong is that people see her husband is chilling in the background and she feels guilty and shamed because he's comparing himself to others, and others will inevitably judge that her husband is just having a beer, watching TV, instead of being at the meeting. And also, none of this is real even in the dramatization. Irene just imagined it all because, as we said before, Jehovah's Witnesses love to pretend reality is a different thing when they need to keep each other indoctrinated.
Okay, here's a third way for elders to show patience. Train others to take on congregation responsibilities. Thousands of sheep are being added by Jehovah to the flock every week. That's a lot of sheep, and that means more shepherds are needed. And when more shepherds are needed, that means training, right? It takes patience to train someone, doesn't it? And as an elder, when we're training another elder to carry out a certain responsibility, maybe something that we've been doing for many years. We may be used to doing it, it may be easy for us. We may not even have to think much about it as we do it. But we have to remember, for someone new, that's not the case. Someone that's just learning something is bound to make some mistakes. We must train, and that requires patience.
One of the things Jehovah's Witnesses are doing to try to keep young people indoctrinated is to train men as young as 20 to become elders in the congregation. Elders usually have a very rigid way of doing the laborious and tedious elder work. So the speaker here is reminding elders to be patient with the fresh adults they're using as elders. And the dramatization shows exactly what goes on in congregations.
So these are our public talk schedules
Hey,
for the
Wayne.
past few weeks.
Hey, Sister Jones.
Hey, what are you two up to?
Wayne's going to be helping with public talk scheduling.
Oh, great. Well, I'll let y'all get to it.
So, we already have these weeks scheduled. We just need to keep confirming with the speakers and quickly replacing any cancellations. That's pretty important.
I can totally do that. I actually have some new ideas on how to handle that.
Okay, good. But a phone call should be fine.
Don't worry. It's not that hard. I can handle it. Can I show you my idea on how to streamline the process?
More than a phone call?
Yeah. The speaker isn't here.
I'm sorry, what? Did you call and confirm like I asked you to?
No. But what can I do?
Well, nothing now. I'll take care of it. Wayne forgot to confirm the speaker, so I have to give the talk now.
You did a nice job on your part.
Thanks.
I think Wayne just forgot. Hey, Gabe.
Hi, Mom. How you guys doing?
Doing good. How are you?
Good. Doing good. I'm just checking on the things you were sending me. They haven't come in yet.
Oh no, that's weird.
That's my fault, Gabe. I completely forgot to send it. I can't believe I missed that.
It's okay. Don't worry
No,
about
it's
it.
not. You needed those things, Gabe.
No, Max, it's fine. Don't worry. I mean, everybody forgets things sometimes. And it's just one package. You and Mom already do so much for me, so don't worry. It's fine.
Thanks.
Thanks, Gabe. I'll get right on it. I gotta make a phone call.
Okay. Things are getting pretty busy around here.
I'm sorry about the mix-up.
It's okay, Wayne. We all forget things sometimes. You know, I want to apologize myself. I didn't mean to lose my patience. I shouldn't have reacted like that at the Kingdom Hall. I'm sorry. You know, when I first got this assignment, I made some mistakes myself.
Really?
Yeah, I really did. So I had scheduled 2 speakers.
So Wet Blanket learns to be patient with his unpaid assistant who is helping him with his fake job. It's telling just how self-important elders come, almost emboldened by their title of elders, even in dramatizations.
Often we measure our patience based on what we do not do. But Jesus showed that we can also measure our patience by what we do. He indicated this by means of an illustration involving an unforgiving slave. Let's watch the video and see how it goes.
I loved how this guy introduced the video. I hope everyone keeps introducing videos like, oh, let's watch the video and see how it goes, while awkwardly looking away. Maybe he knows how unconvincing the beards are gonna look.
That is why the kingdom of the heavens may be likened to a king who wanted to settle accounts with his slaves. When he started to settle them, a man was brought in.
My king. How much does he owe?
Well, 10,000 talents, my king.
Guard, take him away. Sell him, his family, and everything that he has, and make a payment towards his debt.
Please, my king. No, please, I'm begging you. My king, no, not this. My king, please, be patient with me, and I will pay back everything to you.
I cancel your debt. You can go.
Thank you. Thank you, my king. Thank you. Thank you. I'm so grateful.
Did you notice the reaction of the servant keeping the accounts?
No, but I noticed the voice of Mark Sanderson reading the Bible. This is more and more an overt cult of personality, and they can't resist adding the governing body whenever they can. Let's skip the speaker telling us what we saw to see how the video plays out and rejoice in the amazing acting that can only happen with Holy Spirit.
But that slave went out and found one of his fellow slaves who owed him 100 denarii.
You! I'm talking to you. Where's my money?
I'm sorry, I'm trying.
What have you got here?
Oh, it's just my food.
Wait,
What?
There's nothing there. Where is it?
I don't have it. I'm working
Answer
hard
me.
to gather all the money.
Answer me! Pay back whatever you owe! Pay me back!
Be patient with me, and I will pay back.
You're going into prison until you pay back everything you owe. Guards!
I just need
Take
some
him
more
away.
time. No, please, wait. No! I will pay you back.
When his fellow slaves saw what had happened, they became greatly distressed, and they went and reported to their master all the things that had happened.
Guard, bring him to me. Is it true what they're telling me?
Well, the thing is, he owed me money. I was just reclaiming what was mine. My money.
Enough! You wicked slave. I cancelled all that debt for you when you pleaded with me. Should you not also have shown mercy to your fellow slave, as I showed mercy to you? Take him away and throw him into prison until he repays all that he owes.
Let me go.
Stop touching me. Let me go.
This is a Jesus parable with an obvious lesson that even Jehovah's Witnesses can't twist. Forgive others if you want to be forgiven. However, Jehovah's Witnesses can use that lesson into making followers feel guilty. To them, this story means that since Jehovah forgave you for the tiny sins you may have done, like masturbating or living a life before you converted, you too should forgive others, especially when they're in the cult with you.
The debt of the first slave represents the enormity of all of our sins, our personal sins, and our inability to pay for them, to atone for them. Think about the enormity of our sins. Some of us have led, before learning the truth, have led some debauched lives. And even after learning the truth, some of us have made some serious mistakes. And on a day-to-day basis, we find ourselves sinning in some small way, perhaps thinking some bad thoughts or saying unkind or harsh things, or even engaging in some uncleanness. And on top of all of that, we've inherited sin from Adam, and what an impact that has had on us. So it's impossible for us to pay that debt. But Jehovah has been patient with us. He's applied the value of the ransom sacrifice of Jesus in our behalf and has forgiven us.
This demeaning attitude is typical of Christians, but it's especially true among Jehovah's Witnesses. They are constantly told that they are nothing, that they don't deserve anything, and that the only value they get comes from serving the cult. This keeps members indoctrinated because it makes them feel they are too dumb or too small to have anything critical to say against the religion.
The small debt of the second slave represents the much smaller sins that are committed against us. It was a doable amount. It was something that could be resolved. Now, what have our brothers done to us that is worth choking the life out of him or throwing him into jail? What have our brothers done to us that is not unresolvable? That is resolvable. Jesus used this contrast to show that we should be able to forgive sins committed against us.
Did you notice how the speaker said we need to forgive our brothers? This lesson of forgiveness is especially strong inside the cult, which leads to Jehovah's Witnesses staying quiet when it comes to reporting sexual abuse, which is one of the many reasons this religion has a giant CSA issue. But now, the speaker is about to almost have a moment of self-realization when he invites others to imagine being the Bible equivalent of a Jehovah's Witness, a Pharisee.
Well, can you imagine what it would be like to be a Pharisee? Kind of a somber life. Let's open our Bibles to Matthew chapter 7. And let's read together verses 1 and 2. And notice what Jesus said in the Sermon on the Mount. He says, "Stop judging, that you may not be judged. For with the judgment you are judging, you will be judged. And with the measure that you are measuring out, they will measure out to you." Yes, an alternative rendering to stop judging is stop condemning. Jesus was aware of the human tendency to be judgmental of others, and Pharisees set a bad example in that regard. They judged harshly other individuals who were trying to observe the Mosaic law or even their unscriptural traditions, especially if they failed to do so.
That is exactly what Jehovah's Witnesses do. They judge others. Elders even have a book telling them how to judge and how to prepare themselves to judge, despite Jesus here directly telling people not to judge. But Jehovah's Witnesses can't see the irony because judging is such an innate part of being a Jehovah's Witness that this will fly under the radar for most watching it.
So why would Paul say these things to the Colossian congregation, a congregation he had never visited? Well, he wrote a letter to the Colossian congregation, and it was delivered to them from Rome, where Paul was. It was delivered to them by Tychicus and Onesimus. Onesimus was a runaway slave. He had learned the truth. Perhaps Paul helped him learn the truth in Rome. Now, additionally, Paul gave a letter for Onesimus to deliver to Philemon. Philemon was there in the Colossian congregation, but Philemon was Onesimus' former slave owner. So can you see why Paul said, continue forgiving one another freely? Onesimus obviously was willing to try to work it out with his new brother. And we presume that Philemon was willing to forgive as well. How about us? Are we willing to forgive? Who is our Onesimus?
It is insane to me that they have a black man proclaiming how good it is that the Bible was trying real hard to let former slaves forgive the people who owned them. Like, yes, sure, they own me all my life, but I think about sexy butts sometimes, so I should be forgiven. And look, I believe people should be forgiven. I believe almost everyone can be rehabilitated. But this has to be the worst example to ask for forgiveness, isn't it?
Since its inception in 2014, the School for Kingdom Evangelizers has accomplished much good in the worldwide field. This 2-month school is designed to train experienced pioneers who are willing to serve wherever they're needed. And while many have eagerly reached out for this opportunity, others hold back. Why? Some might reason, I'm content where I am. I have a good job that supports my pioneering. I'm needed in the congregation. I could be sent anywhere. I hate moving. I'm not smart enough. My circumstances don't allow it. They don't need me. There are plenty of others who can reach out. Well, can you relate to any of these feelings? The governing body understands. It's not easy to uproot oneself and venture into the unknown. But before you dismiss applying for SKE, there's a beautiful reason why you should consider it. What is it? To find out, we warmly invite you to come to the SKE meeting during the noon hour tomorrow. We hope you can make it.
The School for Kingdom Evangelizers is just a deep indoctrination course that Jehovah's Witnesses in good standing can take so they can be sent to straighten pretty much any congregation that needs help around the world. Stephen Lett is here to remind you that no excuse is a good excuse to avoid uprooting your life and go wherever his religion sends you.
So, why is patience needed? Well, if we think about it, what is our strongest wish? We want our unbelieving relatives to come to love Jehovah and get into the truth. This is our sincere wish. But now, what is their sincere wish? They might want us not to become one of Jehovah's Witnesses because they have their own sincere religious beliefs, or simply they have received the wrong information from the wrong people. So we should try and see matters from their perspective too.
This is the only reason why Jehovah's Witnesses maintain contact with their families when they're not part of the cult, because they hope to indoctrinate them into the cult, and they either get indoctrinated or have their own wrong beliefs. That's how Jehovah's Witnesses, or any other high control group, looks at the outside world, as being worthy of interaction only if the cult can benefit in some way, never out of simple love or personal interest.
Mom, let me carry that.
I got it, Irene. You know, I'm not that old. I got it.
You know, I really like that doctor.
What was he, 15? You know, he's not going to be practicing on me.
I'm gonna keep packing your stuff, okay?
Okay, dear. Irene, don't forget my therapy appointment on Wednesday morning.
I can't on Wednesday. Let me ask Elena.
I just need you to finish filling out the second page here, and then sign and date at the bottom, and then we'll be good to go.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. What do you need, Irene?
Hello to you too.
Mom needs you to take her to an appointment on Wednesday.
No, I can't. Can you skip your preaching thing or whatever?
I have to work at a real job.
I've had my hands full. I just need a little more help.
Please.
I'll see what I can do, but no promises.
Look, I gotta go.
Well, I can tell Elena's not going to be much help, but I'll figure it out.
You know, your sister had a tough year. You should study with her.
You know, we have tried so many times. She doesn't want to study.
I think you're just too hard on her, Irene.
Hey, I swapped shifts so I could take Mom on Wednesday. You owe me, little Miss Righteous.
Maybe she would study.
What, Elena? There's nothing I can do.
Weren't you close growing up? Grandma thinks you can reach her heart.
Yeah, well, Grandma also thinks she can live on her own.
Okay. I know you tried, but just don't stop trying, okay?
Okay.
Did you notice how forgetful Grandma's getting?
Yeah. with all humility and mildness, with patience, putting up with one another in love.
Thank you. No problem. You're the best. What did I do wrong now?
Nothing. I just wanted to say thank you.
And?
And how are you doing?
I really miss talking to my little sister.
No judgment?
No judgment.
Okay. I don't know if you know this,
But I went to see Mom the other day. She was taking out pictures of us when we were kids.
Once again, Jehovah's Witnesses are reminded that to indoctrinate other people, they need to reach their hearts, not just educate them. And the only reason why they should communicate at all is to make sure they can approach the cult. That's the ulterior motive that Irene is taught to have. Her mom tells her to study with her sister. Then her daughter tells her to study with her sister. Then Irene finally decides to pick up the phone to have a better relationship with her sister so she can be in a better position to preach her. This isn't a dramatization teaching you to be kind to other people because they're your family or because that's the right thing to do. This dramatization is reminding Jehovah's Witnesses outright that the only way they will indoctrinate family is by having a good relationship with them. And I'm not being uncharitable. They literally come out and say it.
Each member of our family is different. They all have their different sensitivities, beliefs. So by being patient and loving, and also by being good listeners, we can look for appropriate opportunities to give a subtle witness. And by being discerning, we can also get good results because we won't be overwhelming our relatives with too much information all at once. It would be like pouring an entire bucket of water on a tiny little plant. We will kill it. So when a relative expresses a slight interest in the Bible's message, always answer in a way where the door will be kept open for the next opportunity. And even if your initial efforts to share the truth with your relatives are not well received, as we saw in the video, do not give up. Circumstances and attitudes can change. So continue to look for another opportunity to share another point that might awaken their curiosity.
This is why Jehovah's Witnesses don't get along with their family members who aren't in the cult, because they're taught to always be looking for an opportunity to indoctrinate them. But now let's go back to Irene, who's having issues with her mom living with them because her mom is there against her will.
So this is your room here on the right.
This is nice. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You're welcome.
We'll let you get settled in, okay?
Love you, Grandma.
So, do you want anything else?
Irene, you know this is not what I wanted.
Mom, where's all my kitchen stuff?
We organized and changed out some things.
We?
The girls and I did. You know, it's not your thing, Irene. We decided my stuff is better. You'll see.
Hey, babe. Are you okay?
Max, how many times have I asked you to take your shoes off at the door?
Sorry, I keep forgetting. was just making sure you were okay.
Just cleaned, and it's like you don't even care about how hard I work.
Can you pass me the salt, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
These need more than salt. Irene, why didn't you make these homemade?
They are.
I think they're great.
Thanks.
Sorry about earlier.
Yeah, me too. These past few months, I didn't expect them to be so hard. And I'm really sorry about what this is doing to us.
We're in this together. You know, Jehovah sees everything you're doing for your mother. And he's so proud of you.
You can just tell men wrote this. The wife gets mad at her mom because she changed around her kitchen stuff. You know, because changing around her makeup was too unrealistic. Then, when Wet Blanket is inconsiderate to her, it couldn't possibly be his fault. It's because Irene was upset, so she has to apologize for doing nothing wrong. I don't mean to judge anyone who decides to take care of their mother, obviously, but Jehovah's Witnesses always behave and act like they know better. And I can't help but feel that that's what we're seeing at display here. With Irene getting her mom to live with her against her wishes, then getting upset because her mom wanted to store her kitchen stuff in the kitchen she's forced to live in now. But now let's jump into the next part of this disgusting cult propaganda, which is all about child indoctrination.
That takes patience to get the love for Jehovah God into a child's heart. It takes patience to help a child see that Jehovah is a person, and to appreciate the person behind the name. It takes patience to turn thoughts into feelings, to understand that every happy moment in life is a precious gift from Jehovah God. It takes patience to help a child be grateful, to expect nothing, but to appreciate everything. The picture painted in Deuteronomy chapter 6 is not a rigid picture of a school-like setting. No, if the love of God is in a parent's heart, then throughout the day, talk about Jehovah will be natural. Talking about Jehovah makes us happy. Talking about Jehovah makes our children happy. And it certainly makes Jehovah's happy.
Jehovah's Witnesses are told they should indoctrinate their kids at every moment because that makes them happy, which is obviously not the case. They're being manipulated into manipulating their children, and to feel guilty when they inevitably don't feel happy about indoctrinating their kids, whether because the indoctrination makes no sense or because there's nothing more boring to a child than Jehovah's Witness rhetoric. But it's not just about indoctrinating children. Jehovah's Witnesses are taught to be extremely controlling parents, even when their kids are all grown up.
Hey, thanks for getting me. Yeah, anytime. How was work? It was good. Yeah, it was long. Hey, do you know him?
Hey.
Oh, yeah.
Man, so glad I caught you. So, I wanted to get your phone number just in case any work stuff comes up after hours, you know? Is that okay?
Yeah, okay. It's 646-480-6649.
Okay, I got it. If anything comes up, I'll be sure to give you a shout, all right?
Okay, cool. See you
Okay.
tomorrow.
All right, see you all. Hey, actually, I was about to grab something to eat, and I wanted to see if you wanted to come with me.
No thanks. We've really got to get going.
Next time for sure, then. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah.
What was that all about?
It's nothing.
I hope not.
Trust me, it's nothing.
I can guess who that is.
Who's that?
Just a doctor from work.
Wow, he's persistent.
He's persistent? Wait, is he interested in you?
I guess.
When were you going to tell me about this?
There's nothing to tell.
You told him no, right?
I haven't. I don't.
Wait, you haven't told him no?
No, not yet.
I've taught you better than that. You know you have to be firm from the start.
It's not that simple.
It is that simple, and you need to do it now. Hey, I'm sorry. I overreacted. I want you to know I do trust you. I've never had a reason not to.
I know. But I'm not a teenager anymore.
You're not, but I'm always going to be your dad. And dads worry about their kids. It's just part of the job.
I really need this job to pioneer. What if he doesn't take it well?
That could happen. But then you'll get to see what Jehovah will do.
I'll talk with him tomorrow.
Is there anything I can do to help?
Maybe say a prayer for me?
I'd love to.
Here, Wet Blanket is shown to be in the wrong just because he raised his voice, not because of the way he was treating his grown-up daughter. It's implied that this may have been appropriate when she was younger, and this kind of authoritative and controlling parenting is typical of Jehovah's Witness parents who become controlling out of fear that their kids will do something to get them outside the religion and therefore in need of shunning. Notice how they didn't read anything from the Bible, because there's nothing preventing her seeing this guy from work or even dating him if that's what she wanted. It's all about control. The cult controls parents so the parents can control their kids, even if their kids are adults with jobs. But now let's skip the boring speech to go straight into the next part of the drama, where we see Irene is still suffering because she needs to take care of her mom, she decided.
Mom, do you want some fresh air? There you go.
I'm getting hot. I got it.
Mom, okay. Mom, it's not time to take your pills. Mom, it's not time.
I want to take my pills.
It's not time.
I want to take my pills.
Mom, stop.
Irene, I want to take my
Mom.
pills.
Do you know how long it takes me to do this?
I'm not taking those dirty pills.
Mom, why do you have to make everything so hard?
I'm sorry. Maybe it won't be so difficult for you when I'm gone.
Mom, I know this is hard for you. It's hard for the both of us.
I don't know how to make it any better.
I know. But I love you. And I want to do this for you.
I love you too, Irene.
Psalm 71:14 says, "But as for me, I will continue to wait." When we're patient, good things happen. We preach. We help each other do what's right. We take care of the people we love. And we give Jehovah time to bless our patience.
Thank you. I just got back from service.
Hey, Lena.
Hey.
What's going on?
Well, I got this in the mail. Do you have time to talk?
Sure.
Irene's mom, first of all, looks nothing like Irene, and second, is comically adversarial against her. The conflict is so artificial and badly acted that there's barely anything left for me to deconstruct. And I bet you didn't expect the Marvel after credits scene where Irene's sister gets a creepy letter and that somehow means Jehovah has blessed Irene, cause her sister now wants to talk about Jehovah's Witnesses. Cause, you know, you also couldn't resist a cult who was sending you creepy letters on the mail. And now all that's left of this convention is the baptism speech. The very boring speech given to the mostly prepubescent kids who are about to succumb to peer pressure and forever dedicate their young lives to the cult.
Are you happy? Might be a little nervous right now. But are you truly happy? Well, as servants of Jehovah, we can truly say that we are the happiest people on the face of this earth. Now, it's not because of anything we have done, but it's because of who we know and who we serve. The happy God, Jehovah. And that's why even in this world that's full of bad news and rampant with sadness, we have many reasons to be happy. And today, we are extremely happy because of you, dear baptism candidates.
Jehovah's Witnesses are told they're happy, but nothing can be further from the truth. Most Jehovah's Witnesses I ever knew had issues with depression and anxiety, and they're weighed down by their religion. They just don't know it because they keep being gaslit into believing they're the happiest people in the world. And if they're suffering, well, that must mean it's even worse out there. And since this is a speech for people dedicating their lives to the cult, there's nothing like a good culty reminder of the things they have to do to fit in.
But now you must put them all away from you: wrath, anger, badness, abusive speech, and obscene talk out of your mouth. So what we learn here is a perfect remedy for any spots of this world. What the Bible says here is that we must remove it, get it out of our minds, out of our hearts. And one way we can do that, or three ways we can do that, is this. First, avoid any unnecessary association with those who use abusive and obscene speech. Second, take full advantage of the power of God's word by reading and meditating on it daily. Third, pray constantly for wisdom and the strength to apply Bible counsel in your life. Now, doing this will certainly help you to avoid being spotted and unclean by obscene speech.
And just like that, baptism candidates are reminded to isolate themselves and spend time indoctrinating themselves as two essential steps to remain in the cult. Let's skip most of this boring and repetitive speech to get to his interviews about the importance of comparing yourself to others.
So what helped you to keep making progress despite that?
Well, I really felt Jehovah reaching out to me in a loving way. One day at school, I met a girl who had such a tremendous zeal and appreciation for the truth, and she wasn't even baptized. I found out that she had a very difficult situation and even faced opposition at home, yet she was fighting so hard to get baptized.
Interesting. So how did that make you feel?
Well, I contrasted her example with my situation. Here I was already baptized. My mom had a deep love for Jehovah and fully supported me in serving him. Her example touched my heart, and it motivated me to want to do more to show my appreciation for the spiritual gift that I had been given.
Well, how did Jehovah help you to do that?
Well, Jehovah never abandoned me. He patiently helped me turn things around. I began to make changes in my association, and I refocused on my spiritual routine and set spiritual goals. Eventually, I changed schools, and I told Jehovah this time I would do things differently. So the first day of my freshman year, the teacher asked each student to stand up and tell the class a little something about themselves. And so I stood up, and I was proud to say, my name is L'Oreal Edens, and I'm one of Jehovah's Witnesses.
Since this lady compared herself to others who were closer to the cult, that gave her the energy to cut the association with her friends at school, change schools, and start over by proclaiming to everyone that she is in a cult first thing. And the guy has a great example of the pressures he faced when his family wanted to spend time with him. But they refused to become Jehovah's Witnesses, so that's out of the question.
What pressure did you face shortly after your baptism, Brother Gardner?
Mine was association with family. My wife and I moved back to our hometown specifically to be with family after living out of state for 9 years. Shortly after arriving, we got baptized. And so being with such a large family in the area, there was a constant pressure, invitations to be with family. We loved our family. We spent time with them, but they're a little rowdy, so we had to limit our association with them. And that left a large void, and we were lonely at times.
Did everyone react the same?
No, my dad was really upset. Being one of 9, the only time the family got together was the holidays. He put us all through Catholic school, and I became a witness, so he was ashamed. He told family and friends that I was a pretty rotten son for a while.
That must have been really difficult. But what helped you to keep making progress despite that?
Doing what we're supposed to be doing, what we're encouraged to do, being at all the meetings, being out in service, family worship, Bible reading. That stabilized us and gave us some joy as a family. And then being patient. We know Jehovah is going to take care of us. We just had to wait.
Good. So were you able to mend things with your father?
Yes. I realized he loved me. I loved him. It was a matter of spending time. So I went out of my way to really spend some time with them outside of the holidays and being patient. It took a couple years, but we got back to a nice, solid, good relationship.
Well, that's nice to hear. And what about the loneliness? How did Jehovah help you and your family with that?
Jesus' words at 1929 rang true for us. We left fathers, mothers, sisters, brothers, but Jehovah provided for us. By being active in the congregation, we made so many friends. And on top of that, a strong, large spiritual family brought us in and made us part of theirs. It was such a blessing from Jehovah.
Wonderful.
That's how every high control group thinks. Leave your family and let us become your family. It's even worse that these examples are given to the kids who are about to get baptized to keep them indoctrinated.
A man is on death row. He's scheduled to be executed tomorrow. Today, he gets to order whatever he wants for his last meal. Now, when he's deciding what to order, do you think he's going to concern himself with how much sugar is in that meal? Or sodium or carbs or whatever? No way. He has no future health to concern himself about. His only concern right now is whatever pleasure he can obtain immediately at the moment. Illustrating why? Well, a number of people actually feel very much like that man on death row. Because they reason, well, how long do we live? 70, 80 years? Life is short. So why are we going to concern ourselves with the future? The thing we want to do is obtain as much pleasure as we can out of life right now.
This is probably why I became a hedonist. Jehovah's Witnesses teach you that this life is short, but if you avoid the pleasures that this world can give you, you can live an everlasting life that is the actual life. This is one of the most depressive aspects of the Jehovah's Witness religion. Jehovah's Witnesses are taught that this life is only worth living if they dedicate it to the religion, and that they should be waiting to live their lives when paradise comes and they get everlasting life, not now. This persuades cult members to spend their lives in the cult, even if that doesn't bring them happiness or peace, because they're banking on enduring to get happiness and peace after they die. It's an extremely powerful indoctrination tool to keep members silent and subservient, and it's right on display in this talk.
So the world is on death row. But those who are serving Jehovah, he holds out this reward of everlasting life in the new world where all of our proper desires will be completely fulfilled. This prospect takes us off of death row. It means we don't have to go through life thinking this is my last meal. In fact, we do go through life making sure that we don't forfeit that beautiful reward of everlasting life just because we want to get something out of life right now. Nor do we want to do anything that distances us from our loving God who holds out that everlasting future to us.
And who decides what things separate you from God? Well, the governing body, of course. This session has just started, and the speaker is already reinforcing potent indoctrination rhetoric in every assistant. And he's about to go even deeper with another cult favorite, thought control.
Colossians chapter 3 warns against all forms of uncleanness. And that involves things that don't deal with waiting for later, but avoiding entirely. Like immoral fantasizing, like pornography, or similar provocative images.
Pornography and sexual fantasies are part of the loose definition of immoral conduct among Jehovah's Witnesses only because the governing body interprets it as such. There's absolutely no verse in the Bible condemning pornography, but control around sex and around thoughts is needed in cults, since those are your most intimate areas to control. If they can control your thoughts, they can condition you not to trust them, making your own mind untrustworthy. And instead of trusting your mind, the cult will direct you to trust them instead. See why this is the cultiest convention yet? Because although Jehovah's Witnesses have lost their ability to convert other people, in this convention they're using their most powerful reindoctrination tools. I'm glad I had the chance to watch this convention multiple times, because their most powerful tools are also the ones that fly unnoticed, especially on casual watching. But make no mistake, this is as culty as the Jehovah's Witnesses can get. This, to me, is worse than reminding members to shun others, because this is reinforcing the belief system that allows Jehovah's Witnesses to shun others in the first place, and that is to surrender your life, actions, and thoughts to the religion. Shunning videos may be uncomfortable to watch, sure, but that's precisely why they may wake people up. This rhetoric isn't as likely to wake anyone up, but is definitely more likely to reinforce indoctrination in any members listening.
So what if instead of waiting for a suitable marriage made in the truth, there arises an opportunity right now to enter into a relationship or develop a relationship with a non-believer? Beware, because marrying an unbeliever can cause and produce a lifetime of heartache. But you know something? So can marrying a believer. Marrying a believer, if that person, if that believer is spiritually immature or emotionally immature. Now, would that be a sin? Would it be a sin to marry a believer who is just not spiritually stable? It wouldn't be a sin, no. But my, would it ever be unwise. If a person thinks it's better to marry a person with questionable spirituality than risk not marrying at all, think again, because more than a few are living in anguish, not because they married out of the truth, but because they married a believer whose faith was fragile, whose appreciation for spiritual things was shallow, and whose love for Jehovah was marginal. By contrast, others have waited until they could marry someone rich in faith and in appreciation and love for Jehovah. Their patience brought them not temporary pleasure, but a good and perfect and lasting gift. Decades later, they're still thanking Jehovah for each other. Be wise. Be patient. Wait until you can marry a person with genuine devotion to Jehovah and Jehovah's way.
The speaker glosses over marrying an unbeliever to talk about how it's equally as important to marry someone who is fully dedicated to the cult, so they can remain indoctrinated themselves. This is where the religion shows their pharisaical control over their followers, by going far beyond Scripture to ensure followers remain under their control. And the thought control just keeps going, as the speaker tells their audience why they are wrong in wanting a better life.
So maybe you or I, right, we see a brother in our congregation and oh my, he seems to have it all. He really does. He has a great paying job. He has a lot of money. So he has the house and the car and the vacations and what have you, right? And he's active in the truth. Not only that, he might have some special privileges in the congregation. Now we're thinking, oh my, that's what I want. I don't want to wait till the new world. I want what he has. I want to have the whole thing right now. No, you don't. What you really want is contentment. That's what you're looking for. I've heard contentment defined as the ability to feel satisfied even though some of our desires are not fulfilled. Can you do that? Feel satisfied, even though some of your desires are not fulfilled. Tell you what, it's a key to happiness, and it is also a key to avoiding the snare of instant gratification.
This rhetoric just keeps getting worse and worse, telling Jehovah's Witnesses to be content with their lives instead of trying to improve them. This is how Jehovah's Witnesses stay in the cult, because this enlarges the sunken cost fallacy. After all, the more you've spent on something, the more you want it to be true, and you can't spend more than your entire life, which is what Jehovah's Witnesses are being taught to do with this monstrous speech.
All these bills, and so little we can afford. I can hardly breathe. Wait till you're married. That might never happen.
It's been hard since Monica died. It's good to talk to someone who understands me.
A promotion would fix all this.
She understands me.
Sometimes I wonder, what would it be like to be with Marco? It's like everyone knows about sex, but me.
Okay. They'll want some evenings, weekends, my meetings, service, my kids. Maybe I could make it work.
Jehovah has always been there for me.
But I know why Jehovah tells us to wait. He doesn't deny us good things. He protects us, so we don't get hurt.
I know Jehovah understands me best. I want to stay close to him.
I know Jehovah knows what we need. And he will provide, because he promised it. And he always has. I am determined to wait patiently on my God.
And never do anything that would displease him.
Because his blessings are so worth the wait.
Here we see an older guy who can't get with the woman he likes because she's not a Jehovah's Witness. A girl who wants to date a schoolmate but she can't because the Bible says no sex. And a woman who rejects a promotion because it would interfere with her religious activities, despite her saying out loud that the promotion would fix every financial issue she has. This is the only thing in the Jehovah's Witness doctrine that's worse than shunning, because it keeps members in this state of suspended animation where they aren't fully living their lives because they're betting it on paying it off after they die. Shunning kills relationships, sure, but it doesn't affect every Jehovah's Witness. This is designed to pretty much kill every Jehovah's Witness, living not for themselves, but letting their actions and thoughts be dictated by their religion. This is a huge part of the abusive nature of cults, and it blows my mind that no one in the news or anywhere in the outside world seems to care. This is simply allowed to happen without any other retort that the retorts from some idiot on YouTube. It blows my mind.
Do you and I need to prepare in advance? Yes, we do. Why? Because the opportunities for immediate pleasure often arise unexpectedly, suddenly, without anticipating them sometimes. And if we're caught off guard, we might easily fall into rationalizing, or we might not even think at all. So yes, we do need to prepare in advance.
I mean, seriously, the speaker just told Jehovah's Witnesses to not rationalize their situation. How much more obvious can brainwashing get? The only reason why Jehovah's Witnesses get away with saying this is because they know exactly what to say and how to say it to make this overtly culty rhetoric sound boring to the untrained ear. And it's quite infuriating because the brainwashing just keeps going.
Well, moving on, the second way to resist the appeal of instant gratification is strengthen your faith in Jehovah's promises, especially Jehovah's promise of a new world. Now, it's true, like the video said, right now, Jehovah's blessing us with a lot. He's not holding back anything good, only warning us against what's harmful. However, our resistance is much stronger if we're looking forward to and counting on that new world. But even here, some might say, yes, but what if I pass on all the pleasures that this world has to offer, right? And then I don't make it into the new world anyway? I'd miss out on everything. How tragic is that? Now, that concern was addressed in the Watchtower, 1973, February 1, pages 71 and 81. Right? And it explained there that when Jesus' disciples approached him with a similar concern, he told them all things are possible with God, meaning that you can make it into the new world if that's what you really want, with Jehovah's help. With Jehovah's help, it doesn't matter what your past influence has been, your inherited tendencies, your upbringing, whatever. You are not so spiritually handicapped that you cannot meet Jehovah's basic standards for life and make it into the new world. You can make it, we each can, with Jehovah's help. So there's no reason to choose this world just in case.
They really are covering all their bases with this talk, aren't they? This addresses the one realization that Jehovah's Witnesses might have. That the Jehovah's Witnesses lifestyle is so repressive and unattainable that they may lose it all just due to a small sin, so they might as well just sin all their lives instead of living with the fear of sinning. And notice how the speaker can't refute that. His rebuttal is basically, well, you may not make it into the new world, but have you thought about how you can? That's a non-answer. He could have at least lied and say how the Jehovah's Witnesses' way of living is the best way of living even in the system of things or something. But instead, he presents a nonsensical argument that fails to address the premise. That's because he just stumbled into a very careful exercise of balance that the Jehovah's Witnesses have to do. They have to believe that they are almost about to lose their ticket to paradise. By keeping members in this state of distress, members remain active in the religion out of the anxiety of being about to lose their chance with every action they take, ensuring they only do what their religion tells them to do. But now, let's move on to a symposium that's equally as culty, but in a different way.
Let's imagine Abel growing up, seeing his parents struggle to get food to grow from the ground, and as a little boy, he's out exploring. And one day he sees this garden and every tree is full of food. He excitedly runs to tell his parents what he has found, and they explain to him, we used to live there, and this is what happened. And they go on to relate to him the words of God.
But none of that happened in the Bible. It's insane how much the Jehovah's Witnesses add on to the Bible to make their point, because it can't actually be supported by the Bible. And now they're going to pretend Adam should have just patiently waited on Jehovah while she disfellowshipped Eve when she ate from the fruit.
As mentioned earlier, haughtiness can cause us to act rashly. That's what Adam did. He ate the fruit too, in order to maintain his relationship with his wife. He trusted his own judgment instead of patiently waiting on Jehovah. He didn't wait to see how Jehovah would support him, comfort him, help him deal with the discipline that his wife would receive. His acting haughtily caused harm to him and to others. As Romans chapter 5, verse 12 explains, through Adam, sin entered the world, and death through sin. And as a result, death spread to all men because we all sinned. We inherited it from Adam. Do you have a family member, a parent, a sibling, some other relative who has stopped serving Jehovah and is disfellowshipped?
And we can see where this unbiblical lesson is going already, but did you catch the cut? I didn't do that cut, and Jehovah's Witnesses don't usually cut videos, not even to remove bad takes, believe me. They only do it when they have something to hide. Right before this convention happened around the world, the Rebecca Vardy documentary premiered, where she talks about the damage that the Jehovah's Witnesses caused through their shunning policies. And apparently, Jehovah's Witnesses didn't want to prove her right with the video that was supposed to be shown here. So the videos that were supposed to be played right now were directed to be deleted the day after the documentary premiered. That's why this is the only talk in the entire symposium without any videos. But let's see what Jehovah's Witnesses were meant to see if the leadership weren't pussies.
Mom's disfellowshipping still feels so raw.
Elsa, please speak up. I miss you so much. I just want to hear your voice.
It's such a struggle. I miss her. She taught me the truth, gave me a stable life. She was my closest friend. What's the harm in just calling once in a while? To chat. Maybe I can even help her to come back to Jehovah.
This video was uploaded to my channel as soon as it leaked without any commentary to see if Watchtower would copyright claim it. They didn't. They did claim my video on the Pillow videos, which was released unceremoniously after I gave them all my private information to start a legal process. I'm not trying to get into any conspiracies here, but suffice to say, the Jehovah's Witness leadership doesn't want these videos out there. Let's see if you can spot where the next video was cut from.
If so, imitate Abel. Patiently rely on Jehovah. A haughty spirit may cause us to think, what's the harm in calling once in a while to chat? Maybe I can help the person come back to Jehovah. That is haughty thinking.
Did you catch it? This one was more obvious, I feel. Let's watch the resolution to this story.
Abel was essentially a spiritual orphan, but regardless of what his parents chose, he listened to Jehovah and patiently waited on him to fulfill his promises.
I never thought of it that way. What has Jehovah promised me if I patiently wait? Spiritual brothers, sisters, and mothers. If I focus on what I do have and wait patiently, someday what I don't have may even come back to Jehovah.
That's right. Shunning parents is what you need to do. Because you wouldn't want your dirty parent that's not in the religion when you can replace them with someone in the religion. Also, I watched these videos for the first time in the Old Worldly channel, and I almost missed that part because I was too busy laughing at the video.
Spiritual brothers.
What?
Sisters.
I think... Okay, I know I said we'd watch it. So, who knows? Maybe that's why it got caught. But make no mistake, the direction to shun family members who leave the cult is still overt.
Whoever therefore has greater affection for father or mother than for me is not worthy of me. And whoever has greater affection for son or daughter than for me is not worthy of me. How do we apply these words? Well, if we have a difficult family situation, a member of our family is disfellowshipped, our affection for them should not be greater than our affection for Jehovah and Jesus.
Jehovah's Witnesses apply the words of Jesus saying who was worthy of him by equating the religion with Jesus, so they can't even fathom the possibility of a cult member leaving and remaining a good Christian. The speaker almost forgot to make that equivalency when he had to add "and Jesus" at the end, because this isn't a Christian religion. This is a religion about Jehovah, the cruel Abrahamic God that will kill your family members if they aren't in his religion. The speaker said it himself. Your love for the religion has to be greater than your love for your own family, because that's what God wants.
You fight me on everything.
You're wrong about that. That is not true.
Yes, that is true. You know I'm trying to hold this all together.
I'm so tired of this. Every day the same thing. Fight. Argue. Bicker. Then silence.
Meanwhile, the global financial meltdown continues to plague stocks as market prices drop drastically once again today. China's government suspended trading early in fears of a sell-off, and the European markets have begun...
30 years. And this is what it's come to? I just want it to end. We'd probably be happier divorced anyway.
This is a common situation among Jehovah's Witnesses. Since many of them marry young to have sex, and since there aren't many options in the religion, a lot of people get married that are just not for each other. This leads to a lot of incompatible marriages among the religion. But this religion is completely anti-divorce, and divorcing and marrying someone else is definitely a cause for shunning. The Jehovah's Witness solution to this problem is a solution to every problem. Do nothing but indoctrinate yourself and others, and wait until Jehovah brings a solution.
You don't understand. I need this by the end of the day, on my desk, or there's going to be some consequences. You know what? I've heard enough. Goodbye.
Miles divorced about 2 years ago, and even remarried. He doesn't seem any happier. Marriage isn't easy. But I've become so impatient, so focused on my wants, my needs. Maybe the problem isn't who I'm with, but who I've become. With prayer, Jehovah's help, and assistance from the elders, I'm seeing the part that I need to play to improve our relationship. Our issues won't be fixed overnight. We're a work in progress. But we're learning to be more patient, more loving. And we're committed to working on it together.
This is what Jehovah's Witnesses love to do. Present a common problem being solved with a solution that doesn't work. Jehovah's Witnesses are told that the solution to every problem is more indoctrination, but when that doesn't work, they blame themselves, not the indoctrination. The indoctrination can only be perfect in their minds, the panacea to every problem. This view is seen all over their propaganda and keeps them from seeing the truth, that it's the religion the one causing problems, not the one solving them.
When we are patient, we make better decisions. Yes, before making any decision, remember to stop first to consider, is it in harmony with God's word? Stop and consider, am I putting my will ahead of Jehovah's? Stop, consider, Will this affect my relationship with Jehovah and others?
And there you have it. What matters is that you put the will of Jehovah first, which means act accordingly with what the religion tells you to do. This is so important that Jehovah's Witnesses fail to see there's nothing in the Bible telling you to place this blind trust in any human or religion, and works wonders to ensure every waking moment is lived for the religion, not the person.
Moses and Korah stand in sharp contrast. Moses, he likely had many sacred duties as a Kohathite Levite, and he likely participated in the transportation of these sacred utensils. But something about Korah didn't recognize that there were limits to his privileges. He had much yet to learn. And rather than patiently seek Jehovah's direction, Korah challenged it. He rose up against those who were in authority in the congregation of Israel, and it had some terrible results. The account in Numbers 16:1-3 shows that Moses disrespectfully approached Korah disrespectfully approached Moses and said to him, "That is enough of you. Why should you lift yourselves up above the congregation?" Such disrespect.
Yeah, and he had killed along with his family, and Jehovah told everyone not to mourn them because they had messed with Moses. This otherwise obscure story is a Jehovah's Witness favorite because, as we mentioned before, this isn't a Christian religion. It instead follows the radical Abrahamic God. And this is probably the only scripture in the entire Bible they can use to support their religion. To Jehovah's Witnesses, everyone who is good in the Bible was a proto-Jehovah's Witness. So, since Moses was leading the people back then, he was a proto-governing body. This is obviously a false equivalence, but they love to bring out this intolerant scripture when they need to remind Jehovah's Witnesses of their most intolerant views.
So, if there's no other comments, it looks like we're all in agreement. Mario will take over for Tomas as the field service group overseer. And I think that's the last item. So maybe, Brother Leon, could you offer the closing prayer?
Yeah. Our Father Jehovah.
Mario? Seriously? He's practically a kid. He's barely been serving a year.
We all love Jehovah very much, and we all want to do what we can in his service.
Sure, he gives a good talk. But he's not ready for this kind of responsibility. That's an assignment I definitely have the experience for. And now I'm stuck being his assistant? This is going to be a mess.
Jehovah's Witnesses have been told to appoint men as young as in their early 20s to be elders. So this, again, will be a problem that will ring true to many Jehovah's Witnesses. And it's insane how they slipped and called ministerial servants assistants to elders, since that's basically what they are, unpaid, glorified assistants. However, since this man is viewing things objectively, he is in the wrong. We'll learn that instead of looking at things objectively, he solved this issue with, you guessed it, indoctrination, and waiting on a magical being to solve things.
Still disappointed?
Just doesn't make sense.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, I think you'd have done great in that assignment.
Thanks.
But give Mario a chance.
Okay. I will. With time, I saw exactly why Mario was being used like this. I just had to be patient and check my ego. So I could see what Jehovah sees. and appreciate the privileges I do have.
Much better. Our brother now sees things as how Jehovah sees. He checked his ego. He's now more patient and he's focusing on the privileges he has.
This is the unrealistic solution to the realistic problem. Wait and see not how you see things, but how Jehovah sees things, which basically means learn to agree with the religion. If you don't agree with the religion, it cannot be that the religion is wrong. That possibility isn't even present here. It can only be that your ego is getting in the way. You can't have a problem with the religion. The problem can only be you. But the next speech in the symposium can't be that culty, can it?
It's been said that patience is more than just the ability to wait, but the ability to keep a good attitude while waiting. As Christians, that good attitude involves humility and patience, humility and modesty. Why? Because as Christians, our patience will be tested. There will be times when we'll be given direction we'll find difficult to obey.
The dude opened by saying how you'll have to obey the religion even when you disagree with it. Come on, how come no one cares? This is what Jehovah's Witnesses are learning at the convention this year.
So, based on current direction from the branch, it seems best that we implement the adjustment that we discussed. Here's one approach we could take. Since
I'd never consider handling the situation this way. And when you look at the direction, to me, it could be interpreted a number of ways. We'll probably be right back here on his next visit, having to fix all this.
Can I get your thoughts on something?
Sure.
The SEAL's direction. You've been serving for years. Does this approach make sense to you?
This is an interesting predicament. Jehovah's Witnesses are being taught here not to be honest, but to be compliant, even if that goes against your judgment. So this guy would have to not only be compliant, but explain why someone else should be compliant too.
Jehovah does take pleasure in our sacrifices. He values them, but what he values more is our obedience. To obey is better than a sacrifice. Perhaps we can illustrate it this way. Is oxygen, water, and food equally important to you? They're important, but are they equally important? Maybe you love food. Maybe you're a foodie. Or maybe you have a particular form of brand of water that you especially like. But are they equally important? We can live up to a week or more without food, a few days without water, but only a few minutes without oxygen. So of the three, oxygen, food, water, which is the most important? It's clear. It's oxygen. Because without oxygen, we cannot live. And that's what Jehovah is saying to us here. He has a value system, a set of priorities. Yes, he values our sacrifices, but what he values more is our obedience. See, it's not enough for us to say, I love Jehovah. He's the most important person in my life. We must prove it by obeying Jehovah in everything, not just in the things that we like. Because if we do not cultivate obedience, we will not have Jehovah's approval. If we do not cultivate obedience, we will not live forever.
Obedience to Jehovah is obedience to his religion. This is extremely manipulative. A guy in a suit telling people through a screen that obedience to their religious leader is as important as the oxygen they breathe. But it's worded so well that this will never hit the news. There's rarely propaganda as overt as this one from the Jehovah's Witnesses. But as I've mentioned before, this kind of strong propaganda will be less likely to wake people up and more likely to push people in. See why this is the cultiest convention Jehovah's Witnesses have put out there?
Does this approach make sense to me? If I'm honest, no.
In fact, I struggled with it through the whole meeting. That's why I just needed a moment to get my mind right.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I had to remind myself of something. And this scripture came to mind. Read verse 22.
Look, to obey is better than a sacrifice, and to pay attention than the fat of rams. Okay, I get that, but maybe he hasn't thought it all through.
Well, you know, we all give our thoughts on the matter. And ultimately, the circuit overseer gave direction based on what he got from the branch office. I just had to remind myself that it's not about me or what I think. In fact, I just need to be patient, obey the direction. The rest is up to Jehovah.
You're right. Thanks.
Trust me, I needed that reminder from Jehovah just as much as you.
I appreciate you sharing that with me.
Sure.
You have any plans on?
Did you hear? The circuit overseer got direction from the branch, which is Jehovah's Witness, to say these orders came from way up. So it doesn't matter if people here didn't think things through. What matters is that they obey, because nothing bad can come out of obeying people. Just because there's a random Bible verse that explains how other people had to obey their God thousands of years ago. And when you're in a cult, following men is how you follow God. And obedience has to come even in the tiniest of matters.
My wife had some plans with these other two sisters, so that'll be a good group. For our next group, Francis, brother and sister Kenny, and brother Hodges will be the next group. And that just leaves myself.
I love brother Hodges and brother and sister Kenny. But today, I just want to be with my friends. Besides, brother Madison just got here, and he'd love to be in this group. It's fine. When the meeting's over, I'll just make my own arrangements and jump in with my friends.
From your reaction, we understood it's realistic.
Yes, this guy is already doing work for free for the cult. He already woke up early, probably during his weekend. Not that this is real, I get this is a dramatization. He showered and got ready to spend the entire morning working for free for the religion. He's already doing everything for the cult. The only thing he wants is to do it alongside his friends. But obviously, he will not be given even that tiny room to decide for himself. Obedience to the religion must be absolute.
Well, we said he's the head of the congregation. Jesus organized congregations because he wants to take care of you. And one way he wants to take care of you is by making sure that there are well-qualified elders appointed in the congregation to support you. So when we see the direction, the scriptural counsels of the elders as if coming from Jehovah, well, then don't you think we're saying to Jesus that we see the arrangement, we see things his way, Jehovah's way, and that we're ready to support that? It tells him that. That's how we support him in the congregation.
The speaker just equated obeying the direction of elders with obeying Jesus. He literally came out and said that obedience to the religion is the same as obedience to Jesus himself. There's nothing for me here to debunk. All I can do is point out just how culty and manipulative this is. And the speaker is about to give us a chilling example of how that looks like in action.
Say, for example, you become aware or you become the victim of an injustice in the congregation. The elders have been informed. Now what? Now patience. These things take time to be resolved properly as per Jehovah's arrangement. And we don't take things back into our own hands because it takes time. We want to give Jehovah's arrangements a chance, right? And once it's done properly, it's always for everybody's good, for the greatest good of all.
This is exactly their issue with child sex abuse in one clip. This is how Jehovah's Witnesses are supposed to act. I hope I see this clip in a documentary one day, because this is how Jehovah's Witnesses are supposed to react to an injustice committed against them in the congregation. Inform the elders and passively wait and do nothing else. If you try to warn the police or something like that, you're taking matters into your own hand and are not a good Jehovah's Witness. Being a good Jehovah's Witness involves supporting injustices in silence instead of looking for actual justice. And remember, none of this is in the Bible.
Not that one, honey. It's the other one.
Wait, what am I doing? I'm so focused on what I want. I'm not considering what others need. These weren't the arrangements I hoped for. But what kind of example would I be setting? Or blessing would I get if I do my own thing? Brother Kenny, can I help you with that?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Francis.
You're welcome, Sister Kenny.
Thank you, Francis. Our arthritis is acting up today. I think having you with us is a answer to our prayers.
Brother Kenny, I love working with you and Sister Kenny.
And to reinforce the propaganda, it just so happens that the elderly couple was praying for a young man to go with them preaching door to door. This is the unrealistic solution to the realistic problem. You suck it up and realize that you sucking it up was part of God's plan all along. That's how the leadership gets away with demanding this level of obedience, because it pretends God is the one behind the decisions men take.
As the world grows more unstable, we may face sudden changes of circumstances that test our faith and loyalty. The feature drama you are about to see is based on real experiences of our brothers and sisters. We invite you to put yourself in the scene as you watch the drama, Commit Your Way to Jehovah, Part 1.
This is how this year's drama, a movie Jehovah's Witnesses make for their conventions, is introduced. We've already watched this drama before in a live stream, but I didn't know they plain out came out and said this drama is based on true events to make it scarier. And this has to be one of their most disgusting dramas they've ever made, since it's all about fear-mongering to get Jehovah's Witnesses to obey the cult. Yes, they're getting better at movie making, and yes, I dig the intro song. I feel conflicted because this drama is truly better than most other dramas made by them, which makes it easier to watch, but will also make it more efficient at indoctrination among Jehovah's Witnesses.
Hey, Dad, what type of wood is this?
This is Tamboti. You know, Jehovah made it strong and durable. Hey, just like you, my Ombi.
Just like you, Dad.
Thank you. Come back again. Hey, look, the brothers. Hey. Oh, Maombi. How are you, sir?
Hey,
nice
Yoko.
to see you.
How are you?
From you, sir.
How you doing?
How was your day? Oh, good, good. How about service?
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah.
Papa Moose, are you still coming for dinner tonight?
Of course. Guess what? He's staying for family worship, too. Inuko will drop me off when we finish. Okay, thanks, Inuko. You know the invitation is still open for you.
Thanks so much, Amani.
Yeah? Okay. All right, brothers. You brothers have a good one.
Okay, see you
Enjoy
soon.
service.
Say hi to the family.
Hi, Soraja.
Hey, Sifa.
Oh, thank you. Oh, how are you doing?
Good. How are you two doing?
Oh, the baby kept me up all night.
Oh, kicking again, huh?
Yes. How's the family doing today?
Oh, we're doing good.
Oh.
Amani is making dinner. We have family worship today too, so yeah.
You and Amani are such good parents. Always teaching. Oh.
It takes a lot of patience and practice. But don't worry. You're going to be a great mother. I can already tell.
Thank you.
And you won't be alone. We'll be here to help you. We want to help you teach your child about Jehovah. You're part of our family now.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sifa.
Hey, Amani.
How you doing?
I'm doing good.
Good, good. Are you going to be staying for dinner?
No. I just wanted to say hi. Are we still on for our Bible study tomorrow?
Yes, I'm looking forward to it.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
See you.
Bye, Sifa.
Bye.
See you tomorrow.
See you.
You're doing so great with her.
Thank you.
Can't wait to see her get baptized.
I pray so.
Yeah. Let me go finish up dinner.
Okay, I'll come inside and help you.
This is how we're introduced to most of our main characters, who are all one-dimensional, so we won't bother learning their names. The only growth you're allowed to have in these dramatizations is to become closer to the religion, and the characters are so wooden that they rarely have memorable moments. We meet Dad, who's an elder, his wife, who is such a good Jehovah's Witness wife she somehow brought pregnant lady into the cult, and the kids, who obviously love hearing boring things about Jehovah. Whether it's Caleb and Sophia, a drama in biblical times, or this drama, this will always be the archetypical family in good standing in the Jehovah's Witness religion. An elder dad, a mom fully involved in the cult, and kids who are constantly indoctrinated to replace their parents in the religion later.
Ooh, smelling good.
Thank you.
It's Uncle Tania.
Hey.
Uncle Tania.
Wow, good. How are you? Good. Wow, growing tall every day.
Tonia.
Tonia. That's my brother.
Hey, so what brings you by?
Came to see the family, of course. Plus, I wanted to bring you a gift, too.
Oh.
Yeah. And we need to talk. Have something for us to talk about.
Okay, kids, let's go. Let's give them some privacy.
Okay.
You don't have to bring a gift every time you come to visit.
I want to, my brother. Here.
This is nice. Thank you.
You're welcome.
This is too much.
Amani, this is nothing. I actually got an upgrade. You can use this one. Okay. I'm glad you like it. Amani, there's something we have to talk about. Let me ask, how steady has your work been lately?
My carpentry work has been slow, but we're getting by. You know, Mombi and I, we sell wood carvings at the market for some extra income. You know?
Wow. Amani, look at what you've done on our land. You're a good carpenter. You built this house. And you have a beautiful family too. If Mom and Dad were alive, they would be very proud of you. You know what I'm thinking, Amani? With your skill set, you could have more. I'm talking about real security for you and the family. A real government carpentry contract. See, just look here. This is the amount we can be making.
Yes?
Yes, for real. All you need to do, Amani, is just...
Yeah. No, not a party card. You know I can't sign this. Wait, you didn't sign me up, did you?
I know what you're thinking about, Amani. See, you don't have to involve yourself with the political leaders. You don't even have to attend any of the rallies. You know what? Forget it. I'll take care of this one. Basically, you'll be working for me. So don't worry about the card. All I need you to do is just sign here. And this becomes a reality for us. Amani, you know I love you. And if you become successful, I will be very happy. I have to get back. But just think about it. And think about the family too. Hmm?
The introduction of the conflict in the form of a party card is pretty on the nose, since it will surely remind many people who know about the history of the religion about the Malawi scandal, where Jehovah's Witnesses were victimized because they were told they weren't allowed to carry the party card in a one-party state, which basically turned them against the government for no reason. While at the same time, the same governing body was saying it was okay for Mexicans to avoid military service if they paid corrupt officials to skip the military service, which not only made them dishonest, it made them part of the military's reserves, a far more political position than getting one card from the government.
So tonight, we're going to continue with our study of the account of Joseph. Remember last week we discussed how Joseph was wrongly accused, and yet he was able to make peace with his brothers.
Thank you, Dad. She needs to hear this.
Papa Musa.
Yes, may I share a verse that has always meant a lot to me?
Please do.
This is one of my favorite. Psalm 37, verse 5. Commit your way to Jehovah. Rely on him, and he will act in your behalf. For me, this is exactly what Joseph had to do. But do you remember how long Joseph had to endure slavery and imprisonment in Egypt?
13 years.
Yes, Maombi. Even longer than you have been alive. So, what helped Joseph to be patient all those years? Well, think back to the verse. Commit your way to Jehovah. Joseph didn't know how everything would turn out, and a lot of things were out of his control. When Joseph committed his way to Jehovah, Jehovah always acted in his behalf. Even in prison, Jehovah was always with him. If we prayerfully rely on Jehovah, Jehovah will act in our behalf.
That's a beautiful point, Musa. Thank you. So, children, how can we apply that verse today?
Well, we can pray to Jehovah for courage, just like Joseph did in the original song.
Can we sing it tonight?
Yes, Zoadi. A little later, though. But you're right, Maombi. Prayer is very essential, especially for a family, if we're going to endure these last days.
What about Uncle Dania? Does he pray to Jehovah?
No, maybe, but we can look into his heart.
Yeah. Musa taught us both when we were boys, so he knows about Jehovah. But no one can make him love Jehovah.
Yes, I remember those days. Your father and Uncle Dania, they were trouble. Both of them were so independent. I wish I had done more to help Dunia.
We haven't given up on him yet. Okay, children, let's keep digging. Let's continue with the account of Joseph to see what else we can learn from the second part. Can we take turns as characters?
I want to read Joseph's part.
Okay, let's do that. Genesis chapter 40, and Zoadi will be Joseph.
What you just saw was a family spending time indoctrinating themselves and hoping the uncle, who left the religion, indoctrinates himself as well so he isn't deserving of destruction in Armageddon. That's how Jehovah's Witnesses see people who aren't into religion, as potential converts or Armageddon fodder. And here, children are being indoctrinated into seeing their own uncle like that, instead of as part of their family, simply because he isn't in the religion anymore.
Free shirt. Take this one. This one fit you.
No,
Take this one.
no,
This one.
thank you.
Show yourself up for
No.
Bakari, man. Show yourself up for
No,
Bakari.
appreciate it. No, thank you.
Look at how the dad physically pushes away someone who just wants to talk about politics with them. Jehovah's Witnesses would claim they were being mistreated if they were treated the same way when going door to door. But to Jehovah's Witnesses, this isn't out of the ordinary. People in politics are disgusting and shouldn't even be heard for a moment.
Got one shirt for you. Just for you. Free shirt. Free shirt.
Come on, Maombi. Free shirts?
Dad, can I play some music?
Yeah, sure. Grab it.
View 93.6. As an update to our report from yesterday, militia groups are threatening to take over the capital. Violence has been escalating in the area.
Nah,
Now let's go to our correspondent.
there's no need to worry.
on the ground at the scene of the
Okay?
latest rioting.
But will they come here?
No. These are just threats, rumors. There's nothing to it. Listen, change the station. Why don't you play us some music? Oh, yes.
We humbly come before you in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, brother, so much for making the time to come tonight so we can talk about an important matter. As you are aware, the branch has recommended that we meet and discuss the possibility of civil unrest in our area.
You know, just yesterday, the marketplace was buzzing.
There will always be rumors surrounding the elections.
But you know, I even heard of some reports on the radio.
I want us to see what the threat is in our area and what we can do for the friends so we can help them if they decide to flee.
Wait, did they direct us to leave or ask us to think about it?
Well, they have advised us to have a plan. The way people are feeling about the current leadership now, it's just a matter of time that a conflict will come in this area. The safety of the congregation is the concern.
Yes, I agree with that. And, you know, I've heard about the violence of these militias towards other tribes.
But is it worth alarming the congregation? Has anyone actually seen anything out of the ordinary here?
This is serious. Where there is smoke, there's fire.
I'm sorry. That's what I'm trying to say. Telling the friends to flee now? Brothers, I've been through this before. And trust me, there isn't even smoke yet. Doesn't this seem a bit hasty?
Listen to what that character is saying. He's being reasonable, he has experience on the matter, he has lived there for longer, and he knows the situation better. Unfortunately, his knowledge puts him in opposition to what the religion has directed them to do. So he is looked down upon when he voices his concerns. I mean, just look at the contempt that his fellow elder has towards him just because he disagreed with the religion. This is how you're supposed to act if you want to stay passive about it. And we're about to see the only other option a Jehovah's Witness has, to take action against the dissonant voice.
Yes, Musa. Brothers, we may differ in our opinions. But remember, we are still one body. Think about the times that we live in. These are the last of the last days. So we expect that these conditions would increase. Proverbs 22, verse 3. Remember, it tells us, the shrewd one sees the danger and conceals himself. So it is shrewd to prepare the congregation mentally and spiritually. Thank you so much, Musa. You've helped us to have a unified thought in this matter. So if it is okay with you, brothers, I have an exit plan. I brought a map of our territory and where the brothers and sisters live and where they can flee to. Let's look at it together.
So the grandpa reminded them that they are one body and that their religion is apocalyptic. So if their religion tells them the situation is getting worse, that can only be true and they have to suck it up if they disagree. This is how you're supposed to react to any dissonant voice in the religion. Don't interact with their arguments. Just remind them that they are supposed to obey the religion no matter what.
Time for bed.
Okay.
You want your bed?
Yeah.
Good night.
Good night.
Okay, big guy. It's getting late. Time for bed.
Okay.
Okay. Good night.
Good night.
Amani, wake up. We have to go right now.
I've been through this before. And trust me, there isn't even smoke here.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
What's going on?
I keep thinking about what my family experienced when I was young. We had to run for our safety. At least that's what we thought we were doing. But when we left, we lost everything. For what? For nothing. And just like that, the conflict passed. That was it.
Is that happening now? Would we have to flee?
We received direction from the branch. Those brothers are so far away, though. I keep wondering if they are being overly cautious. Maybe for the brothers in the city. But for us here, is that the right decision?
I don't know. Would we have to go to a camp?
I think about Musa. He would not be able to make such a trip.
I'm thinking about Sifa too.
You know, around the elections, these tensions always seem to pop up. But overall, things are pretty stable around here, don't you think? I mean, Dunia offered me a contract. This work is guaranteed.
Money. This is more money than we've ever had.
This could be a blessing from Jehovah.
We wouldn't have to scrape by.
If we were to leave now, this opportunity will go with it. The door will be shut. The whole point of us building this house was to give our children a better life. I just don't want them to experience what I went through.
Money, I'm worried.
Trust me. In a couple of weeks, this thing will just blow over.
You think so?
Yeah, just wait. You'll see.
The dad presents a compelling case to his wife. He has had to do this before when he was a kid, only to go back and lose everything. The brothers who are telling him to flee are too far away to be as informed as he is. His father wouldn't be able to make the trip to the refugee camp for some reason, and they would lose their way of living just when it's about to pay off. To us, any of those are solid reasons that someone should weigh and keep in mind. To a Jehovah's Witnesses, those are useless rationalizations that should be discarded to instead obey without question. And he's about to be reminded of the same thing.
Amani?
Yes, sir.
Nice to meet you.
Oh.
Your brother sent me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For the stools, right?
For the stools.
Let me get them for you.
Yes. Your brother said you did good work.
Of course, I do by myself. Got my tools right here.
Nice.
Yeah, here you go.
How much for 4 of them?
For the 4, 105.
105. Can we do 100?
You know, I take 100.
100? Okay.
Okay. Appreciate it.
All right.
Have a good one.
Take care.
Greetings, Faraja.
Papa Musa.
Children, how are you all?
Good.
How are you? Wonderful. Look like you're ready for school, huh?
Now pack your book bag so we can go, okay?
Okay. How are you, my dear?
Good.
It's good to see you. It's a beautiful day. Oh, Jehovah is good to us. I was wondering, is Amani in?
No, he's putting in another long day at the market.
Ah, shame. I was hoping I could talk with him. Yeah, he's been on my mind lately.
You know, I'm kind of worried about him too. All this talk about fleeing is bringing back a lot of bad memories for him.
Yes, I remember those days. It was tough on them.
Yeah. But it looks like things are calming down, getting back to normal, so I'm thankful for that.
Well, that's what I wanted to talk to Amani about. You see, some of the family heads, they're deciding to leave.
Really? Why? Do you think things are getting worse?
You never know about these things. But we have to remain watchful.
This is News Radio 93.6. As an update to our reporting from yesterday, the leaders from both sides have agreed to meet and discuss bringing peace to the region. The talks are set for tomorrow morning. Now let's go to our correspondent who's at Studio B. May we ask, what led up to these negotiations? What can you tell us?
Yes, many have been fleeing the violence to find safety across the borders. But with peace talks,
His father only showed up to make sure he was complying with the orders they received from the religion, because that's what they are, orders. As this drama makes clear, obeying should never be up to you. And since this is religious propaganda, we're about to see what happens when you're a reasonable person and don't follow the orders given to you by the religion.
You got this?
Yep.
Let's do it.
What's up?
We need to go.
Dad, we just got here.
I know, but we're leaving.
Amani!
Dunia.
My brother, how are you? You have to meet this man. Bakari!
No,
Bakari!
Dunia, wait. I wanted to talk to you about it.
You meet him first.
Dunia, my man.
Yeah, that's my brother.
So, you are Amani.
Yes.
I hear you are quite talented.
Very much. Thank you.
We're excited to work with you. And that must be your boy.
Hello.
Yeah. Are you ready to work with your dad before this new work and huge contract coming his way? You are our country's future. Remember that.
Thank you. Listen, Dunia, I'm sorry. I appreciate this offer, but I can't accept it.
He doesn't know what he's saying now. We can still work out the details, and then he'll come back. He's okay.
See all those people out there?
Yeah.
They would love to work with me. This is not an offer you refuse. And you said this was all done and you had it all covered.
He'll be fine.
Fix it! And don't waste my time.
Dunia, you have to let me explain.
Explain what, Amani? How could you embarrass me like that in front of him?
You don't understand.
Understand what? This is a lifetime deal for the family. You see why I don't bring big contract to you? I can't believe you. How could you refuse that?
Hold on.
In front of him. I can't believe this.
Jacobo. You there?
Just look at the hatred that dad has towards the politician, even placing himself between him and his kid. And also, who called him to let him know that the protest was about to start? We see what looks like a confrontation between the politician and some armed dudes who are in the other party because they have blue bandanas instead of red, so we know they're in the other party. But if even the politician didn't know about this, who the hell called the main character to warn him, and why did they wait until the last second? This makes no sense, but it reinforces the main lesson of this drama. Obey the religion without question, because if you don't, you will suffer. I thought the convention was supposed to talk about patience? We'll see the rest of the drama in the Sunday afternoon session, so subscribe if you don't want to miss out. For now, let's turn our attention to the last part of this culty convention. Mark Sanderson, who is here in his blue suit to talk about how persecution means Jehovah's Witnesses are the only one true religion.
How did you feel in 2017 when you heard that the work in Russia had gone under ban? Can you imagine? Our beautiful branch office was taken by the authorities. Our brothers and sisters all had their kingdom halls seized across the country. I was standing in the courtroom when the judge read that decision, and I have to tell you, it was a sobering moment. But now here's a question. Even though it was sobering, was it completely surprising? Well, not so, because the scriptures make it so plain to us that all true Christians must endure persecution. Now, I want to go through with you 3 scriptures. Let's go through them quickly. Here's the first one, John chapter 15 and verse 20. That's where Jesus said, if they have persecuted me, they will also persecute you. Pretty straightforward, right? What about 2 Timothy chapter 3 and verse 12? That's where the Apostle Paul said, all, did you get that word? All those desiring to live with godly devotion in association with Christ Jesus will also be persecuted. And how about Revelation chapter 2 and verse 10? It says, do not be afraid of the things that you're about to suffer. Look, the devil will keep on throwing some of you into prison. So the scriptures make it very, very clear that all of those who want to be servants of Jehovah are going to experience persecution.
This is why persecuting religious cults doesn't work, because it only reinforces the indoctrination of the members. Most cults believe they're doing something so special that inevitably the world will turn against them. So when the world realizes the damages that the cult causes, the cult can say, see, told you, this proves we're doing what we need to be doing. Instead of persecuting them, what every government should do is what the Netherlands did. Remove their privileges as a religious organization and make them pay taxes just like every other corporation out there. Members can die for their religion, and that will fully be okay by them. But the religion cannot lose money and be okay. That's how you legislate against them. Hit them in their pocket, not in their members.
Well, as of this year, 2023, our work is either banned or restricted in 33 different lands. This affects the worship of hundreds of thousands of our brothers and sisters who are just like you and me, just ordinary people who want to serve God. And as of today's date, May 13, 2023, over 189 of our faithful brothers and sisters are imprisoned because of their faith. If you want to keep up to date with that, go to jw.org and go to the page Jehovah's Witnesses Imprisoned for Their Faith. Those figures are updated all the time.
As you can see, persecution is so important and so effective for the cult. They keep their members updated constantly, letting them know how many Jehovah's Witnesses have been persecuted. But they not only use persecution through numbers, they also use it through their propaganda.
Before I was baptized, based on my father's example and the Bible truths that I had learned, I believed that maintaining Christian neutrality was the right thing to do. That's why I refused military training. I received a 2-year sentence and was then transferred to prison. I thought I would meet other brothers, but in my location, there was not a single brother there. Living with inmates in a cramped cell, I often experienced emotional issues.
Jehovah's Witnesses aren't allowed to participate in any military training, and in South Korea, military training is mandatory. South Korea also offers voluntary work instead of military service for conscience objectors, but the Jehovah's Witness leadership decided that's not good enough for Jehovah's Witnesses. So witnesses in South Korea have two options. They either do the voluntary or military service and get disfellowshipped and shunned, or they spend 18 months in jail instead. This has led to over 20,000 Jehovah's Witnesses being imprisoned since 1950. Not only is this an extreme form of control over Jehovah's Witnesses, it's completely unbiblical. Jehovah's Witnesses believe going to jail is better than working for the army in any capacity, but that is completely foreign on the Bible. When military officers went to John to get baptized, he didn't tell them to leave the military service. Instead, he told them to be satisfied with their provisions and to not harass anybody, which kinda sounds like John was only asking them to not take advantage of the authority that they had as military officers. Cornelius, who commanded Roman soldiers, was baptized by Paul without having to give up his military position. You could be an early Christian and be a part of the military at the same time. This is only one more example of how pharisaical and controlling the Jehovah's Witness religion is, even when they have to go against the Bible.
The search lasted 12 hours.
After that, Aliptina was taken to a temporary detention facility, and I was interrogated until 2 in the morning. I said that I had a serious illness, and therefore I needed to eat. But in spite of that, they didn't allow it.
For 4 months, we did not see each other at all.
Again, persecuting Jehovah's Witnesses individually is shown to only embolden their religion. They will fly to meet the people persecuted and recreate the persecution themselves just to be able to talk about it because they know how effective it is an indoctrination.
Continue putting up with one another and forgiving one another freely, even if anyone has a cause for complaint against another. Just as Jehovah freely forgave you, you must also do the same. Did you hear it? Continue putting up. Well, in this case, putting up with what? Well, you know. You know that brother who refuses to call on you in the Watchtower study? That sister who never says hello at the Kingdom Hall? That family that will never invite you over? What are we going to do with all of those people? We just have to put up with them. That's what the Apostle Paul says. We have to patiently endure them. That's the same word.
Yet another form of control. Jehovah's Witnesses are forced to be friends amongst each other, and this will inevitably fail. Mark Sanderson here is saying that even if you have a cause for complaint against someone, if they're a part of your religion, they are your friends, and you have to put up with it.
Every morning, I prayed to endure this test, and it helped me feel calm.
After one court session, as I was waiting to return to my cell, I met a young female prisoner. And she and I were talking about the name of God. And she said to me, wait. I'm going to write the name on the back of this piece of paper so that I don't forget it.
О, эта Багратяна и тебя уже затащила в секту.
And this girl came out after the search and said, when the inspector searched me, she looked at the piece of paper and saw God's name. And I said to her, don't worry. Now neither the inspector nor you will forget the name of God.
I just wanted to add this because it's just so delusional once you see it from the outside. Some prisoner is like, oh, that's the name of God? Oh, let me write that down on a piece of paper. I don't know how she had something to write in and on if she was a prisoner, but then the guard notices the paper, and when the prisoner tells the witness about it, since, you know, they're prisoners and that's the only source of entertainment they have, the witness is like, oh, don't worry, now both of you will know the name Jehovah, which isn't really the name of God. Imagine thinking not only that this story isn't cringy, but that this is so relevant and inspirational that it needs to be dramatically recreated for 8 million Jehovah's Witnesses around the world. Because nowadays, this cringy interaction is as close as they can get to convert someone.
But I was determined to spend my time well. So I applied myself to personal study in order to progress spiritually. I prayed earnestly to Jehovah God. Jehovah God, I would be so grateful if you assigned just one brother to my cell. Soon, 2 brothers were assigned to my cell. The 3 of us tried our best to fully enjoy the meetings. Doing so helped us to endure.
This has to be quite disgusting. South Korean Jehovah's Witnesses are only being imprisoned because that's the will of the governing body. And this dramatization implies that 2 more guys being imprisoned along with this witness was directly an action performed by God. Why? Well, because it fits within the narrative of the religion, plain and simple. If the governing body changed their minds about voluntary service, that too would be hailed as the mercy of Jehovah himself.
Well, what have we learned in this discussion this afternoon? Yes, we are going to be persecuted. We're not shocked by it. We're not surprised by it. But just as sure as the fact that we will be persecuted, we are not going to compromise. We are not going to retaliate. We are not going to be bitter or resentful, but instead, through our patient endurance and with the help of our wonderful, our amazing God, Jehovah, we will come off completely victorious and we will gain the prize of everlasting life.
And that is how the Cultiest program yet ends. by reminding Jehovah's Witnesses that not only are they going to be persecuted, but that they need to be happy about it.
When Jehovah defeated the prophets of Baal on Mount Carmel, I knew he was with me. I felt strong. And then suddenly I was running for my life, hiding from Jezebel, feeling more like a frightened child than a prophet of the Most High God, praying to die. But Jehovah took care of me. Just as he had done so many times before. And later, he reassured me that I was not alone. I never was. There was more work to do, and that meant facing my enemies again. But Jehovah had been teaching me all along to wait on him.
This is how the Sunday morning session starts, by showing a dramatization not of what happened in the Bible, but what Jehovah's Witnesses think happened, which is twice removed from the truth if you're keeping count. And since the convention is about patience, aka do nothing and wait on a magical being to solve things as long as you do exactly what his human representatives interpret the Bible to mean, they shove that lesson into multiple prophet stories, including this one. That's how Jehovah's Witnesses end up believing their beliefs are based on the Bible. They take whatever passage they want from the Bible and extrapolate whatever meaning they want out of it, which in this case means patience was something Elijah had to learn, but Jehovah was too busy to let us know until today. And they pair this unbiblical lesson they just learned with a dramatization showing them how they need to behave.
Tell me more. Well, here's the thing about patience, my brother. You're gonna need some right now. Because this story goes back more than 60 years.
England is a place of change. Over the past decade, thousands upon thousands of immigrants have arrived in our country from overseas.
Lucille and I were like many others who had come from the islands during those years, looking to start a new life. We lived with Lucille's brother, who came here long before us. He was so good to us. He helped us find work and made us feel right at home. Until we started studying the Bible, that is.
These people twist the Bible to say whatever they want.
Edwin, they are good people who just want to help. That's it.
I've warned you about these people before. They may seem good, but remember, what tastes sweet in the mouth can burn the belly.
Daddy always taught us to worship God. We worship him in spirit and in truth. Do you know that?
No.
This is the truth, Edwin.
No, it's their truth.
Edwin, there could only be one truth.
Stay away from them.
Why can't you just
Stay
see that, though?
away from them. You give this up, or you find somewhere else to live.
It's telling how the few times they portray someone pointing out something wrong about their religion, it's always spot on. Like with this opposer saying that Jehovah's Witnesses twist the Bible to say whatever they want to say, which we just saw in action. In response, the Jehovah's Witness also self-reports because he replies with, "There can only be one truth," which shows he's already arguing pointless logical fallacies. Also, let's take that conflict for a second. If one person says that an organization twists the Bible and that's their truth, and the counter-argument is that there can only be one truth, the logical conclusion is that the Jehovah's Witnesses aren't the truth. This simple dialogue written by Jehovah's Witnesses themselves show how they cannot make a logical and coherent argument to back up their beliefs, even when they are the ones writing the conversation.
Winston,
Lucille. I'm so sorry.
Rory and Kate, the couple studying with us, kept saying that Jehovah would help.
Take off your coat.
And I kept saying, when?
Jehovah will help you, Winston.
I know, Rory, but what is he waiting for? I mean, if Jehovah really cares about us, why doesn't he help us? I'm not sure that we can keep doing this.
Do you know who felt exactly as you feel, Winston? Elijah.
Elijah? The prophet? How's that?
Well, Elijah was so discouraged because of the opposition that he faced because of his loyalty to Jehovah. At one point, he was so worn out and depressed that he prayed to Jehovah, "It is enough." But you know what Jehovah did for him next? Let me show you in the scriptures. In 1 Kings chapter 19, and from verse 4, he said, and he began...
Rory helped us to see how Jehovah strengthened Elijah to face his enemies. Learning the truth meant we were cast out and had to find a new home. But Elijah learned to wait on Jehovah, and so did we.
Our district assemblies are near at hand. Provision has been made for baptism on the Saturday of the assembly.
Look, Lucy, some bread and a gift from Rory and Kate.
From that point on, we didn't let anything stop us from coming to know and love Jehovah.
What a special memory.
Again, isn't it insane to see someone said that the Jehovah's Witnesses twist the Bible to say whatever they want, only for the guy to go to the Jehovah's Witnesses converting them and listen to him twisting the Bible into saying that Elijah patiently waited on Jehovah to solve things?
As each day passed, it got harder to watch. It was useless turning to our leaders for help. They served false gods. Judah had become a den of false worship, injustice, and violence. But Jehovah heard my concerns, and his answer to my prayer was clear. I needed to wait. These were not problems I alone could fix, but I still had work to do. I delivered warnings, yes, but I also helped others learn that Jehovah promised brighter times ahead. What I had the privilege to write down will help generations to come, knowing Jehovah will hear their cries for justice too.
I think Jehovah's Witnesses are doing this because they're sick of looking at Bible verses that fit their narrative, and this way they skip the Bible and they just tell the story they want to tell, which in this case is about Micah and how important it was that he wrote that book in the Bible that nobody ever remembers. But let's keep the boring speaker like we already did last time in this repetitive symposium and jump into what Jehovah's Witnesses are supposed to be like, now that they heard this made-up Bible lesson.
The arrival of so many foreigners had caused tension for many years.
Something new and ugly raises its head in Britain.
And by the 1960s, we were living in turbulent times.
Some of the gangs who break windows or throw bottles or burning torches have arrived by car. Opinions differ about Britain.
This is an injustice! Look at all this! Should bricks be thrown through our windows? Just because we work here, Winston? Should our people be met with violence in the street? Just because of the color of our skin? You're just going to let them do this to you?
I want to turn the other cheek, Maxwell.
Why? So they can slap you again? You need to stand up. This is the only way. We can make a difference.
This weighed heavy on my heart. And then
Hey, what happened?
it struck even closer to home. My Lucille was horribly mistreated at work because of the color of her skin.
And then he spit in my face.
Enough is enough. How much more of this we have to take? It's too much, Lucy.
It was hard not to dwell on every slight, every insult hurled at us for no reason. I couldn't quiet my mind until I turned to Jehovah. Putting trust in Him rather than man was the only way we could endure.
You know, I realized something today. All this hatred, discrimination, it is only gonna get worse in these last days, Lucy. I found a verse for us. Micah 7:7. But as for me, it is for Jehovah that I shall keep on the lookout. I will show a waiting attitude for the God of my salvation. My God will hear me. Jehovah is the only one who can put an end, a real end to suffering. He hears our prayers. We just need to wait on Him.
Winston, you are right. You are so right.
Instead of dwelling on every injustice, I let the ministry give me peace of mind.
What go on, Winston? Everything Irie, Maxwell. It's been a good morning.
Is it good? You decide to do something, brother?
Yes. I know exactly what I'm going to do. Let me show you how Jehovah will put an end to injustice.
It's disgusting that this is what probably a group of white men wrote, showing a man living during the civil rights movement and encouraging other black men to stay silent instead of rising up and demanding their rights. And Winston, the main character in this made-up story, is wrong. He clearly says that violence towards black people will only increase because they're living in the last days, which is why fighting for equal rights is pointless. But we all know that although racism wasn't solved, the civil rights movement definitely improved the system that black people lived in, removing segregation and giving them the right to vote, to name two of the most important W's of the time. This shows that Jehovah's Witnesses' narrative is wrong and has always been wrong. And I didn't even have to debunk anything. I just have to point it out to you. So I'm hoping some Jehovah's Witness has the same realization with this clip at the convention.
It hurt, but it wasn't a surprise. Jehovah had told me to marry Gomer knowing she would be unfaithful. Just as Jehovah's people were unfaithful to him. Even though she left me, I knew what I had to do. Go once again, Jehovah told me. Love the woman who is loved by another man and is committing adultery. Just as Jehovah loves the people of Israel while they turn to other gods. But what I did was small compared to how Jehovah was willing to take back his people with open arms.
Is this why Jehovah's Witnesses just add whatever meaning they want into the Bible? Because when they actually read the Bible, it's about how God wanted to replay his cuckold fantasies with his poor prophet? You really have to ask yourself, is this really the best way an almighty God has to let his people know that he was willing to forgive him? make a guy marry someone knowing that she's gonna be unfaithful, only to force his servant to get back together with her when he apparently finds her sitting down at the street just to make a point? Now I'm afraid for whatever Winston is going to go through to show us this lesson in action with modern Jehovah's Witnesses.
The major cause of inflation at home, he argued, was rising world commodity prices, over which Britain had no control.
In the years that followed, Lucille and I were barely scraping by. But we had many blessings, including one named Terence. I begged Jehovah to help me take good care of my family. And that's when our patience was tested in a way we never expected. A friend came to me with a big plan. He said, "Let's work together, Winston, you and me. We'll get bigger jobs and earn more money in less time, Winston." That sounded like an answer to a prayer. So we put every penny we had been saving up into the new business. And then, not long after we started, he walked out on me, just like that. Instead of bigger jobs, I ended up with bigger bills and a lot of debt. And that wasn't the worst of it.
In tonight's reading, we're going to see how Jehovah
You see, he wasn't just my friend. He was our spiritual brother.
I don't know. Maybe I rushed into the whole thing. You know? Maybe...
No, you don't need to blame yourself. What he did to us was wrong.
He did apologize.
After how long? He turned his back on you, Winston.
The Israelites, they turned their backs on Jehovah, and he forgave them again and again.
Well, that is Jehovah. I am just Lucille Campbell. My heart is not as big as his.
Your heart is pretty big, Lucy.
But is it big enough for this? Winston, what are you thinking?
Keep silent before Jehovah and wait longingly for him. Do not show yourself heated up at anyone making his way successful, at the man carrying out his ideas. Let anger alone and leave rage. What is it?
Let anger alone. I think this one is for us.
It wasn't easy to find the forgiveness in our hearts at first.
How you doing? All right. You working hard?
But we found it. And it was worth the wait.
The issue that Winston is shown to have with his spiritual brother is a dog whistle for how the Jehovah's Witnesses are supposed to act whenever there's a dispute where the authorities might get involved. Jehovah's Witnesses are against calling the authorities on members on their own religion, and they're told that it's often better to let yourself be wronged by someone else than to get the authorities involved. This is a sinister principle to keep members compliant. If they're hesitant to call the authorities on their fellow members, they will never think of calling the authorities on their religion.
5 simple words changed my life. Here I am, send me. And so I went to bring the light of Jehovah's message to a darkened world. But the nation refused to listen. It was a difficult assignment, but it wasn't my only one. Along with our prophetic work, my wife and I had another important assignment: raising our children to love Jehovah. Jehovah even told me to take my son, Shear-Jashub, along with me to deliver a message to the king. Nothing could diminish the joy of seeing our children grow to love Jehovah. Our strength would be in keeping calm and showing trust in Him.
And just like that, we get yet another reminder in this convention of the importance of child indoctrination, now in the form of making Isaiah a faithful Jehovah's Witness who indoctrinated his kid into being as fanatical as he was, just because Jehovah thought it would be funny if Isaiah risked his kid when talking to a king because Jehovah loves child endangerment. And I bet you already know what Winston is going to be doing in his next decade of a Jehovah's Witness made-up life.
As time passed, things didn't get easier, but Jehovah kept us busy.
This watchtower, it's really gonna help us.
We had the congregation, of course, and we were still working hard to raise Terence to love Jehovah in a tough environment. He was growing so fast,
all these significant events,
and we were doing our best. But not all dangers come at you with a hostile face.
Terence, you're one of the best players in the school, which is why the county manager wants you to try out for the program. Just take the form home, think it over. You see, for people like us, opportunities like this don't come around every day. Think about it.
This would be a dream come true to most parents. Their kid growing up to excel so much amongst his peers that he's able to break through the barriers of inequality most can't at such an early age, that should be celebrated. But to a Jehovah's Witness parent, this is a nightmare, because it can only mean their kid is falling prey to Satan for some reason.
What you say? Do what now?
it's to apply for the county youth program. I mean, Coach says I definitely have what it takes.
Listen, Terence, I know you love to play. I do too, but we live a different life. We can't let a game get in the way of more important
it's more than just
things,
a game, okay? There aren't enough players who look like me on the pitch. But what if I can make a difference? Not just for the team, but for the community.
It was something we hadn't heard before. We didn't know what was going on inside.
Where is all this coming from?
You guys don't understand.
But it gave us a look at the man he could become without Jehovah. So we turned to him and asked for help to be able to reach Terence's heart.
I got your favorite in here.
Thanks, man.
Have a nice time.
We created more opportunities to give him the time and space to express himself from the heart.
Like I said, I love the truth, and there's nothing that makes me even happier. But when I play...
You see all these weeds here? You want to pull one out, you pull it out, another one just pop out where it used to be.
And even though we already had a regular family worship, we dug deeper into God's word and tried hard to make the truth real to him.
Shear-Jashub was old enough in the days of Ahaz to accompany his father when Isaiah delivered a message to that king. Wow, I didn't know all this about Isaiah.
He was busy as a prophet, but they served Jehovah together as a family.
So, are you gonna take me around to witness to the Prime Minister, Dad?
My son, I would be proud to take you with me anywhere. Starting tomorrow morning for the ministry group, 9 a.m.
Notice how Winston, again, can't rebuke any of the points that are thrown his way. He says his kids can be an inspiration to other kids, not because he'd be in danger or because his spirituality might be damaged, but because that's not the life they decided their kid is going to live, plain and simple. And when the kid tells them that he can become an inspiration to other kids who share his struggles, Winston yet again refuses to engage with the argument and instead just asks where that's all coming from. Like there must be an ulterior motive to his kid wanting to inspire other kids. The man that his kid would become without Jehovah isn't shown to be any worse, simply more independent. And that alone is reason to get his kid into intensive indoctrination sessions, which, of course, since this is propaganda, ends up working out immediately, showing as a result a kid so happily indoctrinated that's looking forward to the next time he can wake up early to go knock on doors for no reason. When Jehovah's Witness parents try this approach at home and doesn't work out, they will only have themselves to blame. Because if it doesn't work out like in the drama, it can only be that you aren't doing things right, not that the drama is unrealistic, or worse, plain wrong.
I knew the life of a prophet wouldn't be easy, but who could have imagined this? I did all that Jehovah asked, to warn my people of the destruction to come. But this was not the assignment I expected. As a child, I dreamed of being a priest in the temple, like my father. Now that temple is just a memory. But it will not always be that way. Delivering these powerful messages of better things to come has been more than my commission. It's been my greatest joy and comfort, and I can imagine no greater privilege.
Yet again, another show of how inefficient and plain ridiculous the Abrahamic God can be, demanding Ezekiel do these extravagant pieces of modern performative art, which include laying on his left side for 390 days and on his right side for 40 days to represent the years of punishment of Israel and Judah, eating a scroll with writing on both sides to show how God's word with Potter himself, building a model of Jerusalem and enacting a siege against it, shaving his hair and beard, which is bad because shaving your beard is always portrayed as a negative in the Bible, and digging through a wall to show the people the abomination of worshiping their own gods in the privacy of their own homes. But obviously, the idea of having someone do pointless or even dangerous jobs that they hate is a wonderful one when you are a cult. And you're about to see just how much like Ezekiel you're expected to be if you want to survive Armageddon.
Come on, Winston. You know we have to record this for Terence.
Oh, okay.
All right, so.
Ready?
Where we are go?
Terence, this is Mum and Dad, and we're going to our next build.
My daddy used to tell me, Winston, sitting down too much wears out your trousers. Well, I can tell you, we didn't sit down much. With Terence married and off pioneering, we had more time to give to Jehovah, and we loved it. It was like we were new characters in the story of our lives. Then we got 2 calls that changed our lives. The first was an invitation to become international volunteers. It was just what we were praying for. We couldn't wait to start. And then we got the second call. Lucy was going to need treatment right away. We were scared and disappointed. We turned down the assignment. We had to. We felt empty. All we could do was take it one day at a time.
How do I look? And before you answer, remember what the Bible says in Colossians. Do not be lying to one another.
You look beautiful, Lucy.
I was just looking in that mirror and thinking of Ezekiel. He had to shave his head too, with a sword, but for a very different reason.
Lucy, Lucy.
I'm scared. I feel like I've let you down. Jehovah too.
Lucy, Lucy. With your courage and determination, Jehovah could not be more proud of you. And neither could I. So let's keep giving him the best we can. Together.
It's insane to me that they're picturing missing a dumb convention as the largest challenge they had to deal with when this woman got cancer. And it's telling that she says she feels like she left everyone down when she gets sick. After all, this religion is all about making you feel guilty about anything and everything to keep you in an anxious state of mind, where your salvation depends on following the religion as close as possible to compensate for the things you're supposed to be doing and can't do.
Outside of these walls, prophecy was being fulfilled. Jehovah brought calamity on Jerusalem. During my confinement, I had time to reflect on my years of service to Jehovah. I was young when Jehovah called me to be a prophet to the nations, and he commanded me not to marry or have children during these critical times. Jehovah gave me difficult assignments, and I often found myself in dangerous situations. But every word Jehovah spoke to me came true. As the years passed, I saw the true wisdom of Jehovah's instruction. I have no regrets over the sacrifices I made.
Let's keep getting more and more ridiculous. Jeremiah is an interesting prophet for multiple reasons, including warning the people of Judah about their sinful ways and their impending judgment. However, Jehovah's Witnesses skim through it to make Jeremiah's life about patience and trust in God, making Jeremiah, like every prophet before in this dumb series of videos, say things he never said in the Bible. This liberal approach of adding things to the Bible is becoming more and more common, making the Bible seem more and more like their unbiblical religion.
Now for our top stories. Government officials have conceded that the global economic downturn is likely to cause a recession here in the UK.
You know, as the decades go by, you realize the headlines only repeat themselves and the weeds keep growing.
Come on, Winston, they'll be here in a minute. And turn off that television.
It would be easy to become anxious.
It seems clear. A tough road lies ahead.
Is that my boy? That's why we were glad that Terence and his wife Gillian were serving Jehovah to the full. They had moved to where the need was greater, but they always made time to travel up and see their old parents.
So, we've got some news. I've been offered a new position at work.
Is that right?
Yep.
They've offered more pay, though I'm going to have to make some adjustments. I might need to stop pioneering, but just for a while. But we really think this is the best decision because it will help us to be able to help you.
What you saying now? No, don't make a fuss over us.
Mum, please, let me just say this. You know, you and Dad have given so much to Jehovah over the years. So if you haven't been able to put away much for the future, then please let us help.
Times are tougher than ever, and we want you to be comfortable. You have been through a lot, Lucille.
To hear you say that makes our hearts so glad. But you know, what you are doing in your ministry, now that helps us to lay our heads softly on our pillows at night. Yes, we lived a simple life. But it wasn't just a circumstance. It was a choice. There were chances for us to do things differently. But we made serving Jehovah the most important thing in our lives.
We gave Jehovah our best, knowing that he would take care of us, not just now, but in the new world too.
So Terence, Gillian, the day may come where we might need your help. But today is not that day. We still have some miles left to go.
Well, we'll pray about it. And I won't rush into any decisions.
I know, my son. I know.
I can't take it. Your son sounds just like you.
And what is wrong with that, Miss Lucy?
Nothing at all.
We had no doubt Jehovah would bless Terence and Gillian's desire to live a simple life and give him their best.
This drama again disproves the Jehovah's Witness religion. Most of these clips feature someone on the news saying how the situation is worse than ever, and Winston himself says that the news keep repeating itself, not that the news keep getting worse and worse. Think about it. Winston here brings people's attention to how the Jehovah's Witnesses have to perpetually believe that Armageddon is right around the corner, as they see themselves that it wasn't. And now Winston is preventing his son to get a better paying position at his job because that would keep him from going door to door for his religion, because Armageddon, like always, is right around the corner. It's almost like they're saying that the religion is about behaving like Armageddon is imminent until you die out of old age, always expecting an Armageddon that will never come.
I waited many years for us to return to Judah. Seeing my brothers and sisters return home to Jerusalem filled me with joy and broke my heart. My broken body was too old to make the journey. But how could I not be grateful? I've seen kingdoms rise and fall. And through it all, Jehovah was by my side, and he still is. Jehovah promised that someday I will stand again among God's people, and his promises never fail.
This is the last of their unbiblical revisions to all prophets, and they end with a bang by reminding Jehovah's Witnesses of how Jehovah promised Daniel to live again in paradise, something that never happens in the Bible. Daniel's story is quite interesting, but they skip through all of that to say Jehovah promised Daniel that he would be resurrected, so that's what his life was about, which is obviously a plain lie. But let's see how they wrap up the fake and unrealistic story of Winston.
So you see, I had to learn to be patient. And it's only taken me a lifetime.
So there's no secret?
No secret. But looking back, I can see how Jehovah guided us through each test we face.
It's gonna be okay, you know, Lucy.
This is the only way.
He taught us that when you're patient, you don't just put up with problems. You find a way to forgive from the heart. You make time to build up your family spiritually.
I would be proud to take you with me anywhere.
And you learn to accept disappointments without feeling bitter or overwhelmed with anxiety. But I'll be honest with you, Thomas. After all these years, I'm still working on it. You see, I thought I had this whole patience thing figured out long ago. But then, I never thought I'd have to do this alone. I miss her every day. But there are no shortcuts. I just have to wait to see her alive again. And I pray to Jehovah, hurry up. I want to see my Lucille again. I'm still learning.
We miss Lucille too. She was special.
I would be lying if I said I didn't have any bad days. But on those days, I remember what Jehovah told Daniel. You know, Daniel was even older than me when that angel visited him, probably close to 100. Read Daniel chapter 10, verse 19.
10:19. Then he said, "Do not be afraid, O very precious man. May you have peace. Be strong. Yes, be strong."
Be strong. I like that. Doesn't matter how old we get, we're still precious in Jehovah's eyes. And we can still be strong for him in our own way. But part of being strong, Thomas, is learning to wait on Jehovah. He'll do the rest. He always does. Come on, Thomas. It's time to give this old man a lift home.
That's right, Winston's wife, who also lived her life pretending that Armageddon was right around the corner, died of old age. And Winston cries when he says he's still learning to be patient for Jehovah to fulfill his promise of bringing Armageddon soon, and making it about himself the fact that he's impatient, not about the religion which so very clearly lied to him all his life, telling him that Armageddon was coming soon. Turns out Winston was wrong, and there was more than enough time for his son to be a sports star, because Armageddon wasn't about to come when his religion taught him it would. This series of clips show very clearly how their Jehovah's Witness religion gaslights their followers, telling them that Armageddon is right around the corner and that they should live by it, making it about their followers when they see that the decades keep passing and that Armageddon never came. I really hope this makes Jehovah's Witnesses uncomfortable and makes them think about what they just watched. A man being lied to and tricked into believing like Armageddon is just about to come for his whole life.
Today are absolutely convinced, oh yes, Jehovah has heard my prayer. I can recount instance after instance. He came to my rescue. Others, though, are not so sure. They've prayed again and again and again, and it seems like nothing has really changed. Their circumstances seem the same. They don't perceive that Jehovah really has acted in their behalf. Well, if that's been the case with you, take heart. This information is for you, but it's also for all of us.
This is what the final speech of the morning session is about, trying to reach out to those who haven't had a prayer be answered by coincidence to convince them that Jehovah answers prayers in mysterious ways, gaslighting them into believing that if they haven't seen the answers to prayers, it isn't that God doesn't exist or cares about them, it's that they aren't spiritual enough to perceive God.
Because it is entirely possible that we could be so wrapped up in a particular concern or crisis in our lives that what we pray for may not be in line with Jehovah's will. But as it says here, that is pivotal. If we want Jehovah to listen, it has to be in harmony with his will. Jehovah also says that the meek will inherit the earth. So in addition to praying in harmony with Jehovah's will, we have to be humble. We have to be teachable and be willing to accept the answer that Jehovah provides.
After a boring speech of how Jehovah helped people in the Bible who prayed for him, the speaker points out how you can blame yourself if your prayers aren't answered. They might have been against the will of God and you're too dumb to see it, or he answered and you are too proud to see it. Either way, if you can't see Jehovah answering your prayer, the solution is what the solution to every problem is in the cult: more indoctrination. And the reasons to blame yourself just keep coming.
It says, when you do ask, that is in prayer, you do not receive because you're asking for a wrong purpose, so that you may spend it on your fleshly desires. So in other words, Jehovah is not just looking at what we say, he's looking at how we're feeling about it. He's looking at the reasons we're asking for something from him. Just to illustrate, let's say that you're walking down the street and you happen to be approached by a homeless person, and the homeless person has maybe a cup and they're begging for money. Please give me some money. I'm homeless. Well, you're inclined naturally, as a merciful Christian, you're thinking, maybe I can help this person. But as you get a little closer to engage in conversation, you smell a strong smell of alcohol on this person's breath. And you look down on the ground, you see an empty bottle. And so what might go through your mind? If I give this person some money, is it really going to help them? What might they spend it on? You know, one brother says, if you need some money, if you need some groceries, I'll take you to the grocery store and we'll get it together. And very often the person says, no, that's okay. Okay, so maybe they didn't need groceries after all. They didn't want groceries. So is Jehovah also looking at our motives when we ask him for something? Could it possibly be that we ask for a wrong purpose? Good to think about occasionally.
This disgusting little clip shows the judgmental nature of Jehovah's Witnesses, always believing they know better than others. Besides blaming themselves and comparing them to a homeless alcoholic begging for money for more alcohol when their prayers aren't answered, they show their superiority complex by judging one of the most vulnerable people in our society. They believe that the righteous thing to do when someone begs for money is to evaluate what they will use it for. They're fucking homeless. No one ever has gone sober because they didn't get enough money for alcohol, but they do die from starvation. If you're in a position of helping someone who's less fortunate than you, just help them. Don't judge what their circumstances have led to do to themselves to cope with their situation.
In line with this, the Watchtower made a very insightful observation. This is back in 2015, Watchtower. I'm just going to read it. It says, why does Jehovah not give us an immediate response to our every request? Recall that he likens our relationship with him to that of a child with a father. A child cannot rightly expect a parent to grant every request or to do so right away. Some of a child's requests may be mere passing whims. Still others may not be in the child's best interests. Have you ever seen a child suddenly turn into an amazing shopper when they're going with their mother or father in the grocery store? Oh, they know exactly what they want. I want this, I want that. So what does a parent have to figure out? Wait a minute here. Where'd you learn that? Well, I saw it on TV. But that cereal or whatever that they're asking for is full of sugar. This candy bar is not going to be any good for their teeth. And as a parent, are you going to grant that request just because they say it over and over again? Of course not. Isn't that what it says here about Jehovah? Is it possible that sometimes we ask for things that may not be good for us? Notice the next part of this article here. It says this: furthermore, to concede immediately to a child's every request would change the relationship to one of a master-slave relationship. The child becomes the master. Interesting, isn't it? Have you ever seen that, where a child, I want this, I want that. Parent, okay. Who's the slave now? That doesn't work that way with Jehovah. It says, similarly, Jehovah may, in our best interests, allow time to pass before his response to our prayers becomes evident. That is his prerogative, or that is his right, because he's the creator. He's our master. He is our heavenly Father. So fulfilling all of our requests right away would distort the proper relationship between us and him.
And we finally reached one of the Jehovah's Witnesses' most powerful indoctrination tool: infantilization. By telling their followers that they're dumb like kids, they place the fault on them when their prayers aren't answered, because it must be that it's them who are like kids begging for the cancer to go away when they can't see that God probably placed that cancer in there for a reason. And this doesn't come from the Bible. It comes from the Jehovah's Witness equivalent, a Watchtower magazine.
Did Jehovah open up your mind to accept the truth, to appreciate it, to understand it, and maybe even have the ability to teach others? He answered your prayer. It could be that you were looking for wisdom as you came to this convention. Perhaps there was something weighing on your mind and you were hoping, praying, you might get some direction from Jehovah. And maybe as you look back at the last 2 days of this convention, 2.5 days, you say to yourself, he gave me what I needed. Glad I came. Glad I came. Could this information in this very talk be exactly what you needed to hear? Could this be an answer to your prayer? Maybe as you began studying the Bible, you lacked hope in life. You wanted a clear direction. Where is this world going? And as you learn the truth from the scriptures, your Bible teacher showed you Revelation 21, verses 3 and 4. No more sickness, pain, mourning, outcry. It's going to be done away with. You read Revelation 22. People are going to be healed from all of their maladies. You got hope. Maybe you didn't realize you needed that, and Jehovah gave that to you.
This is honestly a pathetic last attempt at gaslighting Jehovah's Witnesses into believing their prayers have been answered just because they heard something tangentially related to them in the convention. And the speaker doubles down before finishing up.
Perhaps Jehovah has given you his Holy Spirit in ways in which you weren't quite aware. Is that possible? And maybe looking back, you say to yourself, wow, he gave me his Spirit because I patiently went through it. I didn't think I could. And sometimes only looking back can we see it. Or maybe we're going through a difficult time and what we need is comfort. Did you receive it? Did a loyal friend in the congregation comfort you and you say to Jehovah, how did they know? And they didn't know. But Jehovah's Spirit operated upon that dear brother or sister and give them a nudge to say something to you that you needed to hear. Beautiful, isn't it? Spiritual protection. Spiritual protection. You remember Jesus told us to pray, do not bring us into temptation, deliver us from the wicked one. That's spiritual protection. Maybe you look back at your life and you think, you know what? Thanks to Jehovah, I didn't go this way, because that would have led to losing my precious relationship with Jehovah. Without even really being aware of it, Jehovah guided events to keep you safe spiritually.
That's right. It's an answer to your prayer, the fact that you stay indoctrinated, because you may have prayed to Jehovah to free you from evil, so the fact that you remain a Jehovah's Witness proves that Jehovah answers your prayers plain and simple. This kind of convoluted and forced reasoning is needed to keep members indoctrinated even after they realize that their prayers just don't get answered. A huge part of being a Jehovah's Witness is to feel guilty for not being able to be the perfect Jehovah's Witness, because that puts you at risk of being destroyed in Armageddon. So that ends up making Jehovah's Witnesses feel like they need to double down their efforts working for free for the cult. It's a constant state of distress needed to keep their members indoctrinated and active, and one of the most damaging mental health aspects of being a Jehovah's Witness.
You've been loyal to me, doing works that are fine, as you preach alongside these brothers of mine. So the king will then say to the sheep on his right, inherit the earth and perfection of life. If you comforted them, you comforted me. If you did it for them, you did it for me. Your labors for them were your labors for me. You did it for them, you did it for me.
This is how the Jehovah's Witnesses Exercise Patience Sunday afternoon session starts, with a music video telling them that everything you do for the governing body, you're doing it for Jesus Christ. In the original text, Jesus says, if you comforted them, you comforted me, referring to comforting anyone who follows him. But Jehovah's Witnesses believe that when Jesus talked about his brothers, he was only referring to the anointed Christians. So this is basically talking about the governing body, the rulers of the religion, and how important it is to serve them. This has to be the perfect start to the last segment of the cultiest convention yet. And after that song placing humans in the spot of Jesus, we get even cultier with the second part of the feature-length drama, Commit Your Way to Jehovah. So the car runs out of gas and it's just dropped instead of looking around? There are many cars that seem abandoned and even one that seems to have exploded for some reason. And yet from this point on, they will only walk because their car ran out of gas, walking for several days instead of refueling the otherwise perfectly good car, because drama.
Amani, you keep going. I think I might have a signal. Come on.
Dad, where are we going?
Yeah, we're heading to the camp.
Dad, I'm hungry. When are we going to eat something?
You should be worried that something's gonna eat you.
What?
Naomi, be nice to your sister. You two have to start looking out for each other.
Okay, even on the road, people are looking to hurt us. The rebels will be searching the road. And we have to stay close together.
Do not let us out of your sight.
Understand?
Yes.
Come on. We'll be safe once we reach the camp.
Have you been able to reach anyone?
There's barely enough signal to send a text, let alone call anyone.
I was able to get a text from Inoko this morning. We should be able to catch up to them soon. Hopefully by tomorrow.
Dad, how much longer do we have to walk?
It's going to be a while still, Zuadi.
Here, baby. I have a mango for you.
Meombi, stay close.
Dad!
Come on, son. We need to keep moving.
That is a dead body, shown to us right after the parents show they don't know how to educate the children lovingly. And this is a good time to remember that this is obligated viewing for every Jehovah's Witness attending the convention and their children. Kids will be watching this completely unnecessary show of graphic death, not because, as the governing body likes to put it, they're forced to do so by the Bible, but because they thought they would add drama to this drama. This is what the news should be reporting on instead of the same "the Jehovah's Witness convention is in town again" BS reports of every year.
Hey, shh. Quick! Hey! Hurry! Quickly! Get down.
Kojo, go look.
Come on, let's go. Kojo, come on, let's go.
Mama, I don't like this.
I know. Just stay still.
Uncle Dania, I want to go home.
Again, even more footage designed to terrorize children, because remember, Jehovah's Witnesses are told that this is what they are pretty much going to go through very soon according to their prophecies. As a child, I would be terrorized about these evil guys with guns hunting good Jehovah's Witnesses for sport. But let's examine what we just watched, because it makes zero sense. Just think, these guys are supposed to be rebels against the political party, right? The Jehovah's Witnesses are not affiliated to that political party. They're just people walking on a road, right? So why would some militia want to hurt or arrest some family walking and minding their own business? Wouldn't they constantly be seeing people on the road passing by? Like, how are they going to get anywhere? This drama makes absolutely zero sense once you examine it properly, but to Jehovah's Witnesses, the subtext is clear. They're hunting them because they are Jehovah's Witnesses, and that's what evil people do. No more explanation needed.
Amani, over here. It's Musa. Children. Good to see you. Inoko. Oh, man. Musa. Amani. My son. Things happened so quickly. When I got the call, I grabbed my go bag, and that was it. We seen a few others from the congregation headed for the camp as well. But Sifa and I were in the slow-moving group.
Sifa, are you okay?
I'm a little bit tired.
Oh, here, let me hold your bag for a bit.
Thank you.
Yes, Mama.
Thank you.
I have some water and food if you need it too.
Oh, Sifa, I'm so proud of you. You were prepared, even more than we were.
Musa, can I talk to you about something?
Sure, Amani.
I am so sorry. I should have listened.
My son, no one is perfect. Don't dwell on your mistakes. Jehovah is patient with us. We correct our mistakes and we move on. Take it from an old man. There are many more lessons to learn.
You're too kind to me, Musa. Thank you so much.
Ah, you're welcome, my son. You're welcome.
And just like that, they get reunited with the rest of the congregation, who are supposedly better prepared than these guys, but none of them decided to get a car with enough gasoline. As I said, they pretend this is Lord of the Rings by making the rest of the drama about them slowly walking the road instead of driving because they ran out of gas, apparently alongside everyone else in the congregation, regardless of how prepared they were. And now, it's time to see how Jehovah's Witnesses indoctrinate. By reminding you that you were once indoctrinated, so you should just remember your indoctrination and accept it as is.
Dunia, do you remember the account of the Apostle Paul?
No, I don't.
He traveled many miles for Jehovah. Does anyone remember some of the things that happened to him?
He was shipwrecked. 4 times, actually.
Didn't people try to kill him?
Yes. We know what that's like. But Paul relied on Jehovah. He trusted him completely. His example teaches us that we can face dangerous situations, and with Jehovah's help, we can make it through. Paul's faith in God's promises helped him to endure.
You've been talking about these God's promises since we were kids.
Yes, Dunia. It is true. I've been waiting on Jehovah's promises for a long time. Perhaps even longer than I expected. It wasn't immediate for Paul. But every one of Jehovah's promises came true. Not one word of his has failed. It's the same today. Knowing Jehovah's promises helps us to endure these situations patiently. You learned these things when you were a child. Now you have grown up. Know that Jehovah loves you. He wants to protect you. Notice what he tells us in his word at Isaiah 48th chapter. Notice verse 17. I, Jehovah.
That wasn't a rebuttal to the argument. The uncle says, you know, Dad, you've been saying that Armageddon is gonna come soon for decades now. And the grandpa just replies with, yes, I have, but all of Jehovah's prophecies come true. Well, it sounds like you weren't interpreting the prophecy correctly before, and therefore can't be trusted to interpret it again. But this fits in perfectly with the message of the rest of the convention. When confronted with any issues, do nothing except getting closer to the religion and hope Jehovah fixes everything.
Amani, I was speaking to the group. They are heading back. They said the camp is a few days ahead. But that's for people that move at a normal speed. Looking at Sifa and Baba Musa, do you think we will ever get there? They even said the camp is overcrowded. What if we get there and we can't even get in?
I really don't know.
Manny, you don't know. It's about time you make that decision for the family. This is about us. We can't always be following the group.
You know what? Let me think about it, okay? Come on.
Amani!
Brothers, I was able to get a text from Yakobo. It seems most from the congregation have made it across the border.
Oh, that's wonderful news. How's the situation there?
You know, with so many fleeing, the camp is overwhelmed. But our brothers are there waiting to get in.
It's good to know that they've made it safely and are united.
Yakobo even mentioned that there's a small kingdom hall and a congregation inside the camp. But that's all the message said. But brothers, it's good to know that we aren't far off.
I'm so sorry I'm slowing the group down. I'm not as strong as I used to be.
Nonsense, Musa. We are all in this together.
This is important because the uncle says that Baba Musa won't make it and offers to give him a ride back home, thinking that's his best shot. However, the dad knows that he has disobeyed once, so he cannot disobey again. The direction from the branch was go to the camps, so he's gonna go to the camps. And dad is seen as lying. Instead of being honest and saying, look, I trust these people more than you, I'll do this because I believe it's better for my family, he just gives him a dismissive, let me think about it. And it's this spineless weasel who we are supposed to imitate.
Musa, here, brought you some water. Okay. You know, we were thinking, let's stop and rest here for a few days before we continue on to the camp.
I don't think I can continue.
Of course you can. We will help you.
Money. I can't. I am too weak. My son, don't be anxious. I'm not.
I'm not ready to say goodbye.
This is not goodbye. Remember, Amani, your strength will be in keeping calm, in showing trust. Jehovah will fulfill his promises. Just be patient. Will you read his promises to me? I would like to hear his voice.
Just a little while longer. And the wicked will be no more. They will look at where they were, and they will not be there. But the meek will possess the earth, and they will find exquisite delight in the abundance of peace.
And just like that, Baba Musa dies out of walking too much, meaning the uncle was right. His best chance was taking a ride back to the city instead of keep walking. This is obviously not going to get addressed in the drama, but it shows how unequivocal your obedience has to be. Even if you can save your life by doing something else, once the religion tells you to do something, you have to do exactly what you're told and walk into your death.
You didn't sleep? thinking about Musa. I miss him too.
I'm scared, Dad. What if we can't make it to the camp? What if something happens to your mom?
Well, if something should happen, just keep heading to the camp and find a congregation inside. That's your family. You'll be safe. Okay? And son, Jehovah will always be with you. All you have to do is just trust in him. Just like Musa did. Musa was strong because of a spiritual routine. He gained power from reading God's word regularly. Meombi, you can do the same.
Here. He wanted you to have it.
I know you're not gonna forget him. And if you cannot forget him, think about Jehovah. He always remembers his loyal ones, like Musa. Before we leave here, I want to say a few words to the group about Musa. When I do, you think you could help me by reading Job chapter 14?
Okay.
Now, when you read from it, do it in a way that shows you know every word of it to be true. It comes from Jehovah. Should we read together now?
Okay. If a man dies, can he live again? I will wait all the days of my compulsory service until my relief comes. You will call, and I will answer you. You will long for the work of your hands.
And obviously, since Musa is dead already, the drama isn't gonna bother to explain how or where they buried him if they're supposed to be practically in the middle of nowhere. Instead, his Bible is used to keep this kid, who remember, we were told he's 12 at the oldest, indoctrinated.
Oh, wait. Oh. I'm sorry. I need to take a break.
It's okay. This is a good place to camp for the night.
Oh. Okay, Sipo. Let's get you off your feet.
Let me see if I can find us some more water.
Thank you, Noko. Bombi, can you help me get more firewood? Okay, come on.
I'm coming too.
There is good news. Things have settled back home.
Dunia, not right now.
Come on, keep up.
I was speaking with the group up there. They have enough supplies. We can join them and go back.
Dunia, do you see Sifa? We need to get Sifa help. We need to get her in the camp as soon as possible.
We don't have to live in the camp. We can have everything all back. The house, the land, even the job.
Dunia, wait. Shh. Kids! Run!
Why are you going slow? Keep going. Let's go. Go to the truck. Get on the truck.
Please, Mommy. Please, Mommy.
And right as the uncle was in the middle of explaining how things are fine back home, they get ambushed by the evil guys hunting for Jehovah's Witnesses. At this point, despite the uncle being proven right, it doesn't matter if things are better back home. The direction from the religion is to go to the camp, and that's what Amani is going to do, even if that keeps his family at risk.
Anything?
Nothing yet. But Amani and Dunia are still searching. How's Faraja doing?
Not good.
We're gonna get through this.
Zawadi! Maombi! Maombi!
Big brother, I know you're tired, but we're going to find them. We're going to find them. And you know, they are smart kids. They will know to head back.
Head back? What do you mean?
Think of it. If you were a kid lost, where would you go? Home.
And now, since the uncle has been insisting that they should go back home, the father isn't even going to explain to him that he's wrong, and he told his kids to go to the camp if they got separated and look for the brothers there. Because the uncle is here to simply play in opposition with what the religion wants, not to make any sense. The uncle is used to represent the temptation of not obeying the religion and must always be dismissed not because he's wrong, but because he's against the religion's wishes. Now, obviously, we know that Amani needs to go to the camp and hope his kids are there because that's what they agreed upon, but the uncle isn't considered worthy of that information.
You remember when we were kids on the road fleeing? That was the only place we knew to go. Home. I know for sure that these kids are heading back home. Amani, trust me on that.
I don't know.
Amani, wake up! We've searched everywhere for the kids. And look at Sifa. She is suffering. Where is Papa Musa now? We just buried Papa Musa. He is dead. Wake up! Are you still trusting these people to guide your life?
Remember, Amani, your strength will be in keeping calm and showing trust. I'm certain that Jehovah will fulfill his promises. Just be patient.
No, Dunia. I thought I knew best. Look, I put my family in danger when I ignored direction. But you know what? These people love Jehovah. And it's Jehovah who is guiding our lives. I'm trusting in Jehovah. We are continuing on to the camp.
Amani, I'm very, very sorry then. I can't help you then. As for me, I am going home.
Dunia! Dunia! Father Jehovah, please help me.
Did you see? The reason they're heading to the camp is because the people that follow Jehovah, aka the religion, told him to. The fact that now that's the most likely place to find his children is completely missed. What matters is that they get to the camp because that's what the religion told them to do, and nothing bad can happen if they follow the direction from the religion and if you ignore Baba Musa like they will.
Where's Dunia?
He left.
He left?
He's going back.
What about the children?
We're gonna find them.
They could be anywhere.
I know, love. But they're not alone. Jehovah is going to help them.
It's our job to protect them. We're the parents. They're just kids.
You're right. And we trained them to be obedient. We did tell them if anything did go wrong, they were to keep going to the camp and find a congregation.
There is no way I'm leaving here without my babies. I can't.
Fraja, I saw them run into the woods. They got away. They could be waiting for us. They are sticking to the plan.
Amani is right, and we'll keep searching for them in the direction of the camp.
This would be a good time for us to ask for Jehovah's help. Why don't we do that? And we'll ask Jehovah to care for the kids as well. Okay? All right. Local.
Did you see the volunteers at the camp? They clearly are made to resemble volunteers from the United Nations, who also dress in light blue tops and caps. What's curious about this is that the religion is completely against the United Nations, having written a lot of information saying how the United Nations fulfills some esoteric visions in the Book of Revelation and is made by Satan's system to mock Jehovah's kingdom. However, in this dramatization, they have to pretend that Jehovah's Witnesses are part of an organization looking just like the United Nations, but not quite for copyright purposes, because although the Jehovah's Witnesses religion is considered a charity by most governments, it clearly is not a charity. It's the people in Satan's system of things, the ones who are actually helping and doing the work. And as we'll continue to see, the Jehovah's Witness religion is there to take and to give orders. That's it.
Please stay with her. We'll keep looking for the kids, okay?
Okay.
Sifa, they'll take care of you, okay? I'll go ahead and see if somebody has seen the kids, okay? Excuse me. Have you seen these two around here? This one? About this tall? No?
No.
And the girl?
No.
No? You seen these two kids?
No.
Girl is about this tall? Not even on the way here?
No.
Next. You seen these two kids?
No.
Why is the dad an idiot? Why is he asking for the kids when he knows that if the kids are there, they would be with the congregation that he knows exists there? Why doesn't he ask for the congregation instead? Did he forget?
Excuse me. Seen these two kids come here?
We have so many kids coming through. Here are your food ration cards. Make sure to pick up your 10 items behind you, and you get more information at the next desk. Keep moving. Next! Okay. Good.
Amani, look. It's the brothers.
That's so nice.
What?
Zawadi? Zawadi! 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 I'm so proud of you, my little man.
Thank you.
You were so brave. You took good care of Zawadi while you two were out there alone.
What, Dad? How much longer do we have to be here?
We don't know. We just have to wait. Patiently.
But are we ever gonna go back home?
Well, remember what Musa said. We have to commit our way to Jehovah. All of this is just temporary. What does the Bible say Jehovah's promises are?
That they're everlasting.
Yeah, Exactly. Forever. This camp life might not be ideal, but we're going to make the best out of it.
But how?
We just have to focus on what we have. We are safe. We have the brothers. You know, the congregation. But most importantly, we have Jehovah.
And we have each other.
Of course. We do have each other. And we really are going to try to make this place feel like home. That will mean school for you and Zawadi. Yeah, I know. And the ministry for all of us. Meetings, family worship, and helping those in need.
And soccer.
Of course. Playing soccer. You love soccer too much. You ready to show me what you got?
Sure.
Yeah? Come on. Let's go.
And after the family gets reunited and we see that the uncle just so happened to find a slightly burned book to repent and become a Jehovah's Witness, this drama starts to wind down. We won't hear back from the uncle. It doesn't matter if he got his contract back or if the family goes back and tries to rebuild their lives. What matters is that they got to the camp as they were told. And since there's a congregation there, it's time to keep obeying their religion and follow the rigorous indoctrination schedule for them and their kids. And arguably, the worst part is about to come.
Committing our way to Jehovah requires faith and obedience. Our faith is not just a thought or feeling, for we are absolutely convinced that Jehovah's way of doing things is always right. We also show that we trust Jehovah when we obey the direction we receive from his organization. It has not always been easy, but we have seen the blessing that comes from listening and obeying. We have to trust those whom Jehovah trusts. Even if we may not understand the direction at the time.
And after they get cleaned and groomed because their religion is a religion of appearances, they can put together an outfit perfect for American sensibilities in the 1950s. While the voiceover reminds us that what matters is that you do what you're told to do by the religion, even if you don't agree or understand why. And then we have a shot that could only have been originated in the twisted minds of the leadership of the Jehovah's Witnesses. That's right, an old refugee in a refugee camp is donating money to her religion. Now, let me ask you, how does the religion need this money more than this lady? This completely out of touch shot, as you're reminded through a voiceover to obey the religion no matter what, perfectly encapsulates everything that's wrong with this cult. This cult only cares about your obedience and your money. It doesn't matter if you're well off or if you're a fucking refugee in a refugee camp. This religion wants your obedience and your money. This religion isn't here to help people. It's here to take. This isn't a charity. This is a high control group. And you can't show it more clearly than with this choreographed and highly produced shot of a refugee donating to the religion.
Strengthening our commitment to Jehovah now will cause us to obey him implicitly in the future.
Please convince yourself every day that all of Jehovah's promises for the future will come true. And never forget the words of Psalm 37, verse 5. Commit your way to Jehovah. Rely on Him, and He will act in your behalf. Well, our dear baptismal candidates, it's that time. We invite you to please stand.
And just like that, we are shown the baptism of a 12-year-old as the joyous conclusion to this drama. I watched this on stream like a month ago, and after rewatching it several times, I think I can say this definitely is the worst drama they have ever produced out there. Thanks to the brothers at the South Africa branch being surprisingly good at filmmaking, this drama isn't about shunning or blood refusal. It's about something worse, getting you to obey the religion no matter what. And that's worse because that's how you get humans to do all the shunning and all the other stuff. You first have to convince them that there's nothing the religion can ask from them that they can refuse. They have to obey unconditionally. And that unconditional obedience is how you get them to do completely inhumane things later. This blind obedience is at the core of their cult. So I feel quite confident to say that this is the worst drama I have ever seen. A perfect fit for the Cultiest convention. And now, all that's left is to listen to Stephen Lett, who seems puffier than usual, and his hour and 20-minute speech recapping what we saw at the convention and how it's only amazing because Jehovah.
But why should all of us want to be patient? Well, there are health benefits, for one thing. Also, it gives a good witness to onlookers. We are able to keep a good conscience. But the main reason is because Jehovah our God is a patient God, and we want to imitate him as beloved children. Ephesians chapter 5, verse 1 tells us to do that. And that's one thing that makes Jehovah love us, when we try really hard to imitate him, including his patience. Jehovah is the most patient person in the universe.
This religion is all about imitating others, including Jehovah, in doing whatever the governing body decide you should be doing. You don't do it because it'll make you or others happier or to live a better life. You mainly do it because you want to imitate God, which, when you say it like that, sounds extremely arrogant.
And we love you because you are continuing to patiently endure. The governing body loves you. Jehovah and Jesus, the angels, your brothers and sisters love you because you're not giving up. You're continuing to patiently endure. And we've come too far to give up now. You know, if we give up now, we're about like a marathon runner who ran 26 miles of the 26.2 mile marathon, but didn't run that last 0.2 of a mile. Wouldn't get the prize, would he? See, that would be sad. That would be the way with us. But we know you're not going to do that. You're going to finish this race. You're going to continue to patiently endure.
Stephen Lett is appealing to the sunk cost fallacy of being a Jehovah's Witness. You wait all your life for paradise, and paradise is almost there, just almost there, and you'd miss it if you decided to live your life. Let's skip this pointless and boring recap of the convention to see a recap of the videos and see if you can catch what's wrong with it.
Let's enjoy yet another video. And this video you're going to look at is going to review the more than 70 videos. Now that's amazing, isn't it? A video to review over 70 videos. And since the video you're going to look at is only 3 minutes long, the brothers had to really make some good choices as to what excerpts to include. But you'll see they did a good job. Enjoy this video.
Psalm 71:14 says, "But as for me, I will continue to wait."
Part of being strong is learning to wait on Jehovah.
And that takes real faith.
Our faith is not just a thought or feeling. We are absolutely convinced that Jehovah's way of doing things is always right.
And while we wait on him, there is a lot we can do.
When we are patient, we help each other do what's right.
I really need this job to pioneer. What if he doesn't take it well?
That could happen. But then you'll get to see what Jehovah will do.
You make time to build up your family spiritually.
I know you're not gonna forget him. And if you cannot forget him, think about Jehovah. He always remembers his loyal ones.
We find a way to forgive from the heart.
But I love you. And I want to do this for you.
I love you too, Irene.
And we give Jehovah time to bless our patience.
But as for me, it is for Jehovah that I shall keep on the lookout. I will show a waiting attitude for the God of my salvation. My God will hear me. Jehovah is the only one who can put an end, a real end to suffering. He hears our prayers. We just need to wait on him.
Did you catch it? You can see excerpts of the 2 videos that were deleted because remember, there weren't 70 videos. 2 of those were edited out, so that would make them only 68 videos. But here, only for a flash, you get to see a bit of the deleted videos because they deleted them so late into the production of this convention. And now, Mark Sanderson is making a cameo to let us know what we can learn from the worst drama yet.
This year's drama, Commit Your Way to Jehovah, was inspired by the real experiences of real families. Worldwide, the number of people forcibly displaced by conflicts, violence, persecution, and other disruptive events has now passed 100 million, the highest on record. This figure includes many of our brothers and sisters and their children. Let's review some scenes from the drama and consider what lessons we can learn from them. 1. We must immediately and completely reject any compromise of our political neutrality. At first, Amani firmly declined Dania's job offer because it involved membership in a political party. But later, family pressure and the lure of money caused him to waver, and it almost cost him his life. 2, we must be alert to influences that can shape our thinking. Amani's fellow elders followed the direction from the branch office to prepare the congregation to flee. But Amani's past experiences and strong feelings made him think he knew better. 3, we must be ready to flee in times of danger, even being ready, as Jesus said, to say goodbye to all our belongings. Yakubu, Sifa, and Musa took the direction seriously and got ready, but Amani hesitated. What about you? Do you have a go bag with essentials, important documents, and an up-to-date list of emergency contacts, including those of your congregation elders? Have you rehearsed an evacuation plan with your family? Lesson 4. We need to train our children to obey and trust Jehovah no matter what happens. When children are well trained, they can remain faithful even if they're separated from their parents. What would your children do?
These first 3 lessons are all about your indoctrination. The religion forbids members from participating in politics, so that's lesson number 1. Lesson number 2 is straight thought control. Guard your thinking so you don't think you know better than the religion. And lesson 3, be ready to flee, is completely unbiblical. Nothing in the Bible tells you to have a go bag ready for Armageddon. If anything, it says that God will miraculously intervene to protect his servants. But having a go bag ready helps increase the anxiety in Jehovah's Witnesses, making Armageddon seem like it's more real than it actually is, which is not real at all. And the last lesson is about the importance of child indoctrination, making sure your children follow the direction of the religion as closely as you. And now, we have a look at what I assume is a deleted clip from the drama about child indoctrination that Mark Sanderson liked too much to leave on the cutting room floor.
What are we going to do?
Well, Dad said to keep on going towards the camp, remember?
Okay, but which way is the camp? There are 2 directions.
Well, I think the camp's that way. Actually, no, I think it's that way.
Baba always prays before making a decision.
You're right. Let's pray together and ask Jehovah to help us. Jehovah.
Honestly, they should have cut that out. Jehovah isn't gonna let you know which way the camp is. I can see why it didn't make it into the drama. But Mark isn't done with the obvious lessons that the drama has to teach you.
Lesson 5. We must have strong faith. This time, Amani kindly but firmly rejected Dania's pressure to return home. Amani trusted in Jehovah and in the direction from his organization. He did not waver, and he counted on Maambi and Zawadi to be faithful too. 6. We must make the best of our circumstances wherever we are. Did you notice how Amani and the other brothers and sisters kept life as normal and stable as possible? They played with their children. They kept themselves and their clothes clean and their campsite sanitary. They socialized with friends. They kept up their routine of preaching, studying, and attending meetings, and they helped others. Finally, 7. We must show love for our brothers and others who are in need, not just in word, but in deed and truth. When disasters strike, our branch offices spring into action to provide material and spiritual aid. we can help too by giving of our time and resources and by praying for our displaced brothers and sisters and for those who are helping them. The love we show among ourselves may also help still more people to take Jehovah's side.
It's crazy how they have Jehovah's Witnesses packing staff to pretend they are helping when we just saw that the Jehovah's Witnesses did nothing for the family in the drama but to take their donations. They want you to picture their religion as charity when, in reality, any charity work will only be limited to the believers. And even then, it will rarely arrive unless they can rebuild some buildings to charge your insurance.
But now a second key reason Jehovah God has been patiently waiting is to save as many of the offspring of Adam and Eve as possible. Jehovah is very merciful. He wants to save people, doesn't he? In fact, 1 Timothy 2:4, Jehovah's will is that all sorts of people should be saved and come to an accurate knowledge of truth. In a similar vein, Jehovah said at Ezekiel 18:23, "Do I take any pleasure at all in the death of a wicked person? Do I not prefer that he turn away from his ways and keep living?" See, that's Jehovah's desire. Out of love, he would give the offspring of Adam and Eve the opportunity to receive what their rebellious parents, Adam and Eve, actually threw away, the prospect of everlasting life. So 2 main reasons Jehovah's been patiently waiting, as we said, to settle those issues raised in the Garden of Eden, to save as many of the offspring of Adam and Eve as possible.
This is an aspect of the religion I bet they'll have to change soon. The doctrine of the Jehovah's Witnesses used to be that Armageddon hadn't come because this religion was growing. So the longer Jehovah waited, the more people would get to convert and be saved. However, they've had pretty stagnant members for a long time, and based on the reports of people attending the conventions, the attendance has also significantly fallen down. So now, the longer Jehovah waits on bringing Armageddon, the fewer active Jehovah's Witnesses he will find. Then again, they've been preaching that the world would continue to get worse since the Second World War, and it's not like they changed that teaching when the world proved them wrong for close to a century, so, who knows?
Jehovah has been enthusiastically working toward the fulfillment of his purpose for humans and for this earth. Now, what was Jehovah's purpose for the earth and for humans? Well, remember what is stated in Genesis 1:28. Jehovah said to Adam and Eve, "Be fruitful, become many, fill the earth, and subdue it." So that his purpose for the earth is that Adam and Eve would have children, their children would have children. Finally, the Garden of Eden would be too small. It would have to grow. It would expand. The east would meet the west, the north would meet the south. The planet Earth would become the Garden of Eden, full of perfect humans. That was Jehovah's purpose. Now, would Jehovah just cancel that original purpose because Adam and Eve rebelled? No. He has been working toward that purpose, his original purpose for the earth and for humans.
Stephen says the purpose for all humans is the purpose for Adam and Eve back then, and he just says that Jehovah wouldn't cancel that purpose. Well, where is that verse in the Bible? Where does it say that God wants to go back to the situation of Adam and Eve? Nor Stephen, nor any Jehovah's Witness will actually be able to answer that question, because outside these conjectures Stephen listed, the teaching of a future earthly paradise is completely unbiblical. But Stephen is about to let us know why Jehovah waiting to bring Armageddon makes sense.
What do we need to remember about Jehovah's patience? Now, many today view God's patience as slowness, indifference, maybe apathy. But so we're not even slightly influenced by that kind of thinking. Let's discuss some of the things we need to remember about Jehovah's patience. Now, here's one. Jehovah's view of time is very different from our view of time. 2 Peter 3, verse 8, One day is with Jehovah as 1,000 years, 1,000 years as one day. Now, when this little earth rotates one time, that's a day for us, isn't it? When it orbits the sun one time, that's a year for us. But Jehovah God is not on this little tiny planet, this little speck in the universe, is he? He's not riding around on this earth. See, he's the sovereign of the universe. So obviously, a day when the earth rotates a year, that has no connection with Jehovah. And that's why Psalm 90 verse 2 tells us that Jehovah is from everlasting to everlasting. He's eternal in both directions. Now, you ponder that too deeply, you'll have a headache for sure.
This is how the Jehovah's Witnesses have their cake and eat it too. When it's about indoctrinating you into doing whatever they tell you to do, Armageddon is right around the corner, ready to judge you. But when it's about why Armageddon hasn't come yet, then Jehovah is eternal and you can't expect them to move as slow as humans. They have to believe this contradictory idea to both manipulate followers and to explain away their material realities never changing. And after the rest of the boring speech about the patience of Jehovah that no Jehovah's Witness will be awake for nor remember, we have the last video of the whole convention, and it's all about people wasting their lives in the hopes of a coming paradise that will never arrive.
For the dead to rise, Jehovah, you yearn to bring them back to life. Father, we well know how you loved them so. Instill in our hearts the patience you have shown. Father, we long to see paradise come to be. Give us the patience to wait. We know your day will come, sure as the rising sun, no matter how long it takes, it will not be late.
And it's with this lazy slideshow about people wasting their entire married lives that the Cultiest convention comes to a close. As I said before, this to me is the worst convention I have ever seen, accompanied by the worst drama ever because it's all about complacency inside the religion and about following whatever the religion orders you to do. That's how you get people to shun their children or to let them die when they need blood transfusions. This is a convention meant to re-indoctrinate Jehovah's Witnesses, and honestly, they showed that they still have what it takes to do that. So, what do you think, guys? I've spent literally hundreds of hours on these videos about the convention, and I couldn't have done it without my lovely supporters who help me afford rent, so I can spend more time studying and thinking of one convention than I ever spent as a Jehovah's Witnesses on all the conventions. You can join them to access videos a bit earlier if you want to help support me making these videos about this abusive religion that apparently no one cares about. I'm just happy the convention's over and that I managed to make all videos while the Jehovah's Witnesses are still attending the conventions live. So hopefully some people can skip the convention, watch this instead, and pretend they went. See you in the next convention!